99. But he and Smith have taken Australia to 4 for 598.
What do we expect tomorrow, KB?
Well, I think we're going to see a really good fight from the West Indian batters early on, and I think if they can get through the first session, they'll think, well, this might be a really good day for batting. I think the pitch will change, but how long it will stay this good is probably going to be the question mark over the day. I think it's going to be more into the following day before we see anything particularly different. So I think they'll be saying, well, you know what, good day for batting. Let's keep Australia out there.
Kristen Beams with us, Carl Hooper and Dirk Nannis, of course, thanks to Kim Hughes, who was with us throughout the day as well, to Jim Maxwell and to Alison Mitchell. Wrapping up grandstand at Stumps. Well, what a day it has been for Australian sport. The Socceroos into the round of 16 at the World Cup, and we got to see two Australians score double centuries in the first test of the summer. Marnus Labuschagne, 204. Steve Smith, an unbeaten 200. The Australians declaring 4 for 598. And then a great fight back. Chanderpaul on debut is 47. Brathwaite is 18. The West Indies, none for 74 at Stumps.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It's pretty exciting to have world champion next to my name. Still can't get over that.
I don't think Greg Norman cares that much about whether or not the Saudis can sports wash their brand.
It's a daily sports conversation and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of football.
What would you be willing to give to play the game you love? For the women of the NRLW, it means juggling jobs and family around training and overcoming discrimination.
We work twice as hard for half as much.
A new documentary goes behind the scenes with the Queensland State of Origin women's team, declaring their hopes for where the game is headed.
There's a group of us fighting to get better pay.
A League of Her Own, Monday, December 5 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
ABC Sport.
ABC Sports, Summer of Cricket.
Seals is in to Labuschagne, who hits this and gets it past extra cover. And he'll bring up the 200 with a boundary. That's 4. He takes the helmet off, celebrates with the crowd. His second double 100 for Marnus Labuschagne. It also brings up the 400 for the Australians. And he and Steve Smith meet and embrace.
Smith 199 forwards, a defensive drop and a run for Steve Smith into the offside. Earlier he brought up his 29th Test 100, level with the great Sir Don Bradman, and now he has doubled it. The raise of the bat, the helmet is off. A standing ovation at Perth Stadium. That is two Australian batsmen with double hundreds in the same innings of a Test match. Here's the moment, and for Travis Head, he's on 99. Brathwaite is in. Oh, he's bowled him! What an anti-climax, but celebration for the West Indies. And they just put a little pin in the Australian balloon. Just after Steve Smith made his 200, the crowd full of anticipation for Travis Head, who is dismissed for 99.
Now Hazelwood goes in and he's back and he's hit on the body, I think. Ouch. Yeah, that may have hit him where it hurts. And he may be the only one who will rub that. Cummins runs up again. Brathwaite back. Hit the midships. Ouch. Oh, it's a double bunger. It's a double bunger, I'm afraid to say.
Why do we laugh?
Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
What an introduction it was to Test cricket for Tajnarine Chanderpaul, and alongside him, Craig Brathwaite, his captain. On his birthday, both of them getting hit just where you didn't want to be. And Chanderpaul copped a couple more too, one in the shoulder and one in the chest. But what a fighting effort it was by the West Indies openers. Going out into the middle here at Perth Stadium, with the Australians 4 for 598. They got to stumps, none for 74. Brathwaite on 18, Chanderpaul, as I mentioned before, on debut on 47. And that's where they will resume this morning as day 3 gets underway on grandstand cricket. Now it's 17 minutes away from the first ball being bowled. Clint Wilden with you downstairs. A cool day again in Perth, an expected top of 25 degrees. A little bit more blue skies above us than we saw at the start of yesterday. Still a few clouds, but no rain expected. And there is a bit of a breeze that circles around Perth Stadium. Great that you could be with us wherever you are on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and listening on the ABC Listen app. I'm alongside Kim Hughes, Kristen Beams. Nice to see both of you. What a terrific day it was, starting with those unbelievable double centuries it was from Steve Smith and, of course, from Marnus Labuschagne. They were run-scoring machines, but the West Indian openers, they were defiant. Welcome to both of you.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Clint. And I thought, Kristen, that at long last, in that last hour and a half from the Australians bowled, at long last we got some test cricket because it was tough and the openers really got through it. But prior to that, it was some of the worst test. If that was test cricket, I'll walk anyway somewhere. But, I mean, they started the day off. Imagine this, our listeners, that they had second ball, start of the day, 8 overs old, and they start with a 4-5, and one of the 4 on the offside is a deep point, and they got a ball brand new. If you were the bowler, you'd be saying, look here, you can stick it somewhere where it hurts. I'm not bowling with that. It was pathetic.
Well, I think early on, if you look at it as all you want to see is Australian players make loads of runs, it was a fantastic morning of Test cricket yesterday. Yeah. If you're one of the Test cricket purists, though, and you want to see a genuine contest, I agree with you. I don't think we saw that. But what we ended the day with was a really amazing contest. I think we probably all sat back and thought, at least a couple of wickets down at the end of the day's play. But we saw some very good fighting performances from those 2 West Indian opening batters. Yeah, well, young Chanderpaul, he was doing the limbo. He was that far back. I certainly couldn't do it on full A over T. But the Australian bowlers bowled well, but all Brathwaite and Chanderpaul, they did some really good, tough opening stuff. It's the hardest gig in Test cricket, I think, with the bat anyway.
They had to survive 25 overs and were able to do so yesterday to get to stumps. The highlights, understandably, with the Australian batters. Marnus Labuschagne's 204. Smith with an unbeaten 200, his 4th double century. And as we heard from Ali Mitchell, his 29th Test century before that to go alongside the great Sir Donald Bradman. Now ahead of him, Matthew Hayden with 30. Steve Waugh with 32 and Ricky Ponting with 41. They're the top century makers for Australia. But what about Steve Smith? And we do wonder, where is his future at 33 years of age? What chance does he have of running down those with more centuries ahead of him? Here's a little bit of what he had to say last night at the media conference.
I guess any time your name's mentioned alongside the Don, it's pretty special. It's pretty flattering. But, nice to get a big one today and set us up and put us in a good position. I have felt really good for the last couple of weeks batting, and fortunately was able to spend a good time out there yesterday and today.
We did go through a little bit of a lean patch for you. You went for a couple of years without getting 100. Did you wonder where the next one was coming from, or did you think that it can't be far away?
I got 100 last Test match I played, didn't I?
Yeah. Before that one.
Before that one. All right. Look, I've always worked hard and sort of been confident. I suppose the reason for my slight change in technique is because I was unhappy with where I was at with my batting. Whilst I was still contributing to the team, I wasn't probably getting the big runs that I'd like to get. I think now with the way I'm able to play and the way teams have bowled against me, I've sort of had to adapt a bit, and where I'm at with my body and my hands, I feel like I'm opening up the the whole ground, as opposed to probably just sort of behind square on the leg side, and yeah, I'm able to hit the ball in different areas, which I probably was able to hit previously. So yeah, no, I feel in a good place.
Steve, pretty disappointing you had 41 test hundreds. Can you get there? And I don't know what personal goals you have, but is that one?
Not really. That's a long way away. Yeah, look, I'm not sure. I'm 33, 34 next year. Not sure how long I'll play for, but we'll see. But 41's certainly a long way away. There's a lot of test matches, I guess, in the next year for us. So we'll see how many I can get. Hopefully, I can get a few more in that period of time. We'll go from there.
There are such high expectations on Steve Smith. Since the 2019 Ashes series, he'd scored just the 2 centuries, mind you, as he pointed out, one of them in the last test that he played. What have you made of the adjustments, Kim Hughes, batting-wise, to how he's gone about it, Steve Smith?
Well, it's like chalk and cheese. I saw him in his previous effort in the 20-over game, and I said there and then that he wouldn't get another run. It was going so far to the offside and trying to hit a ball from outside off stump sort of to fine leg. But he's got his footwork sorted out and his head, so he's not going over anywhere near as much. And then I saw him, and one of the benefits of those 50-over games, he started to give it the full face of the bat. And when a player plays an on drive, I think you're in really good form, but it's chalk and cheese. 2 totally different players. And as far as him going on, look, he's 33, 34. They keep themselves really fit. He looks as if he's obsessed with his batting. Nothing would surprise me. We've got another 4 tests after this in Australia. They go and play another 4 in India, and then you've got 5 in England. So I wouldn't put it past him at all.
So he was the master. What about the apprentice? Well, he's the apprentice no more, Marnus Labuschagne, with what he's been able to do with scoring runs out in the middle. 204 he got yesterday and was filthy with himself when he got out. He thought he was on to a massive total, and certainly his previous high score looked in real threat. But here's what he had to say about how he felt out in the middle yesterday on his way to 204.
Felt good for the majority there. I went through a bit of a roller coaster there where I was sort of trying to rush to get to the double 100 there. Sort of went away from just trusting the game, played a few little late cuts there and a few of those things, but all in all felt pretty happy with the innings.
We were nervous for you at times, but it did look from where we were upstairs that Steve Smith was really doing his absolute best to make everything as calm as it could be, to get you back on strike, for him to take the easy single, to allow you to have that opportunity. Was that happening out there in the middle? Were we right with what we thought we were seeing?
Yeah, relatively. Like I said, he's been doing this for a very long time. His composure throughout his innings is something that I continue to want to improve on. I think his tempo of his innings was so even and it was so consistent. And that's why he's the best in the world.
So you get the double century, and then someone who'd spent so long out there with you, and we know what great mates you are, gets a double century as well. What did it mean from after what you'd achieved to then go and see Steve Smith do that again?
Oh, look, I mean, it's a regularity for him to be scoring runs. I think it's nice to see him be able to capitalise on a really good start that he had, and he just looked at ease at the crease. His timing, his rhythm. There's been a lot of talk about his technique change, and that looked like he was feeling really comfortable out in the middle.
Easy for us to say, but when you scored 204, I think you'd be pretty happy. But you looked devastated when you got out. How did you feel? Can you talk us through the moment?
Yeah, obviously that last over, I actually felt like I said to the keeper, I said, "Gee, this is your worst nightmare facing." I just felt like it was really hard to pick up his speed of delivery. I think he nicked me off twice in his 4 overs. One hit the keeper's glove, and then obviously that one went to hand. Just a bit of an awkward one to just line up, probably his first few balls, and obviously very disappointing there, but really grinded them into the ground a little bit there. Got an opportunity to I mean, 200's a big score, but to make a really big score, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. But it gave the opportunity for Stephen Travis, who batted beautifully, unfortunately, to go there for 99.
So it was a 251-run stand between Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, and just the 5th time in an Australian innings we've had 2 double hundreds scored in the same innings. What about the other side of things, though? Let's hear from Kemar Roach from the West Indies about how he thought the day went yesterday.
Tough first innings for us on bowling, obviously. There's a lot in the pitch in the first day. A little bit more luck, could have got about 4 or 5 wickets, but didn't go our way. Today was always a tough day. The pitch got better, and then as you can see, the guys batted the evening. Tough period. Obviously a very good Australian bowling attack, and the guys tough it out. So you're in good stead for tomorrow.
Mate, look, I just want to know how you feel personally the way that you bowled. I just thought that the length looked maybe a little on the short side, but you tell me how you feel.
Yeah, I try to use the surface as much as I can. There wasn't much swing, so I didn't want to go fuller. I wanted to get the ball on the pitch on a good end front, obviously get some movement off the pitch. But yeah, we got that on the first day, and I thought we went past Labuschagne's bat quite a bit. But yeah, he batted well for his double. But in all, I thought it was a pretty decent effort. First test match in a long time too, so it's good to get some overs under the belt and on a good feel here in Australia.
Yeah, it's exciting to be bowling alongside someone like Alzarri Joseph with a bit of pace and a bit of venom on the short ball.
Yeah, youth brings that, I'm the old guy now, so I remember those days, but now, yeah, it's all about the youth. The youth, they look good though, they look good for the future.
One last one, and I'm really keen to know, we were raving about the courage shown by Chanderpaul with what he's able to do, and we know he comes from, one of the greats of the game. Can you give us more of an insight into him, what you know about him, what he's like around the rooms?
Quiet guy, extremely quiet guy. Obviously, coming into the setup for the first time, very similar to his father. I played with his father for a couple of years, and quiet and a little bit superstitious, but tough character. Loves to bat, I can tell you that. So if he gets in here, you could be up for a treat tomorrow.
We'll have to ask him if you get a chance. What are the superstitions for Tajnarine Chanderpaul? Clint Wilden downstairs with Kim Hughes and Kristen Beams. Kristen, to start with you, what do we expect today? What are you hoping to see?
Well, I want to be optimistic about the West Indies, and I'm really optimistic about Chanderpaul as well. I think we'll see him fight through. I think he'll try and attack into this morning session if he gets the opportunity, but I do think that this Australian pace attack is so good. I think we'll see wickets this morning. How many is probably the question, but I think they will make some slight adjustments with their planning and try and put a whole lot of pressure on the West Indies this morning.
Yeah, I just think if they get an early breakthrough, they might get another 2 or 3. I loved that interview when he said he's played with his the father and the son of. It sounds as if he's about 55 years of age.
Well,
but not a bad effort. There wouldn't be too many people who played with a father and a son at this level.
Well, funny you mentioned that, but in this West Indies team, Brathwaite, Blackwood, Holder and Roach have all played now with both Chanderpauls. And if you think they're the Australian team, if we go through this, Warner, Stark and Lyon have played against both Chanderpauls in Shiv and now Tajnarine. So, yes, there's a bit happening.
Yeah,
Rick Finlay gave me a great stat too in terms of Shiv Chanderpaul actually played against both, the New Zealand father-sons, the Rutherfords, Ken and Hamish. And you can also throw in against both Cairns. Lawson, Alderman, McDermott, Border and Boone played against both Cairns as well. Of those people know well. There's a few more floating around the father and sons, but it's rare, but it does happen. Does Cameron Green get a bowl early on today, Kim Hughes?
Look, I don't know about earlier on, but Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, and then give Cameron Green at 6'7". He would have been hoping, if you like, someone would have got out yesterday so I could get out there and get stuck into it. I had a quick chat with Pat Cummins, and I said to him, "Oh, great effort yesterday," and he said to me, "Look, I don't want you to tell anybody," but he said,
and so you are.
Yeah, he said, "I was hoping someone would get out so he could have a bat." He was not liking it that much, and with a bit of humour. I told him I wouldn't tell anybody, but anyway, you're safe with me.
Yeah, trustworthy Kim Hughes. That's what I've always thought. Kim Hughes, Kristen Beams with us here on Grandstand Cricket. The umpires making their way out. The Australians lining up behind the Australian flag. They're about to make their way out onto the ground as well. So it seems the appropriate time to head upstairs to get day 3 underway. Bright sunshine here at Perth Stadium. Let's go up to the commentary box. And alongside Dirk Nannes is the voice of summer in Jim Maxwell.
Thank you, Clint. And again, hello, and welcome to the show. What show will we get? We've had just 4 wickets fall for 672 runs. Now, if I'm a betting man, and sometimes I've been a betting man, I would say more than 4 wickets will fall today. But if you're a West Indian fan, you'd be hoping that the West Indies can bat through the day into tomorrow to maintain this resolve that we saw from their openers last night. That was fabulous Test cricket in the last hour and a half, wasn't it? So one of the more extraordinary days of Test cricket, if you're looking at Rawalpindi and Perth. The first time a team in Test history has scored more than 500 runs on the first day of a Test. And that was remarkable in itself, just 75 overs. And here, as I say, only 4 wickets have fallen. So what's going to happen here, folks? Don't speculate on draws. Never go early on draws in Test matches because you'll be made to look like an idiot. What do you reckon, Dirk? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jim. Great to be here. Terrific opener to what we're going to see with this West Indian Open combination. In fact, I think all their top 4 are really well suited to bat long innings, and I hope for the sake of this game and for the sake of the series they can do that for a long period of today. But what a highlight reel that was in Rawalpindi. To think to strike it a run a ball in the opening day of the Test match, and just good quality cricket strokes from the bits and pieces that I've been able to see. It's just stunning.
Yes, a classic Pakistan situation. Flat pitch, fast outfield, mediocre bowling and aggressive batting. Now, away Hazlewood bowls just outside the off stump to start the day, and Chanderpaul, I think he left that, although the reaction from behind the stump suggests he may have had a little play and miss. But this fella seems to have a pretty good idea, like his father did, of where his off stump is and whether to play or leave. And whatever it was, it didn't hit the edge.
Well, the advantage of it, having this leaving technique is he's in such a good position. He could decide really late whether to pull his hands inside the ball or whether to keep his hands there and play the line of the ball. And so, whilst it looks like a play and miss, it actually isn't.
Hazlewood in again, and he's beaten once more outside the off stump. But once again, what he's done is just played the line. So if the ball does a bit, and that bounced, and that was, from Hazlewood's viewpoint, very encouraging because it was taken whack into the gloves about chest height by the keeper.
That was a genuine play and miss. The ball before, no. This one, he definitely played at that ball.
But he does well. Still a fair way from it.
Yeah, and he does a really good job of not allowing his hands to try and fend and find the ball.
Hazlewood bowls to him, and again, it's outside the off stump, a bit wider this time, and it's a clear leave from the left-hander.
So if you're watching from square, you think this guy is hopeless, playing and missing every single ball, but he is somewhat judicious in what he plays at and what he leaves. But the seam position of Josh Hazlewood so far today has been immaculate. No hint of a wobble whatsoever.
You watch the plays and misses so far in the game and you think someone's going to nick off soon. Hazlewood goes in and it's short down the leg side. He gets his gloves out of the way as Hazlewood banged it in along the line of the leg stump. And Chanderpaul, clearly a very well schooled and well brought up cricketer from his father, and his grandfather, I believe, has had a fair bit to do with him. He knows exactly the game he needs to be playing against this quality bowling. He might nick one, but he's doing a pretty good job to have got to this point, 47 not out, as Hazlewood from the Langer end goes in and bowls, and he's forward edging, and he's going to get 4 runs. Ah, yes. We know all about left-handers who do that. He just prop forward, soft hands, thick edge, between slip and gully, and a 50 on debut for Tagnerine Chanderpaul along the ground, down to the boundary, 51 not out.
So well played. Even this edge with such soft hands, never a chance because it goes straight into the ground. Well played, young man. Keep going.
Now, the slips are a bit closer together. There's no gully. Here comes Hazelwood, and he's edging and he's out. Caught by Warner at slip. Well, watching this over, you were starting to think, when will someone nick it into the slips? And that's what's happened. On this occasion, Chanderpaul compelled to play at the ball and took the edge and went straight into the cupped hands of David Warner, about knee height in the slips. The first wicket falls. Relief for Australia in a way, because they couldn't pick up a pole last night. Chanderpaul's outstanding debut innings has come to an end on the back of exceptional bowling from Josh Hazelwood. He's out for 51 and it's 1 for 78.
Spot on, Jim. That was exceptional fast bowling. What an over where he asked questions each and every ball of the batsman's defence. Do I play? Do I leave? And Chanderpaul just got worn down in the end. Ball just taking just a little feathered, nipping away, maybe a fraction off the pitch.
Nkrumah Bonner. What a Christian name to have, Nkrumah. He was the famous president of the Gold Coast, which became Ghana back in the 1960s. And is that a common Christian name in the West Indies, Nkrumah? I know there's more variety of Christian names in the West Indies than any other place in the world. Our friend Carl Hooper, you did very well to avoid some other peculiar first name. Carl's quite common, isn't it? More common than Nkrumah, you'd have to say. Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah. He was the almost despotic leader of Ghana, the Pan-African system that he was around. So Nkrumah Bonner waits down at the other end because Brathwaite's facing the bowling of Cummins, and he tickles him around the corner for a single. So has that opened up the West Indies innings to this Australian pace attack, or will we get another steady partnership? That's what the West Indies will be wanting, with Bonner, the chap who was in at short leg, and being chatted to incessantly by Marnus Labuschagne. But I think he deflected most of that diatribe. 1 for 79. Bonner is now on strike with 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, a mid-off, mid-on. Short leg is in there. Here comes Cummins now, and he's beaten outside the off stump. He fudged forward at the first ball he faced. So, although the West Indies did amazingly well last night to battle and survive, you just wonder whether that wicket is going to open things up a bit.
No need to fend at that ball outside off. I think that there'd be a few mentions made from the slips and from short leg about the ludicrous chest guard that Bonner is wearing. It's
I hope he's got a box on. Cummins goes in and bowls to Bonner. Bonner's beaten outside the off stump. He almost nicked that beautiful delivery. Pitched up. He was drawn to it and he played and missed for the second time.
I think the issue here is he's probably trying to go a little bit too hard at that and playing that well in front of his body. I think we see the beauty of the two openers, that they've played the ball quite late and not tried to fish at the ball. And sometimes the tendency of batsmen, when they just come to the crease, they want the feel of bat on ball and maybe need a few balls just to settle themselves a bit.
Here's Cummins again, and Bonner forward. He got his bat on that. That was more on line with the stumps and kind of crab-like. He came forward and blocked the ball back down the pitch. So we're at the start of the third day. It's fine. It's been a little overcast again this morning, but it's a clearer sky overhead than yesterday. Expecting about 24 or 25, but we'll check Rick's data machine, otherwise known as a thermometer, to find out how it is at the moment. It feels very nice, I must say, as Cummins bowls and he's forward around the pad, gets a run. Plonking forward, pushing the ball away, keeping it out of his pads towards mid-wicket, where Stark runs around the field. It's 21 degrees, and the forecast is for whatever you like about coming to the cricket in Perth. It rains about once every 4 or 5 years. I think I can only remember one wet day in 40-odd years of coming to Perth, and this is not going to be one of them. It's 1 for 80. Pat Cummins searching, probing away around the off stump. He's moving into Brathwaite. Brathwaite forward. Miscues slightly, but he keeps the ball out of his pads along the line of the stumps to end the over. So 2 overs bowled. A wicket has fallen if you're just switching on around the planet or some other planet, because Chanderpaul, having nicked through the slips along the ground to get to 50, was out to the very next ball, caught by Warner off Hazelwood for 51.
Both bowlers straight away on the money, not wasting any time to be incredibly accurate. Bonner inside edging onto his pad to get off the mark, and that could have gone anywhere. Could have popped up to short leg. So, just on that chest guard of his, it seems like it's a mattress. Looks like it's about 10 centimetres thick. And the strain on the shirt material around his body is just...
I wonder if Rodney Hogg's still getting royalties for those, because he used to wear more padding than an armadillo. Hazelwood is on his way up now. He bowls to Bonner. Bonner leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. Hoggy was amazing. He did have a mattress underneath his shirt. But he's a very solidly built fella in Kuruma Bonner. And it looks like he's going to give it a lick if he can. But he's got to have the judgment against this bowling, because he's not going to get too many to pounce on, you'd reckon, if Hazelwood maintains this control around the off stump. He comes in now and he's back, chopping the ball down onto the ground a little late. He was scurrying through onto his pads and he chopped it down and just outside the line of the off stump through to the slip cordon. So Bonner is 1, Brathwaite 19. Bonner, of course, a famous name historically in Australian cricket, spelt with an OR, not an ER. George Bonner was one of the great hitters in the 19th century. Yes, OK, I know what you're going to say. Yes, I did see him play. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Hazelwood is running in now. He bowls to Bonner, and Bonner's forward and keeps it out. It was right up in the line of middle and leg and picked up down there at mid-on. So we're underway here, 1 for 80, and this is a good day if you're thinking about it, driving around town or wondering what you're going to do with the rest of the day, to park your car down here and come and watch the game. There's quite a few in here already, which is a good sign. We've had about 18,000 over the first 2 days, and we'd like to think we'd get more than 10 today. Hazelwood in the sunshine. He comes up. Bonner is forward again, defending the ball off the line of the stumps down towards mid-on. So it's when the game gets into this groove of accuracy and dot balls that the batsmen have to think of a way to keep it moving and get down the other end.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge, because there's no respite in this bowling attack. I think the fifth bowler in Green, he's also exceptional at hitting a spot and really bowls well on this Perth pitch.
Hazelwood bowls, beats him. Excellent delivery. He's just hitting that spot with metronomical efficiency near the off stump. He's right on the money. And there are 4 chaps in the slips. It's more 4 slips than 3 in a gully, in a line from Warner, Smith, Khawaja and Green. And another tantalisingly close delivery. Bonner 1 for 80. It's tight cricket, folks. Hazelwood goes in. Bonner leaves outside the off stump. And that's a maiden over bowled by Josh Hazelwood. 3 overs gone today. West Indies have moved from 74 to 1 for 80.
For those that haven't seen Kuruma Bonner play before, he's very much capable, averaging 37 in Test cricket, but what he does have is an excellent temperament. He didn't make a lot of runs in the Prime Minister's 11 game. It's batted 66 balls in the second innings, but it was his temperament to be able to just stand there and leave balls for extended periods of time that made the watcher believe that he can really stay out there for a period here.
Cummins bowls accurately, full length. Brathwaite pushes forward away on the offside. And we are now seeing the rhythm of Australian fast bowling here. Relaxed and with the encouragement of that early wicket. They're both right on the spot. Pat Cummins, of course, on 199 Test wickets. One more for that excellent milestone if he can get there. Here we go. He's running in. Brathwaite's leaving. Kept a bit low as it skidded through outside the off stump, taken very low down as a number of deliveries have been during the Test, making you wonder about this surface, which has had a lot of heavy rolling. Will it deteriorate? Will it have cracks? Have you had a look at it?
There's starting to be some cracks on our end, the northern end. Not so much from the end that Pat Cummins is bowling into.
4 slips behind Brathwaite. Here comes Cummins to him, and he's edging in front of the keeper. He just followed that ball. Again, just a lack of bounce and pace, even though he went softly at it. So when it hit the edge, it bounced well in front of the wicket keeper. So that's a little bit of an issue on the surface. But you have to give the batsman some credit there for a little adjustment at the depth. But it did not bounce as much as some.
That one did probably hit a little bit of a crack there and kept low. But I think the larger cracks are when you bowl from the other end.
More of Cummins. He bowls and Brathwaite ducks a bouncer. Yeah, right underneath it securely. But runs drying up because the wicket's fallen. Batsman fresh at the wicket. And Australia on the assault with their accurate, penetrative, fast bowling. Pat Cummins right below us in front of our commentary box here, down at the sort of members' end of the ground, heading towards the West Indies captain. He comes in again and he's beaten outside the off stump. Just fudged at that ball that was thereabouts. And maybe he didn't have to play at it, but a sense it just went away a little bit off the surface. And he was committed to the line that he saw, but it didn't hit the edge of the bat.
It's just a little bit of nip around. There's no swing really on offer. As much as they're trying to get the ball to move in the air, it's not really doing much for them.
I'll give you some news on Mitch Marsh in a moment as Cummins runs in and Brathwaite's forward. He runs it away past fourth slip. Cameron Green chasing down towards the boundary. He skids alongside the ball and the batsmen saunter through for a couple. West Indies 1 for 82 and Brathwaite 21 at the end of the over. Australian all-rounder Mitch Marsh has undergone surgery on a long-standing ankle injury. Marsh had keyhole surgery on his left ankle in Sydney yesterday to remove loose bone fragments and repair cartilage. He's expected to be unavailable for around 3 months. Oh, well, we wish him all the best. 3 months takes him out of a fair bit of cricket.
Yeah, for sure.
So the clouds melting away on the sunshine above us as Hazlewood starts the over, and he's leaving outside the off stump, just waving his bat away. In Nkrumah Bonner at 1 for 82. So he's just trying to ease himself into this as Australia, with pinpoint accuracy, have the batsman thinking about blocking, leaving, certainly not being offered anything full or short to have a lash at. But 4 in the slips. You sense that one of them might be busy again within the hour or half hour. Here's Hazlewood. He comes up now and he's edging this almost as he pushed down the line, went past the edge of the bat. Outstanding bowling from Hazlewood, and Bonner fortunate to miss it. Didn't miss by much.
Again, it's just incredible scene presentation today from Josh Hazlewood. Normally he's got a little bit of a wobble, but today it's gun barrel straight, and as a result the ball's just nipping back and forth.
Hazlewood goes up again. Bonner back, uncomfortably parries the ball off. He wasn't sure what the ball would do as it bounced, and he dropped his right glove, his right hand, as he played the stroke, anticipating a bit more steeple in the bounce. And he's been a little unnerved by the bounce of it as he prodded it out on the offside. So he's just collecting his thoughts with a couple of bad masters twirls of his bat as he perambulated towards square leg. He settles now. Hazlewood goes in on the angle. Bonner forward, playing along the floor, out onto the onside. But Travis Head is out there to stop it with a sprawling dive away to his right.
Find yourself out to dinner last night, Jim?
I had another very pleasant, quick meal with the old mate here, Rick Finlay, the bloke from the Blue Beach at Bicheno. Yeah, we were there. I was here for a while. We were doing BBC's Stumped. Alison Mitchell and myself perched in here till sometime a bit later. Here's Hazlewood. Forward goes Bonner. Yes, let's have a single. Why not? It's in a gap on the offside. So, yes, it's the kind of jet lag you get, I find here, that makes you, well, I try not to snooze during the day, but certainly at night.
It's the 4 a.m. natural wake-up that's the...
Yeah, mine was 2:30, but I went back to sleep. What happened in the football last night? Japan had a big win, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't they beat Spain?
Germany out.
And Germany are out of the World Cup. What other news have I missed? As Brathwaite's on strike now at 1 for 83. He comes in and around the corner, it flicks off to fine leg for 4 somethings. What are they? Runs. Yep, off the bat. 1 for 87. Brathwaite to 25. And Bonner's on 2 as the West Indies try to secure themselves after the loss of Chanderpaul's wicket. Court Warner bowled Hazlewood for 51. Yeah, Japan 2, Spain 1, which put Germany out, even though they beat Costa Rica 4-2. And thanks to Matt Clinch for giving me that information, because I didn't have a clue.
Well, Costa Rica were 2-1 up at one stage.
Were they?
Yeah. And so,
were you up watching all this last night?
I'll catch up in the morning. I mean, if you get a more modern phone, you could also do that sort of thing.
So I realise as I try to get into this ground every day. And my wife says, you need to get rid of that such and such phone and get an iPhone.
Well, it's to the
point. So, well, buy me one for Christmas. Thank you. I had another drama today, but here's Cummins. He's running in now, and he's beating the edge, a little poke forward outside the line of that off stump as Bonner pushed forward.
Could probably get a fourth-hand phone now that does more than your current phone. But it's every year you come and complain about getting into the grounds.
the technology that the authorities have is useless. Useless. Today I even had the right thing on my phone. And what happened? The silly gadget they stick on it to recognise it didn't work. So it's not my fault. Here comes Cummins. He bowls and pushed away on the offside. They're going to get a run here and a good run too as Lyon tried to affect the run out, but there was a slow push by Bonner into the offside. And he moves along to 3 and it's 1 for 88. Anyway, very kindly the chap said, I can see you've got the right credentials to get in, so away you go.
Stop it.
Yeah. Unlike yesterday where, you know, I had a mild debate with the security fella. Yeah. But as I say, it's easy to get into Lords and Buckingham Palace in this joint. 3 slips and a gully. Cummins runs in again, and it's back and across and hit on the body by a good delivery from Cummins. He's zeroing in like a dart thrower here at the batsman. He's just dink, dink, dink. He's going to hit the edge, the pad, the off stump. That's unless the batsmen are good enough to find a way to defend, which they're doing pretty well so far, and noodle the ball around the place and keep the board moving. It's 1 for 88. Chanderpaul out for 51, an excellent half century. Now Pat Cummins rattles in once more. He bowls to Brathwaite, beats him outside the off stump. Another play and miss. Is that 275 plays and misses so far for this match? Could be. Yes, thanks, Rick. There's been a lot of them. And there's been, to be fair, although the West Indies struggled to create chances, they created a number that weren't taken in the Australian innings. As mediocre as their bowling was, they did create some chances that weren't taken. And the bowling has the look at the moment of one that will create chances. Cummins is in. Brathwaite is beaten again outside the off stump. A play and a miss. A play and a miss. And he's beaten him again.
How do you score against this bowling? Yeah, that's the challenge. Normally you get a little bit of... You get the bowlers making mistakes. We've seen so far today, we've seen one ball on the legs from Josh Hazlewood got tickled around the corner, and also one from Pat Cummins in the first over that got hit down to fine leg for a single. Other than that, it's edges that squirt off into the off or on side that bring about the runs. There's just no let-up whatsoever.
He's in his 9th over, he bowls, and he beats him again outside the off stump. So there was 1 run off that over, 9 overs, 1 made and none for 20 for Cummins. It's 1 for 88. It's time for Clint Wilden to come in and join Dirk Nannes.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
But I'm
It's been a fast bowling masterclass downstairs. Goodness me. What a wonderful way to start day 3. Ground in bright sunshine despite a few clouds still hanging above the stadium. Hazlewood and Cummins have been mesmerising with what they've been able to do. 1 wicket's fallen. Chanderpaul departing just after getting his half century. The ball's back in the hands of Josh Hazlewood. It's Bonner with the most village of chess guards in. He settles himself over and waits. 4 slips there and Bonner defends. It does look a bit like he's just got a file, you know, the file you can get from Office Works, and just shoved it down the front of his shirt.
It's exactly what he's done. He is smuggling something around his waist because it does not look like a chest guard. And the shirt is stretched so much that it's become see-through. So you can actually see that he's kind of got some black Velcro on there as well on the chest guard. It's just comical. Somebody's got to pull him aside, or at least a manufacturer.
Hazlewood's there to Bonner, who can defend and knock it away to the offside, and will set off very quickly for a single. There was a shy at the stumps from Labuschagne going towards The strikers end where Brathwaite was running, but he misses, and Brathwaite, I think, would have been safely home anyway. That's a good bit of running. But yeah, I don't mean to harp on it at all, but just have another look. And it dead set looks like he's trying to sneak something out of the stadium because it doesn't fit properly in any way, shape or form. And I do wonder if it would be of any practical use if he were to be hit there, for whatever it's worth. There's Hazelwood, who's been bowling beautifully, is into Brathwaite, who can defend onto the offside. Back to Labuschagne, feeling an extra cover. There's no run.
But the idea of the chest guard is to protect the ribs.
Yeah.
So you wear it up on your chest. But what he's doing is wearing it down almost like an extension of the thigh pad. So he's covering the soft flesh on the waist, and there's a bit of soft flesh that he's also carrying there as well. And so he's kind of got a pad on a pad, and yet is leaving the ribs open.
It can't be comfortable either. Hazelwood's to Brathwaite, who leaves this ball that flies over the top, well over the top of off stump. Because I would imagine when you're trying to play any sort of cross bat shot, or even if you're looking to move forward, it has to get in the way of your arm. I know we're going on about, and people say, what are you talking about? But if you are out there in a test match, you want all the gear to fit correctly and to do the job that it is meant to do. And I cannot for the life of me work out what he's trying to achieve with it. Hazelwood is a bouncer to Brathwaite, who leans out of the way. 132, so not the fastest, but certainly enough to make Brathwaite get out of the way of it. West Indies are 1 for 89. Brathwaite's 25. Bonner is 4.
I think if you look at the pitch maps of what the Australian bowlers have done so far today, I think you would be... Your jaw would hit the floor to think that there's only been one wicket fall. It has been exceptional.
They showed on the television coverage a short time ago just the grouping for Hazelwood. There was a little tiny block as Hazelwood bowls, no more than the size of a novel. And bar about 3, and 2 were deliberate bounces. Every single one just went bang, right on this, literally, and I wouldn't even say it's a hard back. There's a soft back area. That sort of bowling's amazing to watch.
I guess the only negative you could say is that when you've got the ball passing the outside edge so much and you're not taking wickets, you're probably not bowling full enough. Maybe it's just a fraction short of a length and not challenging the stumps, because those balls that miss the bat should, in theory, be cannoning into the top of off stump. So perhaps they need to just be a fraction fuller and maybe risk the drive. I thought we saw last night Mitchell Starc bowling very full and trying to do just that, and was driven a few times, and that's okay. But maybe there's a bit of scope there to just push a little bit further up and try and take the edge.
Cummins to start another over. He's away from us and bowling, and he strikes Bonner. Wraps him and then bounces away onto the offside. Attempting to play a defensive shot. Couldn't get the bat onto it. He's still there on 4. Brathwaite is 25. Cummins hit him. Oh, that would have been... Well, could have been worse than it was. It struck him on the thigh pad up high and then cannoned back into an area where we've seen a number of the West Indies bats being hit already. He's okay. He's still there. 1 for 89, the West Indies. Bonner remains on 4. Still 3 slips, a gully and a point. Cummins over the wicket with a bouncer that Bonner ducks underneath. Labuschagne remains at extra cover. There's a forward square leg and a mid-on. I glance around, and I'm always pleased to see when the Australian cricketers take their opportunities to sign some autographs for the kids. At fine leg is Josh Hazelwood taking the opportunity to do just that. Well done, Josh.
You got an inner thigh guard?
Who's that?
Bonner got an inner thigh guard on.
I think he does. I think he's got both. He's well protected in that region. Cummins bowls and beats the edge of Bonner. It's through to the keeper in Carey. Yeah, he definitely does from having a look at that. But it does remain the question of the chest guard, which we'll move on for a moment. But if you get a chance to have a look at it...
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have an inner thigh guard.
Doesn't he?
Why would you have all that padding there, and yet when you've got someone like Pat Cummins who nips the ball back in, you don't protect your back leg?
I thought that's where he was hit a moment ago and he didn't flinch. Cummins bowls forwards. Bonner, who defends, back to the bowler. So he's done well in that respect. Because that's where he was hit just a second ago. Beautiful conditions. Great day to come along and watch the cricket if you're in Perth. Rowan sends us a text, 0467 920 222. If you'd like to send us a text message, 0467 920 222. Morning, gents. Enjoying the commentary, listening whilst watching the match at the stadium. When do you think Cam Green will have a bowl? Surprise line bowled yesterday. There didn't appear to be footmarks for him to target. As Cummins bowls again, and on the drive is Bonner out through extra cover. There's a chase on here. The ball might go all the way to the rope, and it does. That was a nice shot. Bonner moves to be 8. The West Indies 1 for 93 now.
Finally, a little reward for absorbing that pressure. Pat Cummins would have thrown this ball up full and wide to try and extract the edge. Over a certain amount of time, you build up enough pressure that you almost buy yourself the right to be able to bowl a wicket ball like that. But a little bit too full, and so gets hit to the fence. Well played.
Cummins away again. Bonner is beaten. Has it taken a little edge? Certainly there was a big shout in the slips. Cummins uninterested. He turns back, and that is the end of the over. 1 for 93. Brathwaite 25, Bonner 8. The answer. Brathwaite has fallen a couple of times to off spinners. Didn't seem to be a lot there for Lyon yesterday. I guess the question is Green on a reduced workload? No, because here he comes. Wondered when we would get a chance to see the only local in the Australian team at the moment. Kim Hughes had a bit of a chat to him downstairs, wished him the best of luck ahead of today. Remarkable to think that he's been in the Australian Test team now for some time, but at last gets an opportunity to play a Test in front of his home fans. This is his 15th Test match, his first at home because of the pandemic. He's been throwing the ball and will operate from the Justin Langer stand end. It's Carl Hooper. Joins us again. Hello, Carl.
I'm well, Clint. Good morning to you. Or should I say, yes, good morning.
Good morning still here. Good afternoon to everyone else. As Cameron Green is into Brathwaite, who takes it off the pads. They'll get a single, working it in a little gap of the mid-wicket region. 1 for 94. I was, and I'm sure you were even more so, disappointed when Chanderpaul was out today for 51. I was hoping it could have been a big knock for the young man after the courage we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I suppose from a West Indian point of view, probably hoped he'd carry on this morning.
It was some over he faced, though, from Hazelwood.
It's thoroughly examined.
Here's Green again. Right armour over the wicket. Bonner leaves through to Carey.
You can't help but notice the marked difference between the way the Australians started today. I mean, the spell that Hazelwood bowled from the far end, apart from the one ball that was tickled down to fine leg for a boundary, which was relentless in that area, just challenging the top off stump and asking questions again and again. Fantastic spell of fast bowling.
3 slips to go in the point remains. Green bowls. Oh, and he strikes Bonner. You heard the thud in the effects, Mike. He's okay. Bonner's up immediately. 139.5 the delivery. He's been struck, I think, in the helmet. So they will have to bring on a replacement here. But Green charging in, digging it in, and it has. It's wrapped him on the side of the helmet just where the grill is attached to the cap area. put out the left hand just to steady himself, Bonner, but got up immediately. So they will have to make sure that he's okay here.
Yeah, Bonner probably took his eyes off it, but that's probably been a build-up of relentlessly bowling the off-stump channel previously from Hazelwood, and all of a sudden you've got Green from the far end coming down at some 6'6", 6'7". And banging one in short, and Bonner taking his eyes off it, crashing into the helmet.
There's a short check here. The umpires have a discussion. So too do the experienced quicks in the Australian team who wander across Stark and Hazelwood to have a chat with Green. Slips Corden and the wicketkeeper continue their discussions as well. Travis Head will mosey across and have a yarn with them. Was a nasty blow. It seems okay though. Just having to go through the right protocols at this stage. A chance to everybody to have a drink as well.
Just getting back to Chanderpaul's dismissal. I mean, the patience that Hazelwood showed to just stay in the corridor, even though Chanderpaul was leaving the ball well, being able to stick with it and execute properly, and eventually inducing that edge to Warner's slip. Not only the skill you marvel at, but the patience.
The pace as well, compared to what we've seen from the West Indies quicks so far. Were you surprised that we didn't see what Joseph was able to deliver for the Prime Minister's 11? I thought he was, from again, just watching on television, and I was listening to your commentary as well, I thought he had some of the PM11 batters jumping around a bit. I was surprised he didn't seem to bowl with the same level of pace without knowing the figures that he had at the PM11 from what we saw when he got this opportunity here. Is he quicker than what we've seen so far, or has the deck continued to speed up a little bit?
Well, I think the deck has sped up a little bit. Certainly in the first day it wasn't quick. It's much quicker now. But having said that, when we saw him bowl yesterday, you know, he had a lot of miles in the leg from the first day.
and it had to do a fair bit of running as well.
So maybe if West Indies managed to bat well and ask Australia to bat again, or if Australia do decide to bat again, maybe we just might see, you know, a bit more pace from Joseph.
Would you like to see them at the very start of proceedings go with Joseph and Seals, perhaps? Despite of we know the experience that Kemar Roach brings, but to give you two out and out, you genuine, the quickest bowlers you have, an opportunity early on with the new ball. Is that what you would like to see as this game continues?
I would like to see that, yes, but I do understand why they're giving the new ball to Kemar. Kemar has bowled well to left-handers, and with Warner up front, Kemar has got the ability to move the ball away late from the left-hander. Having said that, also, he's getting a bit older, so he needs everything to help him, you know, a new ball, hard seam, in order to be effective. But I think sooner or later we will see Joseph taking the new ball for West Indies.
Everything's okay. Taken care of downstairs. New helmet's been handed to Bonner. He's all right. Have to get back underway again. The West Indies 1 for 94. They resume today. None for 74. Chanderpaul bringing up his half century with an edge through slips. Soft hands though, no catching chance all the way along the ground. And then the next ball was caught by Warner from the bowling of Hazelwood in the slips. Departed for 51. 79 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6. It was 1 for 78, now 1 for 94. As Green in again to Bonner, who leaves. Ball wide of off stump, flying through around about chest height. 132.3.
I think the good thing about Green into the attack is just might give you a few more balls that you probably can score off of. I mean, Hazelwood just doesn't give you anything. And we've seen Cummins is just so stingy. So you just might be able to get that scoreboard ticking.
They are slightly miserly, it has to be said, the Australian bowlers. If you're a fan of watching bowlers in action, they're tremendous to watch. As Green bowls again and does dig in another bouncer that Bonner can duck out of the way of. 21 degrees at the moment, expected top of 25. Should be building towards the low 30s tomorrow, so that will be, again, more what you expect.
You just don't understand quick bowlers sometimes. I mean, you know, hit Bonner in the head and apologised. Well, not apologise, but sort of raised his hand to see if he was okay, and then he gives him another one.
Green bowling. And Bonner defends out towards the offside, and line will come around from point, and that's the end of the over. 1 for 94. Brathwaite's 26. Bonner is 8. Cummins with now to come back on. Is he from this end? Yes, he will.
I suppose the beautiful thing about Test cricket, not only does it test your skill, certainly test the old ticket to see if you want to be out there, if you really want to play. I've known many a player to, you know, to surrender their wickets and go and have a shower, live to fight another day.
Well, every single one of the top 3 has been hit at some stage this inning so far, as Cummins bowls, and defending onto the offside is the captain, Brathwaite, who remains on 26. Did you catch the end of the England versus Pakistan, the stump score on day 1?
I heard the score is 500 and odd off.
Yeah, 4 for 506.
70 odd overs?
75. Bazball.
Almost one-day mode.
That's amazing. Rick Finlay was getting very excited about it. Trick here this morning. Had a fair bit to say. Harry Brooks still there. He's 101 unbeaten. Cummins bowls. Oh, just a bit of luck for Brathwaite. Looking to drive forward. Took an inside edge that could have gone anyway. It cannoned into his leg and then fell safely for the West Indian bat. He's still there. He's 26, but it was an awkward moment. Cummins bowls and just, well, genuine luck. The inside edge could have gone anywhere, including straight back onto the stumps.
Yeah, it was actually pitched up, and Brathwaite was looking to drive, but not getting a big enough stride to the ball, and fortunate to get the inside edge back into the pad.
Cummins continues over the wicket. Brathwaite driving, but straight to the fielder, who's at extra cover in the form of Marnus Labuschagne. Rick?
Just to give you an idea how quickly they scored in Pakistan last night, that 506 runs in 75 overs is equivalent to scoring 135 in a 2020 game, which is a half reasonable score in that form.
Yeah, that's blistering at Test level.
I'm sure the Pakistan bowling coach would have something to say overnight to his bowlers.
Yes.
That's totally unacceptable.
There were some comments about perhaps that the bowling might not have been at the level required. Cummins bowls again and defending. Is Brathwaite back down the pitch to the bowler. Is a good crowd in so far. Nearly 5,000 in on a Friday. Lots of kids getting the chance to come along. They've obviously been given a little bit of time off school, which is nice to see, to be involved in the cricket clinics and the chance to have a little go on the ground. I saw heaps of them outside as I made my way in this morning. Still plenty of shade for people to take in. Jim managed to get in without too many troubles today, which was nice. Away again, Cummins, and up onto the toes is Brathwaite, who fends away on the offside, even though, of course, his phone didn't work, as it continues not to. But I threw my hands up yesterday after all the troubles he'd had on day 1 with Rick trying to find the right place to get in. I gave them a lift to the ground, dropped them at gate 1, and still there was dramas getting in. You do your best for the local place, Carl. Sometimes things are set to conspire against you.
I'll keep my fingers crossed. So far I've had smooth sailing, no issues.
Must just be Jim, I think. We try to keep the riffraff out at times. Cummins bowls, and all flirting away outside of off was Brathwaite. It's through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. 1 for 94. Brathwaite is 26. Bonner is 8. I am going to get Jim a T-shirt made. It will say, back to the whacker. we'll see how he goes with that.
Haven't they already got one?
Haven't you already got one? Well, we'll see. End of the over. Jim's coming back in. He can have his response here on Grandstand Cricket. The West Indies 1 for 94.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
I really can't sleep in my bed no more. You can't ride in my car. Oh, let's get for me, baby. It's never gonna get that far.
Are you a rapper, Carl?
No, I'm a rhythm and blues man.
Rhythm and blues man.
R&B. That's right.
Okay.
Love my calypso too.
Here comes Cameron Green and Bonner. Let's go outside the off stump. Okay, so who are your favourites? Rhythm and blues?
Love R. Kelly.
Yeah.
He's probably my favourite one. There's another group called Jodeci. Not around now, but maybe back in the 90s, they were pretty strong out there. Boyz II Men, strong out there.
Where are these groups from?
USA.
Caribbean?
No, the USA.
USA, yeah. Green goes up and bowls it, and it's whipped away by Bonner around the corner to find leg where Stark is fielding, and it's 1 for 95. Bonner 9. Brathwaite a composed 26 with Chanderpaul out in the opening over for 51. I remember going to a concert on one of the tours of the West Indies. Ziggy Marley.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Son of the
great man.
That's right, Bob Marley. Have you had a tour of Bob's home?
No. It's in Jamaica.
That's right.
Yeah. Where Mr. Bonner comes from. Now, a bouncer is an awkward one, well ducked by Brathwaite as he got under that, got out of the way of it. It went a little bit higher than the one that hit Bonner and through to the keeper. Yes, Bonner's Nkrumah Bonner, as you mentioned. Nkrumah actually means the ninth born.
The ninth born, yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying, I don't know if he's from a large family.
Yeah, I was looking him up. I couldn't find details of his family. But he's an experienced cricketer. He's 33 years of age now in his 10th test. And it's Brathwaite, his forward, taking the ball on the rise with a prod out there into the covers at 1 for 95. Unusual name, though, as we were saying before, in the Nkrumah, for a Christian name. But
Nkrumah Bonner. Yeah.
But you have some wonderful names. Still remember the McLean, Nixon Alexei McNamara McLean, because his father listened to the BBC World Service and he heard all his names of prominent people, and that's where he christened him. Here goes Green forward, shuffling is Brathwaite, and he sends it down to mid-on. And you're Carl Llewellyn.
Llewellyn Hooper, that's right.
Llewellyn, so there's some Welsh blood.
Yes, there is certainly some.
Yeah.
If you met my dad, I'm dark skinned. My dad is. Yeah. It's light. We call him. Yeah, he'd be light skinned, very light.
Yeah.
Light complexion. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But was he born in Guyana?
He was born in Guyana. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Very fair complexion. Yeah.
There's a leg slip here as Green bowls, and bouncing ball is fended by Brathwaite onto the floor, and that ends the over at 1 for 95. We're not up to a drink sprite as yet. We must be getting close. Oh no, two more overs. 1 for 95. Yes. Welsh history.
Yeah, but I've never explored it. Never asked questions.
You haven't been to the Millennium Stadium or Cardiff Arms Park in the old days to join the singing?
No, I haven't. No.
Welsh singing is something to behold. Yeah. Outstanding. But, you need to be a passionate rugby man to be involved with some of that, I suppose. Cummins is running in, and he's pitching up, and he's pushed away into the covers by Bonner, who's doing a pretty good job so far. So what's Bonner's reputation? He's only played 10, 11 tests, but 33 years of age. He's been around for a bit.
But he's had a good start to his test career. I think he averages 37, 38.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty good by West Indian standards over what's been going through over the last few years. He will bat in a similar vein to his captain and also to Chanderpaul. I mean, he'll stay out there. He'll bat for long periods of time.
Mm-hmm. Cummins bowls to him, and he's forward again. Not much he can do with this bowling at the moment. It's very controlled, accurate, and causing him to defend or leave the ball.
And he was one also that had to wait a while before making his debut. So he's going to try and catch up on some lost time. I know him well. I actually had a phone call with him the day before the test match, and again he was just seeking some information as to how maybe he should go about, or what should he expect from this Perth pitch.
More of Cummins. He runs in, and Bonner leans forward, plays it well out there into the covers where Labuschagne is fielding at 1 for 95.
And if he gets in, he certainly have got a nice array of shots.
He's made it test 100.
Yeah, he'll take his time to get in.
Yeah.
I think it's important that he knows the bat for a long time. I mean, we're only in the third day, the first session, so lots of time to show us what he's got in the locker.
Well, Australia have picked up a wicket, but since then there may have been some plays and misses, but no nicks to the slips as Cummins bowls an awkward ball. It bounces, and he's not sure how to deal with that. He's getting accustomed to the pace, accustomed to the look. You know that song, don't you, Rick? Yeah. So he's just a little rattled once or twice for the short ball.
Yeah, that's where I suppose the pace makes a difference. Whereas we saw when the West Indies bowled short, they had the guy down a deep backward square. Got a man just in front of square, and ever so often they're pulling the length back and bowling a short pitch ball.
4 in the slips. Cummins runs in again. Bonner forward. Beat outside the off stump. We've said that a few times this morning as the ball's gone past the bat, but only on one occasion has it been nicked. That was to slip, and the other Brathwaite stinked it in front of the wicketkeeper. Yeah, good ball, but
they've used the short pitch ball well ever so often. You can see what Bonner's trying to do. He's trying to get onto the front foot. They challenge the top off stump, but ever so often they're trying to drive him back with the occasional short ball, keep him honest. And what I like, they haven't pushed the deep backward square back. They've kept the man up in front of square.
Bonner is 9. Cummins bowls to him, and he leans forward to a ball on the stumps and plays it down to mid-on. So the partnership is grindingly building here at 1 for 95. Are you going to sing for us, Rick?
No, I was just going to mention to Carl that I noticed that of his 24 test innings, Bonner's been dismissed for under 10 for 10 of them. That's quite a high proportion.
That's right.
But against that, he does have 2 test centuries and a 90. Both test centuries are in Antigua, on the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah,
well, that's not a bad thing, I suppose. If you're not going to get any, you might as well get them and get back into the shower as quickly as possible. If I'm going to get some, when I get over 20, 25, I want to go on and get something that's fairly substantial. So that's a good sign.
So he's lurking at the moment. He's 9.
He's 9.
9. He's got to get to 10. He'll be more confident. So here's Cameron Green from the Langer end, and Brathwaite says yes as he plays the ball firmly up the onside of the pitch past the stumps for 1 run. And our friend Nkrumah Bonner is back on strike at 1 for 96, and Brathwaite moves along to 27, I think. Yeah. Yes. Now let's see what he can do here. Will Green offer him something he can have a crack at? They're doing a little manipulation of the field. They want a bat pad, I think. And the valet comes out. I think that's Scott Boland, who's carrying the lid, the helmet, for the short legger Travis Head to go in. So what are we going to get here? The bouncer, the double bluff up on the off stump for a nick. We're going to get a change in the field, though. We're going with 2 slips gully, fine leg, and a backward square 3 parts of the way out. And Pat Cummins just working the tactics. In fact, he wants Labuschagne in a bit closer, just behind where the square leg umpire might be. Now he runs in, and Bonner is now leaving that ball outside the off stump. So it wasn't a bouncer, it wasn't a Yorker. It was just a little bit wide for Bonner to be interested. But he's looking a bit fidgety out there, a bit nervy. as he walks out to a square leg.
Well, yes, questions being asked. Of course, you're going to have some butterflies, but I'm sure he's going to settle down pretty soon. He's only on 9. But he's been fighting, trying really hard to get in.
I'm seeing an explanation for your Christian names you may be interested in, as he's bowling again, and this time he has to play. And Bonner knocks it away down towards mid-on. Did you know that Carl Llewellyn was a very good national hunt jump jockey? He won the Grand National on Earth Summit. There you go. Maybe that's what your father had in mind.
So it was? He was?
Yes, you're an is that was a was.
So obviously this Carl Llewellyn has passed away, I'm assuming?
Well, I would think the horse has, but I don't know about the jockey. In goes Green, and it's pitched up and driven off a thick edge to third man for 4. He was looking for some excitement into the slipcord in Cameron Green, but what he got by pitching up was a somewhat streaky but effective outside edge to bring up the 100 for the West Indies. 1 for 100. And Bonner has moved from 9 to 13.
Yes, and what I like, they've pushed the bat pad in and they've kept the man again. Rather than pushing back the man at square leg to the backward square, they've kept him up. So as a batter, you're thinking, what's the trade-off? If I execute the hook properly, I can actually get a boundary or get some runs. But if I don't, chance of getting a catch to the man in front of square.
Now he bowls a bouncer, which is well ducked by Bonner this time. As he got out of the way of it, it bounced a little higher than the one that hit him in the helmet a little bit earlier on.
A lot of times, sorry Jim, just a lot of times you're I suppose as a batter trying to work out the risk to reward. Do I want to take on the short ball? I'm not going to take it on if there's a man back, because I'm thinking if I don't execute it properly, I'll probably get out. But if he's up and I hit it well, I know I'll get a boundary.
Green bowls right up, full length, pushed away by Bonner down towards mid-off. And that might be time for refreshments. Yes. The drinks party is about to come out. No. We're going to get another over before drinks. It's 1 for 100. Chanderpaul out. Court Warner bowled Hazelwood for 51 in the first over of the day. Brathwaite is 27 and Bonner is 13. And Pat Cummins, is he going to continue? No, he's going to hand the ball over to Mitchell Starc, who hasn't bowled so far today. Yes, so there's a cornucopia of wonderful West Indies names, and you're all out there thinking of them, as Gary from Zillmere tells us. Eldine, Ashworth, Elderfield, Baptiste. Yes. Carl Llewellyn Hooper is going to go and have a little refreshment as Kimberly John Hughes moves in alongside me. Kimberly. How are you, Kimberly?
Kimberly and
Put your switch on. That's it.
Kimberly, and the only time I ever got called Kimberly by my mother was when I was in trouble.
Of course.
And that was sparingly, Kimberly. I said, okay, Mum, what have I done wrong? Llewellyn, what a
lovely Welsh name.
Oh,
Llewellyn. Here's Starc starting his spell. He has a drive, goes down through mid-off, miscued but placed, and they'll come back for 2 on Brathwaite's stroke. Got it on the bottom of the bat. He's 29, 1 for 102.
Gee, I've been impressed with Cameron Green's bowling.
Quick.
Yeah, sharp. He's looked about the sharpest of them all. Although the field settings, he doesn't need the bloke at forward square. Bat pad, absolutely, that bloke at forward square should be in the gully. Wide slip maybe, because then he got one away down through third man. That's where he's going to get the wickets, but he's looked sharp today, Cameron Green.
Starc, 3 slips in the gully, on his way in, and bowls the ball that's prodded away for a single, and they have to hurry here. A throw would have run him out, and it's missed, and they won't get an overthrow, even though Lyon is chasing it back. It came off the batsman, but Bonner, he was going as fast as I would in this day and age, running between the wickets. He just prodded it square of the wicket. Yeah, he would have been home in any case, but it deflected from him, and they got home.
Well, it didn't look as if there was going to be one to start with, Jim, but then anyway got there safely.
Well, Bonner didn't think he was running, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then he just took off. Come one, son. No, he just ran. 1 for 103. And Mitchell Starc trying as we watch him to get that ball to swing, pitching up for the in-swinger. Let's see what he does now. He's running in, bowls to Bonner. Bonner forward, plays a lovely shot through the covers. Again, not quite middled as he would have wanted, and there's a bit of a fumble on the chase back from Labuschagne, but it doesn't offer another run. 2 more for Bonner, who's striding into double figures at 15, 1 for 105.
Yeah, well, it was a rank fully. I think Starc seemed it looked as if he slipped a little bit with that front foot, but you'd want to put those away. He's been there for a while.
Well, Bonner's still on strike, and Starc just trying to get into rhythm here as he begins this spell. He runs up, and Bonner gets a very wide delivery, not quite wide enough for an extra.
And I just get the feeling that Stark's not too happy with where he's grounding his front foot, and that was well wide of off stump.
1 day wide, that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's lovely to be down here with Kimberly John. And I was just wondering, I heard you talking about field placings again. And at what age did you start annoying captains with your ideas about field placing?
No.
Starc runs it, he bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump.
As a young bloke, you were seen and not heard.
Right. When did you become heard? When you became captain?
But even then I wasn't heard. You want me to do what? Oh, just suggestion, but there we go.
So you did make suggestions?
Look, I said earlier on, the most important person out in the field is the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Because you always go to him, to say, well, how do you think he's bowling? You have a chat with it.
Here we go. Starc once more. He runs in, and it's dug out, and they'll get a single wide of a mid-off extra cover. And that will be a time for refreshment. Drinks coming out on the field at 1 for 106. Brathwaite's 30. Bonner is 16. Chanderpaul out for 51. Quick comment from Kim before we take news.
Well, lost an early wicket. Chanderpaul, very, very well bowled. But these two have got in there. Bonner hasn't looked that convincing. Cameron Green has been very, very promising. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a couple of wickets in between now and when lunch is taken.
There you go, folks. You've heard it all. So we're enjoying some refreshments. Well, the players are. Let's get the latest from ABC News.
Rima Chia with the news headlines. Former Sydney school teacher Chris Dawson has been sentenced to a maximum 24 years in prison for murdering his first wife Lynette in 1982. The 74-year-old has been in custody since he was found guilty in August, following a judge-only trial in the New South Wales Supreme Court. Miss Dawson's body has never been found, but the judge was satisfied Ms. Dawson died at the hands of her husband, who had a possessive infatuation with the family's babysitter JC, who he later married. The retrial of the man accused of raping Brittany Higgins at Parliament House in 2019 won't go ahead. Bruce Lerman pleaded not guilty to the charge and faced a trial in October, but the jury was discharged due to juror misconduct. And some business groups say they're concerned the Labor government's industrial relations bill will dissuade businesses from expanding their workforce. ABC News.
One summer.
What a cluster of fields around the batsman.
Every summer.
One of the great things about the ABC is turning the radio on in the summer and hearing the cricket coverage.
And it's been going for 90 years.
This has been a sensational innings.
Everlasting Summer is a 6-part series that tells the story of cricket on the ABC from Bodyline to Big Bash.
OMG, that went a mile.
Everlasting Summer. Hear every episode now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand cricket.
Here comes Hazelwood, and he's edging and he's out. Caught by Warner at slip. Chanderpaul's outstanding debut innings
has come to an end. He's out for 51.
Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Back to Perth in just a moment, where the West Indies are 1 for 106 in reply to Australia's 4 declared for 598. Quentin Hull with you. A full round of Sheffield Shield cricket being played before the break for the Big Bash. I'm at the Gabba, where there's cricket here today. There was none yesterday due to rain. Western Australia taking on Queensland. Western Australia won the toss. It's been a good day for the Bulls batsmen. Queensland currently 1 for 125. Matt Renshaw, the only batsman, out for 54 after a century stand with Joe Burns. Burns still there, 59, not out. Bryce Street is unbeaten on 2. So WA sending Queensland in. Day 1 of play, day 2 of the game. Bulls 1 for 125. At the Junction Oval in Melbourne, second day of the game there between Victoria and New South Wales. The Vics 260 yesterday. New South Wales resuming at 2 for 61 are now 5 for 209. Having lost Jason Sanger for 44, Gilks for 2 and Abbott for 1. Moses Enriquez is 96, not out, and Baxter Holt unbeaten on 23. 2 illness replacements, though, for the Vics at that game. Sam Harper warmed up, couldn't play. Pete Hanson keeping, and Matt Short is into the game. And John Holland subbed out after lunch, feeling ill, with the Sri Lankan Ruwantha Kalapoltha coming in to the team. Let's get back to Perth, with New South Wales 5 for 209 in reply to the Vics 260.
Yeah, we're just lingering here after drinks. Various attendants are out there on the ground as the umpires get refreshed. With the score at 1 for 106, I'm sitting next to Kim Hughes on this lovely day in Perth.
Oh, now what are they signalling? It looks as if he might be coming off.
Who?
The batsman. Yeah, it looks like...
Yes. What's he got, delayed concussion? What's happened to him?
Yeah, well, one of the assistants was out there and had a chat to him, and he waved his hand, so it looks as if he's going to come off the ground and then be replaced by the next batsman.
You wonder where that's heading, don't you, with the
concussion.
Potential concussion.
Well, yes.
So,
wow.
Bonner retiring.
Yeah.
On 16.
Well, hopefully he recovers and recovers well.
Now, Rick is going to tell us about the protocol.
I'm just wondering, we may see another West Indian player take his place in the match.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we haven't got to that point, but you're right. That could be the case. It's kind of automatic these days. If there is a case of concussion here, that the player will be replaced.
Yeah. So just whilst we're waiting for whoever's going to come out, Jim, SCG is obviously part of your life. I don't know how many years you've been commentating there, and I've played a lot of cricket there. It's one of the great arenas, not only Australia but in the world. But it also has some special memories for you.
Ah, yes. Well, apart from watching a lot of cricket, a lot of sport there, I was lucky enough to have my second wedding in 2014 to Jennifer Laura Kirkby on the SCG. It just happened to be one of those Saturdays where nothing else was happening after some baseball had been played and they had to reload the turf.
Yeah.
So we had our wedding on the ground.
Yeah.
And we had about 200 people there. And, if they got bored with the speeches and everything else that was going on, they could go into the dressing room or go and stand on the pitch.
And, mate, tell me, you just got up and you sang what with the dulcet tones?
No, my wife, she started it.
Oh, she started it. So what did she sing?
She sang a song that you might have heard of called Simply the Best.
Oh,
I don't know who she was talking
Simply the Best.
Yes.
But you were
Tina
just sitting
Turner.
back there being very, very humble. And what was your
I knew
retort?
I knew she was going to do something like that.
Yeah.
So I'd sort of done a little preparation, and I replied not with a speech but with a song.
And what was the song?
Dream lover, until then I'll go to sleep. And
you will put us to sleep. Now we want
Bobby Darin. Dream Lover from 1960. That was my attempt at singing it. Now Green bowls after the break, and he's pushed away on the onside. Jerome Blackwood has come out to replace Bonner.
Were you lucky enough to get a recording of it?
I can get it for you if you want it.
Well, no, I was thinking you might give it to someone, but not me.
Oh, it's all on videotape. The whole thing, don't worry.
Anyway.
It was a no ball, by the way. That
Let's get back to the cricket.
Yeah.
New batsmen's in. They should get forward square in at bat pad. Green has got plenty of momentum, rhythm.
He's bowling now. Jerome Blackwood, who's a little fella. He's just across his stumps and he pushes away down towards mid-on. But he's got a pretty handy Test record. Where is he, Rick? In the 30s? Somewhere in there. There's no West Indies batsman who averages over 40 in Test cricket. I think that Craig Brathwaite's probably the pick, but that's one of the reasons why they've struggled a lot in recent Test cricket. Just trying to find a way to get runs. Green bowls now. Blackwood is hitting around the corner off the boot, I think, as he tried to flip that away. And Rod Tucker is now going to touch his leg very daintily, and the score moves to 107.
I just think when a person comes in to start with, and you've got a bloke who's 6'7", bowling with good rhythm, he's up around 140 or thereabouts or plus, and you've got 600, you don't need forward square. Just get him in there at bat pad underneath the grill. And just put.
What about the leg slip? Need him?
No.
No, take him out. Okay.
No.
Green comes in and he bowls now, and Brathwaite pushes away down towards midnight. Okay, set the field for us, Kim.
Well, it's the most overrated position of all time. I can't remember, unless Steve Smith a few years ago would get caught in the leg
David
gully.
Gow caught down there.
Well, yeah, once in a blue moon. Just get rid of... so you put leg slip into the bat pad, leg side,
right,
obviously, and take forward square into gully or third slip. Cover that area there.
Two slips gully, leg slip. Green goes in, and Brathwaite pushes away towards where that short leg should have been, and there would have been another wicket, but he wasn't. He was out at square leg.
Well, he would have snaffled it. Well, it certainly, when I say didn't lob, but he just hit it there. I mean, Green's 6'7", going to get some extra pace and bounce from the wicket. You've got 600. It doesn't matter how many they go for, but just put a bit of not only psychological pressure.
One for 108. Here comes Green. And back and across and down the line of middle and leg. He plays it to Cummins, who's there at mid-on. One for 108. Rick.
Ayers averages the highest of the current West Indian team, 38.9. Bonner 37.5, Brathwaite's 34.5, and Blackwood, who's just come in, 31.29.
Right. Ooh. Thank you for those stats, which are interesting. Yes, we'll say that. As Green goes in and Brathers gets a single as he pushes in front of the guy at cover, mid off. Cummins coming around to pick up, and he didn't pick up. He misfielded. So it's 1 for 109, and Ali Mitchell's going to come in and join Kim Hughes as the West Indies try to keep this partnership alive.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
You don't stop, come on, give them more of that funky horn. What's that?
Morning, everybody. Good morning to you, Kim.
Good morning.
Well,
and you've changed the dazzling blue into dazzling red.
I've gone very pillar box, it's fair to say, today. Normally this should perhaps be kept for the Boxing Day test, shouldn't it? Maybe I'll bring it back out for Melbourne and be all festive. We've seen a fair amount of action, haven't we, this morning so far in this session. Cameron Green getting his first bowl and managing to find the helmet of Bonner. He's now gone off.
And look good, Cameron Green. Easily over 140. And I just thought the field setting for him was just right, and would have taken a catch in at bat pad if they had, I thought, the right field setting.
Start continuing, 1 for 109 over the wicket, not far away from the bat of Brathwaite. The little dabble outside the off stump through to Alex Carey with the hacked slip cord and 3 slips in the gully there. Nathan Lyon is now doing some arm bowls and warming up. But the pace attack from the Australians this morning, Cummins and Hazelwood in particular, absolutely relentless. And the change comes, and it's Cam Green, and he starts off with that bouncer, clocking Bonner on the helmet.
Well, he's almost looked the most dangerous from ball one. Well, you're not bad when you're 6'7".
Well, that's right. You see him standing alongside Cummins and Hazelwood, and he doesn't look like the 23-year-old he is. Stark bounding in, getting in behind this one. Brathwaite needs to get up on his toes as well. He's on 31 to play a sort of gritty kind of innings.
Yeah, you just get the feeling, Alison, that if they get a wicket, they might get 2 or 3 in there. I just get that feeling.
Well, I think it's his top 4 that do look to pride themselves on some form of resistance and stickability and that mindset to bat for a long period. And such a shame, therefore, that they've lost Bonner, who is one of those certainly who prides himself on a sort of gritty form of batting. Stark in, length defended, angled out to line at point, no run.
I have a look at averages. In our era, only the real greats averaged 50 plus, and that was Viv, Greg Chappell, and I think Javed Miandad. And the really, really good players averaged 43, 44, Greenwich Haynes, Clive Lloyd of ilk. Whereas now, there are a lot of players are averaging 50 plus.
Yep, aren't you?
Very good players, but I wouldn't say great players. I don't know whether it's because the wickets have got, or certainly the West Indies quicks aren't around bowling anymore.
We'll talk about Rawalpindi in a moment as Stark is in. Just have fraction outside the off stump, driven out through the covers by Brathwaite. Pick up 2, Lyon is after it. Fields in the deep and sends the ball back into Alex Carey. So 2 taking West Indies to 1 for 111, 487 behind still. Rawalpindi, what on earth did you make him of the scorecard?
Well, I thought it must have been 5 20-20 games. At the rate that they were scoring, just go through it, Alison.
Well, in the first, I looked actually the first 12 overs, England were about the same score as Pakistan were in the final of the T20 World Cup at the 12-over mark. But they sustained it. They kept it going throughout the whole day. Most runs scored in the first ever Test match ever, the 506 for 4. Stark goes in full, looking to drive once more. Hasn't quite timed it. That's a Labuschagne at mid-off, and there's no run. Extraordinary that England have been able to translate this attacking brand of cricket to take it abroad.
And I put I suppose Brendan McCullum, I think, has done an amazing job. And guess what he's done? He said, boys, we're just going to go and have some fun. Let's get out there like you did as a young lad, have some fun, watch ball, hit ball, keep it simple, but back the players in, and they have responded accordingly. Breathtaking.
Yep, it's only been the once so far, and it hasn't worked. They came unravelled at Lords against South Africa. Stark in, fraction back of a length, runs out here through the covers. Chase back for mid-off. They've taken 2, picked up in the deep, 1 for 113. And 485 runs behind.
That was a nice shot off the back foot. Nice punch. Has been there long enough now to be able to do that.
Yeah, the notable, it seems to be a pretty flat pitch in Rawalpindi, but 4 of the 6 bowlers used all on Test debut, so there's a lot of inexperience there, but he's still got to going out and playing. And from the highlights that I have seen, proper cricket shots, a lot of them not wild slogging. The crowd noting that Nathan Lyon is going to come on and have a bowl. That's the cheer.
I would have given Cameron Green another over.
He was looking threatening, wasn't he?
Well, he didn't bat. And so he hasn't done anything, not through his own volition, in the first 2 days. He's 23, jumping out of his skin, and giving 1 more over. Well, I would have thought, and because I've just felt, just watching, that he's looked almost our most threatening bowler.
How many did he have? Was it 3 from that end?
4
overs.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, maybe it could be part of him being managed, maybe.
Managed. Look, I know down the track, but this is his first game for a fair while,
well,
a
he
month.
was managed in the 1 days, wasn't he? He wasn't played in the last couple of 1 days in order to...
That's right, but you're playing in front of your home crowd, not that it's huge in that, and you'd be saying, just give me the ball, skipper. Give me 1 more.
Jermaine Blackwood facing up to Lyons, a leg slip and a short leg. So Lyon shaven-headed in now to Blackwood, who goes back, whacks it into the ground and is fielded by short leg Labuschagne. Getting a hand to it, good reflexes there in that position under the helmet. The backward point in place. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket well in front of square. It's a shortish mid-on in some ways. And a deep backward square leg. Lyon is in, going back once again. Squeezes this between leg slip and short leg. Out to Mitch Stark there in the deep. And the single's taken. So Blackwood off the mark. 1 for 114. That sole wicket, that of Tej Chanderpaul in the first over of the day, really searching over from Hazelwood. He beat the bats time and time again, eventually did find the edge, not until the one edge had flown down to the deep third boundary through the slip cordon for 4. That brought up Chanderpaul's maiden Test 50, which he felt in a way he deserved just through having come through the tricky barrage he faced late last night to leave him 47 not out overnight.
It was a pretty tough christening. Welcome to Test cricket.
So Brathwaite faces up to Lyon, comes forward, takes him on. Aerial over the top on the leg side. Stark makes some good ground to pick up as they come back for the second. And the throw is grabbed in the end by Carey, stretching his right glove above his head and coming forward in front of the wickets.
Well, Nathan Lyon won't mind that at all. He's got a shortish mid-wicket, but then a not a long on, but halfway in between long on and normal mid-on.
Will Brathwaite look to target Lyon again here and go aerial? Plays a little more carefully, shout of catch. It's a leg slip, which is Warner there. Dropped just in front of him. Khawaja sweeping up. A single taken. 1 for 117. One way or another, things are happening. That little bit of bounce wasn't far away from Warner's hand.
No, just maybe lobbed just in front of him.
Blackwood now scraping away to take guard. Whether they see this as a little bit of release of the relentless pressure of the quicks, but then you take on the skill and the guile of Australia's best spinner. Around the wicket with the off break, going back again. It balloons just up a touch but drops safely in the turf, not far away from the feet of the batter. So not within reach of short leg or leg slip, but they are being kept interested in that position. The right-hander taps his bat against the ground. Blackwood awaits. Bright sunshine in Perth. Lyon in, and Blackwood is forward. A little more purpose this time and finding more of the middle of the bat along the ground up to Cam Green on the leg side. It's the end of not an eventful over. 1 for 117. West Indies 81 runs behind. So Brathwaite 38. Blackwood just 1 run to his name after the end of that opening Nathan Lyon over. And Nkrumah Bonner went off with concussion, so he's retired hurt. That's why we have Blackwood out there alongside Brathwaite.
Now, Alison, what's your thought? They've got drinks on the ground. You should only have 1 drinks break in between each session.
Did he call for any kind of kit change? I mean, whether that's suggesting it's a ruse?
Umpires should just tell the drinks blokes to get off the ground. They've already had the concussion fellow that came off for that. It's not as if it's 120 in the shade. It's a beautiful, very pleasant day. And the umpires should take control. You have 1 drinks break. And that just for them to come on and have a bit of a drink. It's Test cricket. It's not under 8s.
I don't know whether he did ask for a change of glove or something, but...
Mate, he's just come in.
He should have his kit with him, in fairness.
He's just come in. He's been there for 10 or 15 minutes and he wants to change the gloves. Please.
Well, at least it was at the end of an over. And
I wonder why the over rate can be pretty poor.
Stark, with his long run-up, comes in to Brathwaite on 38. 2 slips and the gully. Stark bounds in, bowls across him. He's angled it into the ground and wide of gully, and it's a chase for Nathan Lyon at backward point into the deep. Single added. Brathwaite creeps on to 39. Really tough going for them out there today.
And just getting back to the Rawalpindi game, I think there were 4 Englishmen scored centuries.
Yep, they did.
In a day's play.
Including Harry Brook. I don't know whether you've seen much footage of him, Kim. I mean, he was playing proper cricket shots in some ways, reminiscent of Kevin Peterson, but the fastest Test 100 for England ever was off 76 balls. And he hit his 100 coming off 80 balls.
Wow.
So he's actually the 3rd fastest because Johnny Bairstow brought his century up off 77 balls last summer. Stark in, defence from Blackwood coming quite high off the bat, angled into that offside and no run.
And he was one player in particular that really benefited from that Brendan McCullum coming along and getting rid of all the other stuff, because you're at Test cricket level.
Well, the opener, Zach Crawley, who really, he could have been dropped several times in his career, but they stuck with him, and he scored the fastest 100 by an England Test opener of 86 balls.
Yeah, well, it's exciting. Gee, you would have thought it's, well...
Do you feel a bit for the Pakistan attack?
Not really.
Or for many attacks that are going to come up against England in that kind of mode. Stark in again, straight at that time. Blackwood forced to play, defends back up the pitch into the onside, and there is no run.
Because I think at the elite level, it's a pretty simple game, and there's a great saying, 10 words, 2 letters in each word. If it is to be, it is up to me. At the end of the day, the coach, your mentor, whatever it is, they don't cross the field. The player does. And they, male or female, should take responsibility. And good coaching's about that. I'm here to support you, comfort the troubled, trouble the comfortable.
A coach is a facilitator in ways, isn't it, to bring out the best in his charges. Back of the length, forcing defence from Blackwood, having to get that front elbow really high. And he's not a tall man either, no. Blackwood. He's very short of stature. Probably the shortest in the West Indies side. Really noticeable when he stands in the slip corner alongside Jason Holder.
Oh, yeah.
We were noting yesterday. But he's also a really nuggety batter as well. I remember watching him in 2020 when West Indies toured England. He was the game changer, the match winner when West Indies won the Test match as they did in Southampton then. In fact, he only made that squad because a couple of players decided not to travel because of COVID. Stark in, back of the length, forced again to defend and really get up on the toes and get in behind a quick delivery, thudding it back down into the pitch in defence.
Yeah,
but he faced a really hostile attack in that match. Jofra Archer was playing in that Test side. Yeah,
Gee, I hope
absolutely steaming in.
I hope he's going to be right for the Ashes back in England. Well, he's an exciting player.
They're still very much, again, sort of looking after him. So I think he's hoping to be back and ready and playing, but short form cricket
to start
with. Yep. And then I've no doubt he will be built up and
condition.
Have him ready for Australia's tour next English summer. Little Fuller from Stark beats the bat into the gloves of Carey. It flew through to the keeper. Blackwood pressed forward the defensively angled bat, and it just seemed to fizz past him.
Some seem to be really just going through, and Carey, the wicketkeeper, took that above it or head height, and others are down by their ankles, so a bit of variation.
1 for 118 at the end of that Mitchell Stark over. Brathwaite is on 39 and Blackwood with him on 1. Now I've got a question here which might be for Rick. Was Travis Head's 99 the first 99 at Perth Stadium? The MCG has 10 players out for 99 and the old Wacker 7. The Wacker has the world record of 2 players out for 99 on the same day. As Lyon is in for a new over to Brathwaite, who goes back and then shoulders arms and allows the ball to thud into him. 3 around the bat in slip, leg slip and short leg. As I say, good morning to Kristen Beams.
Hi, Ali. This is the perfect time for me to come in. I love seeing Nathan Lyon on a bouncy wicket.
I thought you were going to say you love answering the questions about the 99s. Looking to sweep. He's got something on it, down for 4. Down to fine leg. Usman Khawaja was up short. And just managing to get down low. Bottom edges it into the ground. Make sure it's safe.
It's a brave shot, I think, with the field in place. You're not really sure how much bounce he's going to get, but I think they have to do that with this field, is try and take it on where they can.
Lyon past the umpire, around the wicket now to Brathwaite, and he defends solidly into the onside, and there's no run. And the reason that question about the 99s came in is because one of those out for 99 alongside 2 on the same day was a certain Mr. Hughes with a certain Mr. Boycott in the same match, and Kimms has left the commentary position. As Lyon comes in again, Fuller, well fielded by Labuschagne. In that short leg position, flung himself down to the ground. It was turned into the onside by Brathwaite.
Boycott's 99 was not out, as was Steve Waugh's a bit later on. But there are 5 others, including Kim Hughes's.
Around the wicket line again. Not offering a shot. Off the thigh pad, getting outside the line of the leg stump and fielded by Warner. That wasn't a declaration, was it? I mean, you can't say... Geoffrey Boycott was never left stranded on 99, was he?
Certainly not out. Just scorecard.
I don't think anyone would be brave enough. Lyon in, defended again into the ground, and Labuschagne fields at short leg. It's tight eye over again from Nathan Lyon, 1 for 122. Brathwaite's inching up towards a half century. He's on 43 now. But West Indies are really up against it, 476 behind.
Yeah, he batted through the innings. 99 not out. Opening and batting. All out for 215.
Oof. He wouldn't have been happy.
Australia winning by 138 runs. Kim Hughes 99 in the first innings.
Oh, Kim would have been the happier then on the winning side. Well, Kristen, what have you made of then of the Quicks effort as well this morning?
Oh, they've been relentless on the right lines and lengths, and I think that's been the really big difference. Josh Hazlewood, to me, that felt like a masterclass this morning, and the number of plays and misses. But we also didn't see him go away from trying to hit that really nice line and length. They didn't get too greedy to either dig in the short ball too much or get up and full.
Blackwood on strike, 2 slips and the gully for Stark. Over the wicket, short ball. He's able to duck underneath it, just flexes the knee. And the ball flew through at comfortable height. Stark is looking over towards the square leg umpire. And
did he not think that was above shoulder height? I think that might have been the query from his point of view.
Well, no, the message from square leg is a bit of a shrug of the shoulder.
You never get that changed. I mean, as a player, you always say to yourself, there's no need for me to interact with the umpire because they're never going to change their mind, but you actually can't help yourself.
Second nature, right?
Yeah, it is.
Blue sky, just a couple of cotton wool clouds above Perth Stadium. Tall, dark-haired Stark is in, has Blackwood again up on his toes to defend the ball on a length, which just gets up enough that forces him into a defensive attitude to get that front elbow really high again.
To answer your first question, Alison, 99 by head is the first one at the screen. In fact, there are no scores between 80 and a century other than Hedge 99 yesterday.
Oh, there you go. The 3
ground.
tests
it's
played.
The third test. Yeah.
Exactly. You're building up your bank of database, though, year by year. It's happened to have a bit of a COVID lull. Stark running in. Shadow is directly beneath his feet as we approach midday. Goes past the bat, through to Carey. Oh, Phil Stark's getting a little closer. He's beaten a couple of times. Stark bowling from the members' end of the ground, over the wicket to the right-hander. Good pace, good accuracy.
He's got that really nice point of difference. Obviously the left arm coming across, but also he's bowled sort of back of a length shorter. But then when he gets it full, I think from a batter point of view, there's not a lot you can do. He had to play it at that delivery. It's just really high-class fast bowling.
It doesn't matter who the change bowler is, whether it's Cam Green, Nathan Lyon, Mitch Stark. There is no respite. Stark and again, a little fuller. Forward defended. Stark picking up in his follow-through. And no run taken. Just under 4,500 in today, the crowd. So it's got lower day by day so far. Whether it will pick up later on in the day. Certainly hope that now that we're going to get weekend play, that a few more people will come in on Saturday. Those upper reaches, apart from those directly above us, the rest of the ground, the upper tier is empty. But some good colour with the yellow and the gold, I should say, and the green of the Australian colours. Stark in, back of a length, goes down the leg side this time. Shouldering of arms, a big leave from Blackwood, almost pirouetting as he went to follow that ball through into the gloves of Alex Carey behind him. It's a searching passage of play. There's been no respite. Bonner off, having been struck on the head by Cam Green bouncer in his first over of the match. First over for Cam Green, playing Test cricket in Perth, no less. It's a hostile delivery. That's why Blackwood is out there. Taps his bat against the ground and then waits. Stock still as Stark is in outside the off stump, pushes that across the right-hander, and he's able to let that one go. End of the over. West Indies 1 for 122. So they're still 476 runs behind. Kyle Mayers is will have his pads on, I'm sure. He's due next in. And Jason Holder for the West Indies. And then Joshua De Silva, the wicket-keeper, in at 7 before you're into the bowlers of Chase, Joseph, Roach and Seals. So far, just that one wicket today of Tej Chanderpaul. These two have got to keep the Aussies at bay, which is a hard task.
It really is, and you feel like if they might pick up a wicket that things could maybe happen a little bit quickly, unfortunately, because of the concussion sub there. But I think they'd be thinking if they can just hold on for a little bit longer. And when does the concussion sub come into play?
We have to put in a formal request within the 36 hours. Line again, going back. Nudged into the leg side, and Labuschagne still there under the helmet at short leg. Warner at leg slip. Steve Smith standing at first slip with that hip problem as well, so he's not terribly mobile in that position. But yeah, concussion sub can be brought in. And goes line, use of the feet, back down the ground, over his head. Expansive shots from Brathwaite. Has he got it over the rope? Or did it bounce just in front? The crowd down there is signalling it's a 6. Craig Brathwaite, West Indies captain, taking on the spin of Nathan Lyon, and it was a dance down, and he's planted the ball over the rope, just to the side of the sight screen.
Lovely shot, use of feet, coming down the wicket. You've got to try and take on Nathan Lyon here, but it does also bring applause from Pat Cummins.
Yeah, he's stationed at mid-on. He had to chase back, attempted sweep and a miss this time. It's gone down the leg side, and Brathwaite left on one knee and slightly overbalancing after he played the shots. Yeah, got mid-off and mid-on both up at the moment, so it is inviting Brathwaite, if he wants to take Lyon on again. That's the second time we've seen him play a lofted shot against him, this time covering up. And Green comes forward from mid-wicket. Languidly bends down to pick up. On for 128. Brathwaite, 49 not out now. 1/2 century in this West Indies side already for Chanderpaul. In goes Lyon. Forward. Or rather sliding off the face of the bats up towards mid-off. And Cummins picks up. And Brathwaite prods away at the pitch. On the cusp of a 1/2 century in this opening test match. Lyon, a swirl of his right arm before he approaches the crease. Bowls now going back, a flick of the wrists by Brathwaite, and the West Indies captain jogs through for the single that brings up a battling 50. In the face of a relentless fast bowling attack, he's also played more expansively against Nathan Lyon. A couple of attacking strokes, including the 6. Brathwaite is 50 not out, a commendable 1/2 century.
Yeah, it's been a really good 50. He's looked so good. And what can he do from here?
Well, it's a challenge for the West Indies. They've got to stick it out. They've got to also make sure that scoreboard does move. It's 1 for 129. Having a change in commentary here. Clint Wilden coming in.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Hello, KB. This has been interesting. I've really enjoyed this. This is a good battle again from the West Indies bats out there. Brathwaite absolutely deserves the 1/2 century. Had a few nervous moments along the way, and the Aussies have beaten the bat again and again and again, but still, this is great Test cricket to watch. Intriguing as Stark, the left armour, away from us again and bowls, and flick past second slip, diving across, couldn't get there. Brathwaite with a boundary off the bat. Oh, Smith, he was not far away. How close was that as Stark came in over the wicket? It was an edge, and it's bounced just in front of him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's carrying.
No.
Even with an additional slip in there, so... But it's... Oh, we just see him actually grab his hip there a little bit too, Steve Smith, so feeling a little bit ginger, but this is what Mitchell Stark can do. I like the combination of having Lyon and Stark bowling in partnership. It's nearly like okay, we're going to all-out attack. I think it'd be easy to go with a Hazelwood and Stark combination.
Stark's away again, bowling and up onto the toes as Brathwaite, fending it away out towards point for no run.
But Brathwaite is looking more and more comfortable. We've seen him hit off the back foot, getting it at the top of the bounce. We've seen him use his feet against the spinners. So even though they've battled hard, I think there's been some really quality bowling so far today. It's actually really nice to see him sort of expanding his game a little bit more. I think you can't get stuck in your shell against Australia. If you let them dictate, you're playing from the crease a lot, it's going to be tough work.
So he's 54 from 137 balls, Brathwaite. As he waits again. Stark, who's away and bowling, and Brathwaite on the drive. They'll take a single. The shy at the stumps from Cummins, who came from mid-off, missed, but he was home anyway. The West Indies skipper, 1 for 134 now, Brathwaite to 55.
And the fielding has been something that you do notice a difference between these two sides. I think when the ball has gone out to the boundary, we've seen them go in twos. We've seen more shies at the stump, putting pressure, fielders getting in there. And I think when you've got really high-quality bowling happening and you make the batters earn every run, it just becomes an additional pressure, which I don't think we saw enough from the West Indies.
Here's Stark again. 2 slips in the gully. Stark bowls onto the toes as Blackwood pushing away out towards extra cover. There's no run. Rick, did you answer this question before? I'm not sure if it was posed as I was lurking at the back of the box. Was Travis Head's 99 the first 99 here at Perth Stadium?
Yes, we did do that.
You did do that one. Yep. Sorry, apologies.
Yep. Just to back up what Kristen was saying about Brathwaite, he's taken 88 balls to get to 25 and another 47 to get to 50.
A bit different to what was happening in Pakistan. Stark his way bowling. Blackwood prods to the onside. It'll roll down towards Marnus Labuschagne, just standing a little bit off the wicket block. And a shortish mid-on.
I think with the series in Pakistan, I find it a bit interesting that every time England play well, it's always about Bazball. Whereas I just think as a player, when you play well, it's on you. And when you play poorly, it's on you. But I do think that's quite an interesting narrative that we associate with the England Test team at the moment, that a lot centres around the coach.
Stark bowls to Blackwood, who's up, getting a thick edge. Just going out wide of gully. They'll take one. He'll come back for a second. Do they want a third? No. As it's gathered about a metre or two in from the rope. Bright sunshine. The clouds, as Jim was saying earlier on, have melted away. End of the over, by the way. 1 for 136. Weather officially was about 22 degrees a short time ago, but it did seem a bit more than that downstairs.
People are taking on the sun today, which is I think just gives you a bit of a sense of that it's quite a pleasant temperature out there at the moment. I think on day one we looked out and there might have been about 3 or 4 people sitting in the sun, and everyone else was chasing the shade at this stadium. And I'm sure that the team at the moment are out there in the field going, this is actually it'd still be very warm, but I think in terms of the way the bowlers are going to be used and the spells, I don't think it's going to be as much of a talking point throughout today, but I think we are due to get some more warm weather tomorrow, so it'll become more of a factor.
It's a very pleasant day. You've got the ability to come down and watch the cricket. Absorbing battle here too. Short leg ready is lined to start in from another over, and Brathwaite defends onto the onside.
And we've seen the leg slip go out to a short 45 there, so that's a little win for Brathwaite in this contest. And also we've seen that mid-on drop back to about 3/4, so well played, Brathwaite.
Here is the captain. Battle off as line bowls and sweeping down onto one knee. Backward of square leg. Will it get past the fielder? It will. That did race away past Stark. Stark looked for a moment as if he had it covered. And that clattered into the rope. Just took a step, and Stark suddenly realised he was in strife. Wasn't going to be able to run it down, and that's a lovely shot from Brathwaite. He's 59, 1 for 140.
He's filthy at that, Mitchell Stark, because I think he just got it wrong. He didn't know whether to dive or not. And also the bowler's filthy, because that's just how all spinners work.
Line will trot in again over the wicket. Brathwaite's back and he can punch it out just into the covers. No run. he sort of misjudged it, didn't he? There was that sort of half step about whether he was thinking to dive for the slide, and then he suddenly realised, oh, I'm cooked here.
And you always say, yeah, you should dive, and then you do that.
Line bowls and Brathwaite edges, hits the ground. Smith did well, diving out to his right for a good stop. No catching chance. Nicely done though for Steve Smith. Very easy up here to say, I should have dived for that. Very, very easy.
There's nothing worse as a player. I think it's when you're also chasing one to the boundary and you don't know when to dive or just step and flick it back.
Line bowling and Brathwaite defending. Just dropping it out on the offside for a dot.
Because you don't want to look silly.
No.
You also don't want to get up and make eye contact with the bowler. There is nothing worse than when you misfield or, that ball goes for 4. If you're Mitchell Starc, you just don't want to make eye. You need to get the ball back without making eye contact with Nathan Lyon.
Here comes Lyon again, in from the Langer stand in, sweeping. Brathwaite didn't quite get to the timing of that. It will roll straight to Starc, who fields there at deepish square. That's the end of the over. Single on it. Brathwaite retains the strike. He's 60, 1 for 141. Blackwood is 3.
And it does feel like he's faced the majority of the balls in this recent little period, which is, I think that's really good leadership as well. You're leading into a lunch break. What are we, 10 or so? Longer?
Yep, a little bit more. Not too far away though. So what are we looking at? About 12 minutes away.
Yeah, so you're thinking during this time, this is where those little lapses of concentration, it actually looks like we're going to see Marnus Labuschagne bowl. And I wanted to ask him yesterday when ask him if he thought he was any chance, because he definitely comes across like the kind of batter/bowler who would be consistently saying something. Oh, he's not going to bowl. I think he's going to bowl.
Just doing a little bit of work on the ball. It will be Hazelwood. Will be bowling again.
I think he will bowl in this test.
I hope so.
I think because of the cracks in the pitch, I think they'll look at some other options. Maybe Travis Head will put his hand up as well.
Hazelwood has bowled wonderfully today. 3 slips, gully point. Hazelwood starts a new over and defending onto the offside is Brathwaite for a dot, rolling straight out towards Labuschagne, who again is doing some work on the ball.
Change of end as well for Hazelwood. Love to know the reasoning behind that, whether it's just let's try from this end. You can see that there's potentially some cracks that are starting to open. You always feel that bowlers have that nice comfort. He's bowled really well from the other end as to whether he got to kind of choose the end or
got sent there.
Maybe.
Boys of Kristen Beams alongside Clint Wilden. Hazelwood bowls and hits straight back to the bowler who did well. Brathwaite a little bit behind that. Hazelwood had to go down to his right to get his hand behind it.
I think you take it better, though, from a bowling captain.
Yeah.
If they dictate on ends.
That's true.
I think sometimes when you've got a captain who's a batter and they, start telling you about what you should do as a bowler, sometimes you think, well, actually, this is my skill set. I probably know what I should and shouldn't be doing.
Hazelwood away again. And behind him as he bowls up onto the toes. Brathwaite hits it straight out towards point for another dot. Just wanted to give a shout out. People will start accusing me of being like Jim in a moment, but someone who was quite well known here in WA, he was our 7 p.m. television sports presenter for a long time, and Clint Thomas has just had a little girl, Chloe Rose Thomas. Congratulations, CT. And I'm very pleased to let you know that she's listening to the cricket, so good to see an early indoctrination.
And he's going to get no sleep, so all the best.
No, we both understand that situation. Hazelwood away, flicked off the hit. It's worked out towards square leg. Head will go out after it. There will be a single, and Brathwaite will move to be 61. Blackwood back on strike. He's 3, 1 for 152 leg buys. So Brathwaite remains where he was in 61, I beg your pardon.
I'd love to see a little field change here, put a little bit more pressure on Blackwood. He's only on 3. We know that Brathwaite's looking more and more comfortable, but whether it is that mid-wicket coming in, either a little tighter or under the lid.
Just to apply a bit of extra pressure.
Yeah, I think so.
Hazelwood bowls up onto the toes, punching it out through extra cover. Blackwood will get one. He'll turn and come back for a second On the slide is Labuschagne. They'll settle for the 2. So with Blackwood now moving to 5, what is he, 22 deliveries he's faced. I guess for him it's let's just get to the break. But then does he start with Hean alongside his captain who's settled on 60? Do they have to start to try to up the ante a little bit for the good of the West Indies innings and for the good of the game as away Hazelwood bowls and defending Blackwood back down the pitch? Because he's been there for a bit of time now. Is it time after lunch, if they can survive till then, to try to take on the Australians? Or is it just a case of we just have to keep doing our best to stay out here for as long as possible and the runs will then come?
I think it's about just batting, but I think the other part is how they can start to get some little wins against this Australian bowling attack, whether it be we're going to see less fielders under the lid, we're going to see less in the slips court, and can we try and hit a bowler out of the attack? I think it's the sum of all of those little things that really shift the momentum for the West Indies. And I think if they can do that, all of a sudden we'll see the run rate go up a little bit. But, you know, when you're looking down at the fields that we've seen for the majority of the morning, you sort of think, well, singles are hard to come by. And there's a lot of different ways that I can get out. I think the leg slip into a short 45 is not a bad start.
Line to start another over. Brathwaite forward and getting a deliberate edge, sliding it off the bat down towards third as Hazelwood's forced to come back from point to do the fielding. So Smith's in at first slip. They've got a short leg in under the helmet. Mentioned the fielder who's been, well, it's a shortish fine leg. David Warner there. He's got the floppy and then the baggy green on over the top of that as the line continues. Defending away Blackwood. Fielder at a deep square. There's a long on. Just missed Pat Cummins there, who's at a mid-wicket, mid-off, extra cover, and then backward point. Field set for Nathan Lyon. Blackwood glances around. Has a good look on the leg side. Plenty of space, cow corner if he wants to go for a heave. Lyon bowls. Blackwood flays this away on the offside. Beautifully played. That's going to be 4. Past extra cover, no chance of stopping that from mid-off. It goes all the way to the rope, down in front of where that big group of kids been getting autographs signed all day. They've enjoyed what they've been doing as Pat Cummins is forced to go to retrieve the cricket ball. Blackwood to 9, 1 for 149, the West Indies.
That's a great shot. He's thrown it out wide, Nathan Lyon, full, and he's taken it on.
How does Lyon respond? He bowls, Blackwood back across and defending. Drops just to the offside and rolls back to the keeper.
And they're the little wins because all of a sudden we see a slightly quicker and flatter delivery from Nathan Lyon. So it is that's the little cat and mouse battle that you have with the spinner.
Lunch coming up very soon as Lyon bowls again. Attempted swing onto the onside from Blackwood. Didn't get much on it. Ball drops in front of him. Shout from behind the stumps. This Lyon. Did you get this to turn a great deal? Did wrap him high up above the forward pad. Lyon, Blackwood was more watchful forward and defends. Back to the spinner. You heard the end of the over. 1 for 149. Brathwaite 61. Blackwood is 9. Clint Wilden with you alongside Kristen Beams on Grandstand Cricket. Coming up towards lunch. Day 3 began with the West Indies none for 74. They're now 1 for 149. Chanderpaul, the player to go, was out 51. Caught by Warner in the slips and the bowling of Hazelwood after what was just a sensational first over from Josh Hazelwood. Stunning to watch, and eventually Chanderpaul had to go. On debut though for 51 from 79 balls. First over of the morning. And then Bonner was hit on the helmet by Cameron Green. He stayed around for a bit longer until there was a drinks break, and then he had to retire hurt at the drinks break on 16. Hazelwood to start another over. He's away to Brathwaite, who defends, bouncing the ball straight out towards extra cover for a dot.
Bonner faced another 20 balls before he left the field.
Voice of Rick Finlay.
Can I call you statistics guru? Do you have that on a business card? No? Oh. You should. There's a little bit of a buzz around the ground as we circle towards lunch. Hazelwood bowls and forward again is Brathwaite. Moves to be 61.
He's just been relentless, Josh Hazelwood, and you look at this field, there's still catches behind the wicket, a little bit more protection in front. Khawaja's in sort of a short cover there. So you just look around and think, well, how hard is it going to be to score through that offside?
Particularly with the way that Hazelwood's bowling. Here he is again, defending again Brathwaite, this time onto the onside down towards Cummins at mid-on. Who claims this session? West Indies, I would think, would be edging in front, just the 1 wicket to fall.
I think they've probably got their noses in front in this session.
Despite the number of times the ball has beaten the bat from the Australians.
Yeah, I think if a wicket fell now, we'd probably say, well, that's probably about even, Australia maybe. But I think if they can get to this lunch break without losing a wicket, they'd be very, very content.
Hazelwood away to Brathwaite. He bowls and Brathwaite up onto the toes. Punching the ball out towards Khawaja at extra cover, no run.
And this has been a good wicket. All of the players that we've spoken to so far in the test are saying, look, it's getting better and better. And I think we're all waiting for that point where it turns and we start talking about the cracks in the wicket and it starts to misbehave. But I don't think we've seen anything really so far. We saw the Australian bowlers get a little bit of nip early in the day, and whether they were coming off little spots on the wicket, I'm not sure.
David Warner in the floppy at first slip. Smith at second, Green at third as Hazelwood bowls. Took an inside edge from Brathwaite. Didn't convincingly play that away onto the onside as Cummins does the fielding. They'll take a single. Brathwaite to 62. First run to come off this over. Again with 4 dots. Now you would expect what should be the last ball before lunch. Labuschagne continues to polish the ball.
I think both teams are happy to end it at this over, so I don't think we'll see Josh Hazelwood try and race on in, and quite rightly, Blackwood just readjust those gloves. There's a little bit of tapping at the wicket.
Stand around. Now he's ready to go, as too is Hazelwood. He's away to Blackwood and bowls, and Blackwood defends, running it back down towards Cummins. Everyone's all content with that. Bails are flicked off. That is lunch on day 3. The West Indies resuming the morning. None for 74. Brathwaite was on 18. Chanderpaul was 47. Chanderpaul reached his half century on debut and then edged through slips. Wasn't a catching chance. Soft hands, went along the ground. The very next ball was out for 51. Caught in the slips by Warner from Hazelwood's bowling. 1 for 78 at that time. Nkrumah Bonner was struck in the helmet, just where the grill meets the cap section of helmet, by Cameron Green. As we were told by Rick Finlay, he was out there for another 20 balls after being hit, but then when drinks arrived, he had to retire hurt. He went off the ground with 16 runs to his name. It brought Brathwaite and Blackwood together, and they've been able to stay out there until lunch, with Brathwaite unbeaten on 62. Blackwood still there with 9. The 150 up. 1 for 150, the West Indies at lunch, after being in reply to the Australians who declared late yesterday. 4 for 598 declared. Sum it up for us, KB. What have you made of this first session on day 3 on Grandstand Cricket from Perth?
Well, I don't think anyone would have predicted that at the lunch break the West Indies would be 1 for 150. So I think from that point of view, I look at it and say I think they've toiled away really well in this first session. I think Brathwaite's been outstanding. We've seen him start to expand his game a little bit more, and Blackwood seems like he's come out and felt quite comfortable out there, and when he's wanted to, he's taken on the bowling. For Australia, I think they'd be sitting back saying, we couldn't have done a whole lot more. The number of plays and misses that we've seen in that first session, they have asked enough questions through this first session to have had the West Indies 3, 4 potentially wickets down. So I think you'd think it's quite even from that point of view, but given both of these two teams where they rank in the world, I think I'd have to give the session to the West Indies.
Yeah, incredible. It's not what we predicted at all, which is what's been so intriguing about this Test match. Just when you think the Australians are in a position where they could really go in and attack the West Indies have found something again and again. They've been courageous. They have been a little bit fortunate, perhaps, but they've shown some real tick-up. And this pair out there in the middle at the moment continue to do that, Brathwaite and Blackwood. Remembering that Brathwaite has been hit as well. Rick, have you got the bowling figures there for us? If you can throw them my way. Thank you for the Australians. Stark, 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 33. Hazelwood, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Cummins, 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24. Lyon, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. And Green, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 9. Thank you, Rick Finlay, who always does such outrageous work for us. So I ask you the question again, Kristen Beams. When the West Indies come back out now after lunch, do they try to up the tone, or do they just keep on keeping on?
Yeah, I think all their conversations would say, let's just keep doing what we're doing. I think because it's working. I think if they go away from that, if we see some lulls in scoring where they're getting a little bit more tied down, I think they're more likely to have some conversations to say, okay, how are we going to go about it? But what I think they have done is they've changed the field sets for Australia. I don't think no one's been hit out of the attack. I think this is a world-class bowling unit, but I think what they have done is we've seen some of those fielders spread out a little bit more, and it's opened up their scoring. So I think that's going to be their focus coming out. And if they can keep the Australians out there for a longer period of time, they'll be thinking we can cash in at the back end of this day if we can get through this next session as well.
Thank you to you. Look forward to seeing you after lunch, and indeed in the third session as well. Grandstand at lunch coming up with Matt Clinch. He'll go through the morning session, have all the highlights for you. We'll go around the grounds to see what's happening between Queensland and WA at the Gabba, and also catch up with the latest from Bellerive, Tasmania taking on South Australia there. Repeating lunch on day 3. In reply to Australia's first innings of 4 for 598 declared, the West Indies are 1 for 150. Brathwaite 62 and Blackwood is on 9. Lots more to come. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, the ABC Sport button. Here at a sunny Perth Stadium, let's take the latest from the ABC News.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Relatives of Lynette Sims have welcomed a lengthy jail sentence handed to her husband, former Sydney teacher Chris Dawson. That's the end of a long and painful journey. The 74-year-old will spend at least 18 years in prison for Lynette's 1982 murder after a judge today described her as faultless and undeserving of her fate. Her body's never been found, and Lynette's family has now said they'd like her to be remembered by her maiden name. Outside court, her brother Greg Sims said no sentence is long enough for taking someone's life.
At last we have justice for Lynn, and that was our main aim. For our family, Lynn will always be remembered as a happy, gentle, generous and loving daughter, sister, mother, niece, aunt and friend.
ACT Director of Public Prosecutions Shane Drumgold has announced the charge against former Liberal Party staffer Bruce Lehrmann for the alleged rape of Brittany Higgins will be dropped. The case went to trial in October this year but was aborted due to juror misconduct. A retrial was scheduled for February next year, but Mr Drumgold says concerns about the risk to Ms Higgins' mental health if the case returns to court means the charges will be withdrawn. Mr Lehrmann has pleaded not guilty and maintains that he didn't rape Ms Higgins. A Darwin court has been told alleged Islamic State terrorist Neil Prakash has had his Australian citizenship reinstated. Jono Gibson has more.
Neil Prakash was deported from Turkey to Darwin overnight and faced the local court via video link earlier today. During an application for his extradition to Melbourne, a detective attached to the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team was asked to confirm the 31-year-old's identity. He told the court Mr Prakash had distinctive scars and a tattoo with the name of a family member. He also said that in recent weeks, officials had informed Mr Prakash that his Australian citizenship, which was stripped in 2018, had been reinstated. The judge ordered the accused to be extradited to Melbourne to face the Magistrates Court by the 9th of December.
WA Premier Mike McGowan says despite what mining companies are saying, new federal industrial relations laws will not cause more strikes. The Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill passed federal parliament today and will encourage new multi-employer pay deals, which the government says will result in higher wages for workers. Some of WA's largest mining companies have voiced concerns that this could incite more industrial action. Mr McGowan says he doubts that will happen.
I don't think they were scaremongering, but I don't think it will result in the outcomes they're suspecting. All it's designed to do, as I understand it, is lift the paying conditions, particularly of the lowest paid people in our community.
The future of a multi-billion-dollar offshore gas project is in doubt following a federal court ruling. It's being hailed as a landmark win for traditional owners on the Tiwi Islands. Samantha Dick reports.
Gas company Santos was delivered a significant blow when a federal court judge found the environmental approval for its Barossa project was invalid earlier this year. Santos quickly launched an appeal, which was heard in the federal court last month. The federal court today announced it has dismissed that appeal, casting doubt over the future of its $4.7 billion project in waters north of the Tiwi Islands. The Manupi clan, which had claimed the gas company and the federal government failed to ensure they were properly consulted about the project, is celebrating today's decision.
A critical incident has been declared after an Indigenous man died in police custody in the New South Wales Central West. Here's Molly Gorman.
The Law Enforcement Conduct Commission says it's monitoring the circumstances around how the 40-year-old man died at the Orange Police Station this morning. Police say the man had been arrested yesterday morning following reports of a domestic violence incident, but a short time later he became ill and paramedics were called. He was taken to hospital but later discharged and taken back to the station where he assisted detectives with their inquiries. Paramedics were called back to the station this morning over concerns for his welfare, but despite their efforts, he died while in police custody.
3 children have been rescued from a river in the New South Wales Upper Hunter. Emergency services were called to the Hunter River near Denman about midday. Police have told the ABC the trio is safe and well. And Peru's Congress has approved a motion to start impeachment proceedings against President Pedro Castillo. The move has been promoted by opposition MPs, marking the third formal attempt to oust the leftist leader since he took office last year. The South American country has 5 acting presidents since 2016 because of dismissals and resignations. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
With ABC Listen, explore a whole new world of podcasts and live radio, like unpicking fast fashion in Veronica Milsom's podcast, Threads.
The marketing tricks being used on us right now.
Or learning to spend less and live better with Nazim Hussein's Pineapple Project.
Do we all really need it? And if we do, how do we get it for cheap?
The ABC Listen app.
A whole new world of live radio and on-demand audio entertainment.
Download it now from your app store.
Welcome to Grandstand at Lunch on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
The West Indies have been playing and missing a lot, but they're hanging around as the Aussies pick up only 1 wicket in the opening session of Day 3. Lunch in Perth in the first test between Australia and the West Indies. The West Indies 1 for 150 with Craig Brathwaite on 62, Jermaine Blackwood on 9. No shortage of drama that took place through the first session after Australia declared 4 down for 598. Travis Head bowled on 99, but the West Indies openers survived 25 overs last night without the loss of a wicket. They were none for 74. Taj Nareen Chanderpaul out for 50. A fantastic first over for Josh Hazlewood when he eventually fell off the 6th ball of the first over. Perfect line and length from Hazlewood getting the edge. And then Nakuma Bona, who came in and looked relatively settled, but unfortunately struck on the helmet from Cameron Green. He didn't feel well, and then at the drinks innings, he was at the drinks break, decided to retire. At that stage, the West Indies were 1 for 106. Here were some of the highlights as heard on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket.
Slips are a bit closer together. There's no gully. Here comes Hazlewood, and he's edging and he's out. Caught by Warner at slip. Well, watching this over, you were starting to think, when will someone nick it into the slips? And that's what's happened. On this occasion, Chanderpaul compelled to play at the ball and took the edge and went straight into the cupped hands of David Warner, about knee height in the slips. The first wicket falls. Relief for Australia in a way, because they couldn't pick up a pole last night. Chanderpaul's outstanding debut innings has come to an end on the back of exceptional bowling from Josh Hazlewood. He's out for 51 and it's 1 for 78.
Looks as if he might be coming off.
Who?
The batsman. Yeah, it looks like...
Yes. What's he got, delayed concussion? What's happened to him?
Yeah, well, one of the assistants was out there and had a chat to him, and he waved his hand, so it looks as if he's going to come off the ground and then be replaced by the next batsman.
You wonder where that's heading, don't you, with the
concussion.
Potential concussion.
Yes.
So, wow. Bonner retiring.
Yeah.
On 16.
Well, hopefully he recovers well.
Ryan, a swirl of his right arm before he approaches the crease. Bowles now going back, a flick of the wrists by Brathwaite, and the West Indies captain jogs through for the single that brings up a battling 50. In the face of a relentless fast bowling attack, he's also played more expansively against Nathan Lyon. A couple of attacking strokes, including the 6. Brathwaite is 50 not out, a commendable half-century.
Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Highlights of the opening session of Day 3 from Perth Stadium. The West Indies 1 for 150 with Brathwaite on 62 and Blackwood on 9. Matt Clint's with you for Grandstand Lunch alongside former Australian captain Kim Hughes and former West Indies captain Carl Hooper. Kim, credit to the Australian bowlers. They toiled away hard. But you've got to give credit to the West Indies. They were able to hang in there and they're still there at 1 for 150 with Brathwaite, their captain, leading the way.
Yes, look, it was really good Test cricket. I must admit, I was really impressed with Cameron Green. And he seemed to come on, and from ball 1 was around 140 plus mark. I thought the field they set for Cameron was... Look, I would have liked to have seen someone in a bat pad the whole time rather than the slip leg gully. I think that's an overrated position. And one of the batsmen might have been Bonner. I think earlier on sort of pushed one or sort of deflected one in short, which would have gone to hand anyway. But look, it was an interesting session. The West Indies have gutsed it out. They're in a good, strong position. But you just felt that... Carl, that there was almost going to be a wicket or two, but they managed to hang in there.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of plays and misses, but I suppose we could look back to yesterday where, Labuschagne on numerous occasions would get the inside edge past the leg stump and picking up boundaries. But look, I thought it was a gripping session at Test cricket, and what I liked is the way the captain, Craig Brathwaite, obviously fought really hard this morning, and I think at one time I glanced at the scoreboard and he was on 29 from nearly 100 balls. But then as his innings progressed, slowly but surely, you could see him taking the fight to the Australians. I mean, one big 6 off line over long on, looking to sweep. And I think that's important. Not only you want to survive, but you also want to show that you want to score.
Exactly, and you need the scoreboard ticking over and rotating the strike.
That's right.
Otherwise, the bowler can get in the rhythm.
Get on top. Exactly. And I think we're going to see more of that as the game progresses, providing he stays out there. And also, Jermaine Blackwood, he's naturally an aggressive player.
Yep.
And he was very subdued there. That's not the Jermaine Blackwood that I know. He's a very, very aggressive player. But I'm sure as he gets into it, you'll see more shots from him.
Well, he played one magnificent drive on one knee. That is exciting when someone gets down on that one knee and crashes it through the covers off Nathan Lyon. That was a beautiful shot. That got you excited.
That got me excited. I mean, it's good to see also, I don't know if you guys have seen a lot of Craig Brathwaite. He doesn't really use his feet. He doesn't hit sixes. And I was a bit surprised when I saw him dance down the wicket and loft line over long on for 6.
Yeah.
But look, all good signs for West Indies. But look, don't let's get too excited. This is just the first day of the third session. And as Kim, this game can change very, very quickly. And the amount of plays and misses that we've seen this morning, you sort of wonder, is this going to continue?
Yeah. Well, were you surprised that, look, Cameron Green bowled 4 overs? And I know they say he's going to be managed, but he didn't get a bat. And
he's looked as threatening as anybody. He's certainly, at 6'6" or 7, had some real bounce. And I just don't see any value at all having 4 on the leg side. Bat pad, mid-on, fine leg, and the rest... in the slip scored a mid-off and a forward point. I was surprised that he didn't get one more over.
Well, I suppose with 600 for 4 on the cans, you can't afford to have those guys catching. The last thing you want to see is the ball nick and it flies through slip. As you mentioned, you're not a big fan of the leg gully and the catching guys at leg slip and so on. But I thought, he looked really good this morning. He was the one that clunked Bond in the head, and I was surprised to see him, withdrawn from the attack so soon.
Well, I tell you, I was pretty happy with a batsman. Of course. taken off and have a rest.
Yes, of course.
And I know he's got to be managed, but I just thought one more over, and he was in good rhythm. He just seemed to flow. He's such a natural cricketer, brilliant in the field, and wow, he's got an exciting future in front of him.
Oh, sure, and he's young. I mean, I'm probably during the T20s you would have heard me. I've always been singing his praises because I'm a massive Green fan. I just think he's got so much upside, and he's young. And there's very few times you find a cricketer that comes along that can probably make the side as a bowler or a batsman. That's the ultimate all-rounder. So I rate him as high as, maybe not quite now, but I think he can be just as good number-wise as a Jack Ellis.
Yeah. Well, I've said I coached him when he was batting. I certainly didn't coach him in bowling. Could not bowl a hoop down a hill, yours truly. But when he was 13, 14, and then 15, and then he grew about 5 or 6 inches. But he could be the world's best all-round if he stays fit.
Without a doubt. He's young, he's strong. Bowls... looks like he can easily bowl in the mid-140s without trying, and he's tall, which he gets bounce.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how they use him after lunch. But I think don't waste him. You want to get him involved in this game, ASAP.
Yeah.
So from that opening session, just the 1 wicket for the Australians, 76 runs for the West Indies from 26 overs. I think the TV crews are going to start counting the players and misses from the West Indies batsmen. But Tajnarine Chanderpaul, we were just chatting, Carl, about his father, Shiv, having watched him play in those PM's 11. He would no doubt be giving his son some feedback when he speaks to him. He got to the half-century, but unfortunately fell the next ball after that. So he would be thrilled with the way he started his international career, but still a few lessons, no doubt, to be learned.
Well, definitely. I mean, you were saying it, but funny enough, I had a conversation sometime yesterday with Brian Lara, and he was saying that, let me show you a text that came from his dad.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. So Shiv in this, in Canberra, he made 100, made 50 odd. He got 50 odd here. But after the 100 in Canberra, apparently, there was some conversations back and forth before him and his dad. And Brian, I think, was speaking to somebody from the group, and the conversation went as follows. Well, Shiv getting in touch with his dad, and his dad saying, well, look, yes, he's played well. But mate, don't get ahead of yourself. There are quite a few more things to learn. We got some things we've got to work on. I mean, this is a 26-year-old on his first tour to Australia, just cracked 100, made a 50. Do you think you'd be swooning and and allowing him to bathe in the moment? But this is shifting around trying to pause, saying, "Hey, mate, just hold your horses."
Carl, I do a lot of talks in the business fields, and they often, which is a real mistake, say it was a great week, but. And it's a terrible word, but then they seem to tell you in great delight how you messed up. I think in the art of teaching or coaching, you never start from the negative. You always start from the positive. What did you do well, and what could you do better?
Yes.
And I can remember my coach, late and great person, Frank Parry, and I was having the second year blues, and I made about 2 or 3 low scores of ducks in a row. Some would suggest I didn't improve too much, but I did have the odd. But he'd ring me up when I'm looking at the scoreboard thinking, well, I'm not going to go to practice tomorrow. I'll just, maybe go with my mates. And he'd ring me up, always called me Champ. And he said, Champ, your elbow's beautiful, footwork marvellous. Matter of fact, it's the best made duck of all time. And there's only you and Bradman, the rest can't bat. So I'd float off that phone thinking me and Bradman. And I'd sit in front of my father, and my father would say, well, what does a great coach think? And I said, well, Dad, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to. But Frankie reckons there's only me and Bradman. The rest can't bat, and it's the best made duck he's ever seen.
Oh man!
Kim Hughes alongside Carl Hooper, Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand of Lunch. The West Indies won for 150. I think there's a stat going around, Carl, that since the start of 2020, only Joe Root has faced more balls in Test cricket than Craig Brathwaite. So what do we expect from the West Indies captain in this second session? He's building nicely. He's on 62, but no doubt he'll be hoping that he can build a partnership now with that retirement of Bonner.
Look, Craig Brathwaite is the type. I mean, one of his strongest attributes is his ability for bat long periods of time. If you don't get him out, he'll bat into tomorrow evening. He'll be batting. He's just got tremendous powers of concentration, and never so often you have these little flurries where he scores freely, and then you can see him come back after lunch, go back into a shell, and just block, hitting the ball runs, picking up singles, and so on. So let's wait and see what happens after lunch. But I think just want to make a comment on the wicket. It just looks like a better service to bat on. And I was saying just before I came on air, did Australia miss a trick? I know you sort of look at the scoreboard and see 600 for 4 and said, okay, justifies Pat Cummins' decision. But I just think that certainly yesterday, late, and today, the deck has been better to bat on than on the first day. Because when we spoke to Labuschagne, he said it was sticking in the Khawaja, he said it was sticking in the pitch a bit. But today it just looks so good to bat on. I mean, and that further emphasizes how well it may be. Hazelwood bowled this morning. I mean, he was in the channel and asking questions. And to introduce the edge from Chanderpaul, being able to stay so patient for so long and then finally get him to nick off is a testament to how well he bowled.
Yeah, he's very mechanical, methodical, Hazelwood. Hardly ever bowls a bad ball. And really good competitor.
He was really good this morning. I mean, just look at you sort of look at the West Indies field placing. I mean, I think on the third session they were defending with sweepers in the offside. We haven't seen a sweeper yet here.
No.
And the score is 150 for 1. Yes, there's still 600 on the cans. But the length and the lines they've bowled have been so much better.
So, Kim, we've only seen the 5 wickets fall in the Test match. So do you feel like it's been some good batting from both the Australian top order and the West Indies, or do you feel like this pitch potentially hasn't provided what we would have expected off the back of the World Cup and your line and length from a bowling perspective?
Well, I thought, look, you've got to bat well to get 200, but they would be the easiest double centuries ever scored because, quite frankly, the other day, and it was mind-boggling, wasn't it, Carl, when the West Indies with the second new ball, 8 overs old, start of play, and they had a 4-5. And on the offside, one of the 4 was out at deep point, and they had a leg slip. I mean, you'd be thinking that they just don't want to get me, and that was the start. And instead of opening up with the young quick and really getting him into it, it was just, they just went through the motions. It was almost as if, well, we're just going to sit out here for a while, let the Australians keep going. It was the easiest double centuries they'll ever score. Travis Head must be thinking, wow, how easy is this game, 99? And I mean, if I was the coach if I was the bowler and I had that field set, I'd be saying, listen, you want to set a field like that, you bowl. Because I'm not going to bowl. That's injustice. It was terrible Test cricket or attacking. Now, I know they weren't in a position to knock them over, but at least you can show some intent. I was flabbergasted by it. What about you, Carl?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, at the end of the day, you're the one with the ball in your hands.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the captain has got a field to set, but, mate, you're the one that know what you're trying to do, how I'm trying to get you out. So I want to be able to set good fields where I can try and build pressure.
Yes.
To induce a fall shot or a ball with Jefferson get away.
Yeah.
But yesterday it wasn't one or the other.
It was.
And funny you say that because, I can remember playing in a test match in England and the great Ambrose.
Oh, Girdley.
With Viv as the captain, refused to bowl until he got the feel that he wanted.
Really? Yeah.
Yes, he set up
even to the great man,
even to the great Viv, yes. I remember having at lunchtime
having a chat.
Viv Richards complaining to the manager about Ambrose.
Complain to the manager.
And Ambrose said, look, I'm bowling. So give me the feel that I want, or else you come and bowl it.
I love it.
So it's important, but again, this is where I suppose Kemar Roach is the only experienced quick that we've got that probably can command the field. And that's why yesterday I asked him the question also, how much is it up to the captain saying, I want a sweeper, and how much is it you saying, no, Skip, bring that deep point up. I'm going to hold my line and link
Yeah.
off stump, and if I do stray, it's not going to be there. It'll be with a short ball. Give me the deep backward square or something like that, But
Yeah. And then when the spinners bowled, there was 4. Well, if you had 20-20 cricket, they wouldn't have been inside the circle. So there was a minimum of a single every single ball.
Yes. When you dropped in the offside or the onside, so how do you build pressure?
There was none.
So look, hopefully they can learn from that. And I was saying to Kumar yesterday, you still probably will bowl in the second dig if West Indies can avoid being asked to follow on, and we see what they present in the second dig.
Yeah.
Carl Hooper, Kim Hughes, Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand at Lunch. On day 3, the West Indies won for 150 with Brathwaite on 62 and Blackwood on 9. There are a couple of Sheffield Shield matches taking place. We might start with Quentin Hull, who's at the Gabba. Bring us the latest.
Well, we're playing cricket today, Clinchy, which is good news. It was a rainy first day and no play possible yesterday. So a longer first day of play, second day of the match between Queensland and Western Australia. Mainly dominated by the Queensland batsmen, but Joel Paris has taken a couple of key wickets for Western Australia just before the tea break. The Bulls go to tea at 3 for 166. A century opening stand between Matt Renshaw and Joe Burns ended when Renshaw was out for 54. 1 for 116 at that point. And then at 1 for 160, Paris in consecutive deliveries was able to take the wickets of Burns for 72 and Truloff for a duck. So 3 for 160 at that point, 6 runs added since. So essentially we've had 2 sessions dominated by the bat. But Joel Paris has done a very good job. He has the figures of 3 for 21 from 17 overs for Western Australia to see the Warriors fight back a little bit after they offered Queensland the chance to bat first. So repeating, Renshaw 54, Burns 72, Truloff 0. 3 for 166 at tea, the Bulls. Paris with 3 for 21 and Bryce Street 21 not out and Jack Clayton unbeaten on 2. Meanwhile, down at the Junction Oval, all square on the first innings there. Victoria made 260 yesterday. New South Wales resumed today at 2 for 61, but was bowled out a short time ago for 260. Moses Enriquez falling just short of a century. He was out for 97. Jason Sangha earlier made 44. Chris Tremaine finished 24 not out. Will Sutherland with the best of the figures for Victoria with 4 for 57 from 22.1 overs. Todd Murphy picked up 3 for 44 from 16 overs. So 260 apiece, and the Vicks have just started the third innings of the match there. And an interesting scenario, there have been 2 illness replacements made in that game. Sam Harper warmed up at the start of the day, felt ill, couldn't play, so Peter Hanscom took the keeping gloves and Matt Short came into the team. And then John Holland, after bowling in the first session of the day, he felt ill at lunch and also, due to COVID, subbed out of the game due to illness. So the former Sri Lankan first-class spinner in Ruantha Kalapotha came into the game. So Victoria has got 13 players and counting involved in this game. Repeating, Harper and Holland out due to illness. Matt Short and Kalapotha subbed into the game there. 260 apiece in the first innings, and the Vicks just starting the third innings of that game. That's 2 of the 3 Shield venues. What's happening at the third? It's Bellerive Oval, South Australia and Tasmania. Chris Rowbottom.
Thanks, Q. Yes, back just after an innings change here at Bellerive, and that's come about because Tasmania were bowled out for 149 in their first innings, almost amazingly. They're still 180 runs in arrears against South Australia, who are back out in the middle now. Openers Jake Weatherald and Henry Hunt, both yet to score. South Australia none for none in the first over of their second innings. The Tigers had a nightmare with the bat. They bowled the Redbacks out for 329 this morning, but barely were able to make a dent in reply. They slumped to 5 for 66 when Ben McDermott was dismissed. There was brief resistance from Bo Webster and Jake Doran. They put on 66 runs for the 6th wicket. Doran made 42, but that's where the joy ended. They lost their next 4 wickets for just 17 runs to be all out for 149. As I mentioned, still 180 runs behind in the evening session on day 2. Doran, as I say, the only score of note for Tasmania. He made 42 from 53 balls. a decent effort considering, similar to the situation with the Victorians, he actually left the field yesterday after falling ill, a positive COVID test. He spent the night away and came back this morning, was able to take the field and make a half-decent score for Tasmania. Webster made 26 for the Tigers. For South Australia, Brendan Doggett took 4 for 21 from 12.3 overs, including 6 maidens. Nathan McAndrew took 3 wickets, Wes Agar with 2 and Ben Menenti with 1. One highlight from Tasmania, Tim Ward's catch to remove Wes Agar this morning. A stunning leaping effort in the gully, a truly spectacular take. If you get a chance, have a look online. It is one of the great catches that you're likely to see. But that was the only real highlight for the Tigers on a day where they were bowled out for 149 in reply to South Australia's first innings total of 329. They trailed by 182 runs. The Redbacks openers Henry Hunt and Jake Weatherald are in the middle as we speak. Make that 184 runs. They're none for 4 now. The Redbacks with Weatherald on 4 from 6 deliveries. Henry Hunt yet to score. The question now, how far can South Australia stretch this lead, and can Tasmania find a miracle?
Thanks, Chris. Chris Rowbottom keeping us across all the Shield updates, and Quentin Hull as well. We'll bring you some supercars over the weekend with Aaron Bryans. Matt Clinch alongside Carl Hooper and Kim Hughes. Just a couple of minutes before we take you back to our commentary team with the West Indies 1 for 150. But we are interested, Kim. Our Test players haven't played a lot of Shield cricket, T20 cricket, so it'll be interested to see how they manage throughout the day if the Windies can continue to soldier on.
Well, exactly, and that's why Carl mentioned we may force them to have the follow-on if we get them out. But I don't think that'll happen. I mean, for batsmen, it's a lot easier to be conditioned for Test cricket. But from a bowling point of view, you can bowl in the nets as long as you like, but it's about being out in the middle, and that's why the ability to play Shield cricket is absolutely crucial. Because, look, and the weather's not really that hot. But you're going to have to bowl 3 good spells maybe in a day and then come back again the next day. And that's when you can get muscle tiredness or fatigue, and that's when you can pull muscles. But the fortunate thing is, I think, Carl, when you've got someone like Cameron Green, you've got 4 quicks plus Nathan Lyon there. So they are fortunate that they can rotate it quite easily.
Yeah, I suppose, and I suppose just looking forward to play after lunch, I suppose Nathan Lyons will be called upon to bowl some overs, but you know, apart from Lyons, you've also got 4 quality seamers, and they're certainly not going to be travelling at the rate that the West Indies bowlers travelled at. I think they so far, I don't know how many overs we've had, but you know, you normally travel at about 2.5, 3s. You know, so somebody like Nathan Lyons can keep going at one end and allow Pat Cummins to rotate the quicks at the next end.
So 26 overs in that first session with the West Indies, 1 for 150. Thanks, Kim. Thank you to Carl. Jim Maxwell's about to slide back in, and we'll get ready for the second section coming up. There was some news, of course, breaking that Mitch Marsh, unfortunately, is out for the next 3 months. So he'll be one of a number of superstars missing for the BBL, with Glenn Maxwell, unfortunately, not featuring as well, and Phil Salt, who was one of the international signings we won't see in Australia as well. So the West Indies 1 for 150, Brathwaite on 62, Blackwood on 9. Great to have your company on Grandstand Cricket. We're coming up for the second session.
One summer.
What a cluster of fields around the batsman.
Every summer.
One of the great things about the ABC is turning the radio on in the summer and hearing the cricket coverage.
And it's been going for 90 years.
This has been a sensational innings.
Everlasting Summer is a 6-part series that tells the story of cricket on the ABC, from Bodyline to Big Bash.
OMG, that went a mile.
Everlasting Summer. Hear every episode now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand Cricket.
Ryan, a swirl of his right arm before he approaches the crease. Bowls now going back, a flick of the wrists by Brathwaite, and the West Indies captain jogs through for the single that brings up a battling 50. In the face of a relentless fast bowling attack, he's also played more expansively against Nathan Lyon. A couple of attacking strokes, including the 6. Brathwaite is 50 not out, a commendable half-century.
Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Welcome back to the Perth Stadium. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch, your morning tea, or whatever it is that you are imbibing already as we get ready for this second session, where the West Indies have got themselves into a fair position, given the number of runs they're chasing or trying to get close to. They're 1 for 150, and when they lost a wicket in the first over of the day, you thought, well, this could open things up, but that's not been the case. Despite the fact that Nkrumah Bonner retired hurt, we suspect that it's concussion after ducking into a short ball from Cameron Green. And how many was Bonner when he retired there, Rick? With Brathwaite at the moment on 62 and Blackwood 9. 16. Bonner, 16, yep. With Chanderpaul out for 51. So the Australians hovering on the boundary edge there as they get ready to come out. And Carl Hooper is alongside me. Good grit from the West Indies to hang in there. A few plays and misses, but only one wicket.
Yeah, the wicket column is the most important thing. Only one down. 150 for one. I think the session coming up probably will be the most telling one. I think it was important, obviously, in the first session to get through it without losing too many wickets. And as you mentioned, when they got Chanderpaul out, you thought, here we go, the floodgates just might open. But Bonner and then Blackwood supported the captain well, and West Indies went to lunch at 150 for one.
I like the way Craig Brathwaite goes about his game, particularly against spin. He was prepared to take on the bowling when he sensed there was something to go at. Down the ground, but on the sweep shot, very strong.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not your typical way that Craig Brathwaite would play. Certainly not in the half an hour before lunch. You know, very sort of gritty and just accumulates run. But, you know, to dance down the wicket and clout lines over lawn for 6 and looking to sweep lines also. Very unlike the way that he would play. But look, he soldiered on to 62 and certainly looking to set stalls out again in this second session.
So Australia so far, Stark's bowled 5 overs today, 12 overs, none for 33. Hazelwood had the good early spell, and then a few down here at the commentary box members' end, 1 for 43 from 14. Cummins still searching for that 200th test wicket. He fizzed past the off stump, the outside edge a few times. 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24. Lyon, 9 overs for 31, and Green, 4 overs for 9. And he bowled with pretty good pace down there at the Langer end.
Yeah, all 40 Australian seamers, the pace they've been up. Certainly you can see the ball fizzing through to Kelly. To Carey, should I say.
So, Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, is on 62. He will be facing the first ball of the day. Mitchell Stark has been switched to the Langer end. He's trying to get a bit of bounce around the line of the off stump on the around the wicket angle. Not much evidence of the ball swinging here. It's quite calm. A little bit of a breeze, but you don't get much of it inside the ground. Stark comes up now around the wicket, and a foolish ball is pushed away rather tentatively by Brathwaite, and it runs away on the offside. So Australia just that one wicket. Chanderpaul caught by Warner at slip from the last ball of the first over after he'd edged the ball through the slip cordon for 4 to bring up a half century on debut. So he is the only West Indies player who's averaging over 50 in Test cricket in this team. As someone has pointed out, thank you for that. 2 slips a gully. Here comes Stark around the wicket, and he has him beaten outside the off stump, just playing and missing at a ball there. My goodness, how many times have we seen, oh, he's played and missed? Well, he did again, as Stark was trying to get the outside edge of the bat. You just think that at some point it's going to hit that outside edge more than once.
Yeah, surely you can't continue to play this way. We've seen the ball past the edge of the bat on numerous occasions. Just interesting to note that the deep backward point now being employed.
Uppercut. Here's Stark around the wicket. Brathwaite forward, plays the pitched up delivery on the bounce. Back to Stark, who has a pick up and fumble and drops it in front of him. So 1 for 150 Australia, 4 for 598. We'll keep you up to date with all the scores around the place. And that a game in Pakistan, which is due to resume about now. I think the word around the traps is that another 250 will do for England if they get them. 750. That's what I'm hearing on the grapevine. Around the wicket, Stark bowls forward as Brathwaite plays away to the onside. And they've scored the run so quickly, they could be 250 clear, 750 an hour after lunch.
It must be a good deck down there in a cricket field.
I was reading the reports. Fast ground, flat pitch.
It must be.
Mediocre bowling, mediocre fielding. I think Pakistan have got to start thinking about having pitches that give bowlers a chance. Against Australia, they prepared pitches which basically said, you're not going to bowl us out twice on this, mate.
Yeah.
But we did in the end. Australia did. Here comes Stark. Forward he goes. Players away towards mid-on. I mean, Pakistan have got some good bowlers.
Yeah, they have.
The Rawalpindi, I remember, had a bit in it. But this one looks as flat as.
And surely the ICC will probably have a look at it.
They'll put them on the banned list if they get a high-scoring draw here.
No,
what's the best pitch in the Caribbean these days?
To bat on?
No, to play on. Play cricket.
I think the venue at St. Lucia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Good pace. If you can bowl, spin it, turns, you can get it to turn.
Right.
And if you can bat, you'll score runs.
Stark in, beats him. It bounces twice before he gets to the keeper. Kept low.
Kept very low.
Yep.
Very low.
So a maiden over to start up after lunch. It's 1 for 150. Brathwaite 62 and Blackwood 9. St. Lucia, but how often do they get a test?
Not often. Not often. But it's a very good surface. Even when when we have the CPL on, and there's a CPL leg in St. Lucia, the scores are normally high scoring. The wicket and the pace of the wicket is good, and you can play uppercuts and use the pace of the ball actually to score on both sides of the wicket. So that's probably, I think, the best cricketing strip we've got now in the Caribbean.
What's happened to Kensington in Barbados?
I think over the years it's slowed up.
Have they dug it up and replaced it?
I don't think so. I think, the Kensington of old that you would have visited was obviously, very quick.
Quick, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was the feature of West Indies cricket going back 40, 50 years. Quick bouncy decks. Now Cummins runs in and he bowls a ball that Blackwood is up on his toes and plays off his hip towards mid-wicket. What about that North Sound ground in Antigua and what they call Gort country?
Oh, I think that more would assist the slower bowlers. Seem to come into their own there. It turns. I don't think it's got much pace in it.
Why can't they have pitches with more pace bouncing?
I don't know. Maybe we need to. We haven't relayed a lot of the squares for a long time.
Pat Cummins runs into Blackwood. Blackwood leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. So it's a stalemate since lunch. Not a run has been scored. And then there was the pitch in Grenada. That's where, they beat England, didn't they? What was the story with the pitch?
I'm not sure about the one in Grenada. I can tell you about the one in Guyana. I mean, that obviously with a very sandy base, where it doesn't hold the moisture for as long as you'd want. So it dries up pretty quickly, and then spinners again start getting purchased.
Well, if the spinners are getting so much support, why don't
you think
they produce a few? Where are they? Cummins runs in and bowls and has played down the pitch. I mean, seriously, watching Chase bowl, you'd have to think Brathwaite part-time is a better bowler, a more likely bowler than him.
Well, the thing is, one thing playing on wickets that are favourable.
Yeah.
to spin bowling. And, spinners have been dominating the 4-day competition and also to a large degree, even the 50-over competition in the Caribbean. But then it's the next thing, jumping the plane and coming on and playing on a good wicket here, and you actually got to spin the ball.
Yeah.
It's totally different.
Yeah, it looks a pretty good surface so far. A little bit of lower bounce, though, as Cummins comes in and pitches up once more. It's played on the bump. Back past the bowler down towards Labuschagne at mid-off. A crowd of just over 8,000 here so far today. About 22, 23 degrees. A gentle cooling breeze coming in from somewhere, but in this large stadium, a lot of that breeze is buffeted by the stands that are all the way around. It's not open like series cricket grounds can be, where you get plenty of relief from the breeze. Here comes Cummins. Back goes Blackwood, watches it outside the off stump. So there's some doggedness about the West Indies here today, which is good to see, Carl.
Yes, important to get through that initial burst again after lunch. Soak up a bit of pressure, about a bit of time. But I think the emphasis will be on trying to score. Of course, if you get something in a favourite spot of yours, you're going to take advantage of it. But right now, just get your eyes back in.
Yes, Pat Cummins working hard. He's, like the others, had a few moral victories, but no nicks. He runs in now and he pitches right up, and Blackwood drifts onto the front foot solidly and plays it out into the covers where Khawaja picks up. So 2 maiden overs since lunch. West Indies 1 for 150.
Just think it's a good ploy that Stark has gone to straight after lunch, going around the wicket to the right-hander, especially Craig Brathwaite. He's now going to, just the mere angle now, he's going to be challenging the off-stump, probably forcing him to play a bit more. Of the ball straightens, you slip into play for the runs on, you can be the inside edge of the bat, you got LBW shouts coming. And we've seen, I think it was the last or the second to last ball, the ball actually scurrying and keeping a bit low.
So 2 slips and a gully. Mitchell Stark is down at the Justin Langer end. Here he comes around the wicket, and Brathwaite gets the ball skinny off an edge or something down to fine leg bars off the pad. It just went wide of Carey, but it went quickly, and it gave Hazelwood down at fine leg no chance to cut it off. 4 leg buys, 1 for 154.
Yeah, Stark getting too straight and drifting onto the pad, and Brathwaite failing to catch up with it, but it just brushed the pad and went down for fine leg for 4.
So let's see if he can get that ball nearer the off stump to force an error. Here he comes, and Brathwaite forward, across his crease, just nurdles the ball down to that interesting position that Carl mentioned, with Nathan Lyon at deep backward point, third man. I'm not sure what he's out there for, but you assume, okay, he might cut off a boundary, but is that a catching position?
I'm not sure. I mean, we've seen the West Indies team employ it. I would have preferred to see Nathan Lyons into maybe a backward point, saving 1. I suppose given to the type of play that he's bowling to, Brathwaite is not particularly an aggressive player. It'll have to be really loose for him to chase it outside the off stump.
Well, it might be the old convention. You used to see it almost all the time in Test cricket when batsmen got in a fine leg and a third man. Now it's Stark over the wicket. He's going in. Blackwood is beaten outside the off stump. I think he played and missed at that. It was pitched up across his bows towards the slips. And Nathan Lyon now is running back, I think, to sign an autograph or 2. Yes, he's got a few fans down there he's looking after. Good on him for doing that.
And again, Jim, just going back to what I mentioned in the first session, risk to reward. I mean, am I going to want to drive through extra cover or cut if I'm only going to get, if I cut one at the most, if I drive, I've got to make sure that I keep it well away from the man at extra cover, the man at cover, to get a boundary. I'll probably, want to let it go.
Stark is bowling, and it's played away behind point for a single as Nathan Lyon comes in from his very square position behind point towards deep third man. 1 for 156, and Blackwood is 10. What's that? 50 partnership. 1 for 156. That's what it says. Does that include Bonner? No. Rick, you're mystified.
Bonner retired hurt at 106.
Oh, I see. So that's what it is, the 50, genuine 50 partnership. Blackwood's made just 10 of those. So Stark goes back around the wicket. He runs in, he bowls to Brathwaite, who's off the pad again, around the corner, down towards fine leg. This time it will be cut off by Hazlewood as they trail back for a couple of leg byes. 6 leg byes in this over. 1 for 158. 63 for Brathers, and Blackwood 10.
Yeah, you've seen one ball keep very low and maybe getting a bit greedy with the inconsistent bounce or if it's starting to creep in, you want to be as straight as possible, but just getting a bit greedy and straying down the leg side.
Yep. He's the anchor man here, Craig Brathwaite. Stark runs in one small. Brathwaite goes forward and drives through the covers. Well, towards the left of cover. He didn't get any timing, and it's an easy pick-up for Labuschagne. So the mistimed strokes, I think, tell us that there is a bit of low bounce in this pitch, and that's one of the reasons why we've seen the batsman not middle every attempted shot through the offside. A single for Brathwaite, who's 64, the end of the over. 1 for 159. So they're talking about, Joe from Canberra. Yes, we have mentioned Cornwall's name, haven't we, when it's spin bowling to talk about?
Yes.
He's not here in the team, though, is he?
No, he's not. No, he's not. No.
So who's the other spinner?
Well, Cornwall is the lone spinner.
Yeah.
In this touring party. Bonner can bowl a bit of some leg spin.
Here's Cummins pitching up, squeezed out on the drive, miscued back to the bowler.
But Chase is your lone spinner. And Jim, I look up and Chase is a batter who can bowl a bit of off spin, not the other way around. Chase has got 5 Test hundreds, and actually when he made his debut for West Indies, made his debut as a batter who can bowl. He was batting in the middle order. The last couple of series he's been struggling, so he's been pushed further and further down the order. But I think Cornwall is probably a better off spinner than Chase.
Now Cummins is in again, and forward he's hit on the pad. No, he's not. He's bowled. He's bowled right through him. Wicket number 200 for Pat Cummins, and a big wicket he's managed to get with Brathwaite. Clean bowled, pushed down the line. That time there was no pad, no outside edge. It clipped the stumps, and Pat Cummins has made the breakthrough. The top of the off stump that ball hit, and a big wicket for Australia with the anchor man knocked over for 64, and up on the board they should be telling us to celebrate the 200th Test wicket of Pat Cummins.
Yeah, one just touching down around the off stump, probably held its line nicely, and Brathwaite forced to play and playing inside the line the ball, and the ball just clipping the off stump.
Useful ball. Yep.
Brathwaite even looking after, just looking at the dismissal, just looked, as you can see sometimes when a batsman knows that maybe I should have been a bit more on the front foot covering the length. You've seen the reaction after his foot sort of getting to where it should have been in the first place. Maybe a bigger stride, covering that length. But still a very good ball.
Yeah, well, he's played and missed a few times. He played and missed again. But Alas for him, it hit the stump.
Yeah, the timber was there.
I'm surprised there hasn't been more recognition at the ground of the achievement from Pat Cummins, who Rick will tell us is whatever number he is reaching that milestone of 200 Test wickets for Australia, and it's 2 for 159 with Kyle Mayers, the left-hander, coming out to join Blackwood. There you go, Rick. How's your list? From Shane Warne down to Cummins.
Number 19.
19. Right.
Draws level with Tomo.
Yeah. Well, the new man's in. He's a left-hander. Here comes Cummins around the wicket towards him, and he gets a useful ball. It's an appeal for a catch of sorts. A bouncing delivery, cutting him in half and very nearly touching his gloves. That was rapid and surprised the batsman. Well, unsurprised, you'd have to say, because it was his first ball. He's going to get something useful. May have flicked his shoulder.
Snorter.
Yeah. Useful. First up. Whoa. The replay tells all. Cummins on fire. 3 slips into gully. He goes to Mayers. Mayers is caught behind. Big appeal, not out. A huge appeal. They might be reviewing this. Richard Illingworth unmoved. He went through outside the off stump. I don't think Cummins is excited about a DRS. They were behind the stumps. He pushed the bouncing ball. It must have just fizzed past the edge of the bat. All of a sudden, Cummins coming to life after getting that wicket with a superb delivery. And the replay shows that he missed the ball by quite a way. May have brushed his pad with his bat, and that caused the flurry. Cummins jumps in again, and this time Mayers gets bat to ball and pushes it behind point. So 2 for 159. And Pat Cummins chalking up a very significant milestone. Probably one of the best strike rates of all the bowlers who have got to 200 Test wickets, which Rick can accommodate me on as he goes through his barrage of data. But Pat Cummins has struck, and he looks like striking again. Around the wicket he goes to Mayers. Mayers forward, pushes the ball away down towards mid-on. And that's the end of an excellent over from the Australian captain. His 200th Test wicket claimed Craig Brathwaite for 64. It's 2 for 159.
Yeah, excellent over from Pat Cummins. Certainly if Mayers was asleep after lunch, woke him up with a snorter and then asked him a couple of questions. Beautifully pitched the balls around the off stump. Got a huge shout for caught behind. But straight away, Australia picking up the vital wicket of the captain, Craig Brathwaite, and looking to see if they can push through into this West Indies middle order.
Yep. You keep turning up and getting it in the right spot, and things can happen, and they can happen quickly in Test cricket too. Stark runs in. Blackwood aims to drive, and on the bump it goes there to Labuschagne in the covers. Strike rate, is he number one? Who's number one?
In terms of matches to get to 200 wickets for Australia, Clary Grimm at 36.
Yep.
Dennis Lilly 38. Stuart McGill 41. Shane Warne 42. Pat Cummins 44.
Right.
Of the 18. In terms of average
balls per wicket.
Average runs per wicket.
Oh, right.
At this stage is Pat Cummins heads the list of 19.
I'd be interested to know his strike rate, balls per wicket, as Stark charges up and Blackwood's forward. He's edging and it's gone through the slips for 4. He was a bit lucky there. He managed to find a hole in the slip cordon and he's picked up a boundary. Gee, it flew off the bat, but it didn't go to hand. It went wide of the slippers, yes, between second slip and gully. Yep, well, should you have another man in there? New batsman? Oh, it's Blackwood who's on strike. Yes.
Well, I'm sure that the Australians have done their homework. I just think the man at deep backward point is wasted.
Yep.
And you've got 600 on the cans and 163 for 2. You've just got a wicket. You know, bring him up and put him in a catching position somewhere. And both of these players are they haven't got the patience like Bradford or Chanderpaul.
Stark in, and Blackwood does drive through the covers. There are going to be runs here. They've taken one. They're back for 2. Lions on the pursuit, and they're not very quick between the sticks. They should have been moving a little bit more athletically, but Lyon, who's in that strange position behind points with a squarish third man, he collected the ball, and Blackwood 16. It's 2 for 165.
Strike rate?
Yes.
At Cummins, 40 or just under 41 balls per wicket.
41 balls per wicket.
The next best is Dennis Lilly, and he's nearly 51. So Pat Cummins has an enormous gap over the rest of the bowlers.
Great fast bowler. Stark bowls, back goes Blackwood, plays it to the onside. 41 balls per wicket. I'd like to know how many bowlers who've taken more than 200 test wickets have got 41 or less. I know Dale Staines up there somewhere, and there must be 1 or 2 of the West Indies quicks who are in the 40s. Malcolm Marshall comes to mind in that area, but anyway, throw me a ball. What have you got?
Different table. I'll need to organise.
It's all right. Dig in research. As Stark is over the wicket from the Justin Langer end. He goes in now, and it's wide of the off stump. And Blackwood allows it to pass. How are you going? You hit the jackpot?
Rabada is actually just under Cummins, 40.28.
Well, Rabada, of course. Yeah.
Stain is third, 42.39. Wakar Yunus, 43. Marshall, 47. Donald, the same. Truman, 49. And everyone else over 50.
That's interesting. But it does show you, it tells you that stat, how good a bowler Pat Cummins is. Stark runs in. Blackwood goes down the leg side and misses. Tries to fetch it down towards backward square. The end of the over. A bit of life in the game at the moment, with Australia looking to pounce. 2 for 165. I'll leave you with Carl Llewellyn Hooper, and Clint Wilden is coming in.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It's not fair, and I think you really mean. I think you really mean. I think you really mean. Oh, you're supposed to care, but you never.
Big Lily Allen sort of played in. 2 for 165, as Jim said. Great to be back with you as Pat Cummins to operate away again. Mayers is yet to score. He plays defensively out towards Labuschagne at extra cover for no run. Fastest to 200 test wickets for Australia in terms of matches has been popped up on the screen. Clary Grimmett, 36. Dennis Lilly, 38. Stuart MacGill, 41. Shane Warne, 42 test matches. Pat Cummins in his 44th. There you go. Nothing to add, Rick?
I think it came from us.
Is that where it came from? Oh, good job. Cummins bowls and having a little dash. Mayes outside the off stump. Plays and misses. How many times have we said that today for the West Indies, and indeed times for the Australians as well? But yes, they've been play and miss.
Yeah, and Cal Mears is not going to die wondering. Very positive play, and if it's in the slot, he will play his shots. He's got 1 double test century, I believe, against Bangladesh. A fantastic West Indies run chase.
Away again. Getting an inside edge, and that's gone down to fine leg. Mayers is there surviving. Cummins continues to ask some questions. Mayers gets off the mark. He's won. The West Indies 2 for 166.
He just needs to give himself a chance to get in, get those legs moving. I mean, that ball was pitched up and his feet hardly moved. But a thick inside edge dunked a fine leg.
It's an unbeaten double century. 210 he scored against Bangladesh in that win. He was the player of the series against Bangladesh. Comes in. 817 runs to his name. Up onto the toes as Blackwood, who tries to fend away the next delivery from Cummins. It drops onto the offside. Crowd starting to get involved again, as we heard most recently. Nearly 8,500 in. Did well enough just to get enough behind that delivery from Cummins to Blackwood. Still there on 16.
And the lengths from Cummins and Hazelwood have been so good that whenever they've banged it in, invariably have surprised the West Indian batters.
Here's Cummins away once more. It turns it off the pads out towards mid-wicket. No run, straight to the fielder.
Sometimes when bowlers are consistently in the channel, it can get you into that mindset of looking to be careful where your off stump is, or want to leave balls alone, as making good decisions around off stump, and all of a sudden you get a screaming short one. Maybe a bit late to react.
Wanted you to tell the story about Everton Weekes and what he was like, Sir Everton Weekes, in just a moment, for good reason, as he bowls again, trying to drive onto the offside. Blackwood to an inside edge and squirts out towards Head, who's fielding at mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 2 for 166. With all the discussion about first names, Carl, I did like to go to Sir Everton Weekes, and there is a absolute self-interest here. But he was named by his father after English Football Club Everton. And when Weekes told English cricketer Jim Laker this, Laker reportedly replied, "Well, it's a good thing your father wasn't a West Bromwich Albion fan." I say that as an Everton supporter, but you were talking to us afterwards. He was just one of the hardest hitters on the cricket ball in the world. But you were telling us just a lovely, quiet person.
True gentleman. I mean, I remember numerous times that I've played at Kensington Oval. You can see him sitting in the president's box. Sometimes the team might be invited afterwards to go up for a drink and say hello to the legends of the game, the past legends of the game. And very, very quiet man. You'd actually have to go up to him and speak to him for him to offer any words of advice or engage in any sort of conversation. While you had people like Wes Hall and Sir Garfield Sobers, who was very forthright, come up and say, "Listen, that was a crap shot today."
Stark is in from the Langer end, and Mayers is bowls. He gets right through him at 144.4 kilometres an hour. Mayers is out for one. Bowled Stark. The West Indies, they've got another one down. 3 for 166 now. Wow. Got through the inside edge, the gap between bat and pad. Stark raises the right hands, points to the sky to celebrate. That's the end of Mayers. Bowled Stark. He was out there for 14 minutes, faced 8 deliveries for a score of 1.
Yes, actually, it wasn't a bad ball at all. Actually came back off the seam. Beaten Mayers' little grub, trying to press forward, and the ball sticking through bat and pad, hitting the off stump. Good thing about it was Stark was on target. Mayers never really looked comfortable. On his way back to the shed. How many did he get? For 1.
Just the 1. So they've lost a couple of wickets.
Couple of quick wickets for Australia. Yeah, the game opens up again.
Brathwaite departing a short time ago for 64. Cummins' 200th Test wicket. Now Mayer's going for 1.
And that's the beauty. That's why I love Test cricket so much. It can change so quickly.
They'd been defiant for so long, the West Indies. So opening bats getting through 25 overs last night to survive, to be none for 74 at the start of the day's play today. Bonner and Brathwaite had spent some time out there after Chanderpaul departed in the first over today for 51. Bonner having to retire hurt after being hit in the helmet for 16. Then Brathwaite got through to lunch, departed after lunch, as I said, for 64. So it's Jason Holder who's the new bat. He's on strike as Stark bowls and Holder leaves. 2 slips, almost 2 gullies. Backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fielder had a fine leg beneath our broadcast position, the northern part of Perth Stadium.
I suppose I'm a bit surprised to see Jason batting as high as 5. I mean, a couple of seasons ago we had Ralston Chase batting before him. De Silva also is quite capable.
And scored that terrific century against England. The test they won to win the series. The wicketkeeper Josh De Silva. Here's Stark in and Holder leaving. What do you think the theory is with Holder coming out now? Just a bit of extra experience, trying to calm things down after the loss of consecutive wickets. What would they be? What would they be pondering, the West Indies? He does have the ability to score some runs. Speaking of double centuries, as we have been throughout this test, does have a double century himself, an unbeaten 202. So he was named to come in now as Holder leaves. Chase and De Silva, well, De Silva in next and then Chase, but you were mentioning you were surprised that he's come in this high up the order.
Well, I personally would have loved to have seen Chase come in at 5. I mean, he's got 5 Test hundreds, and you just got to be careful of the message that you're sending.
Well, Chase often bats at 6 with the bit of homework I did before this Test series and going through previous scorecards.
I've seen him bat at 4 and 5 for West Indies on numerous occasions.
Again, Stark to Holder, who leaves. Ball did fly again through to the keeper in Carey. 141.3 kilometres an hour, that delivery.
I cannot recall seeing Jason Holder bat too many times at 5 for West Indies.
For the first time in this test, Clint, we've had 3 wickets in a day.
Oh, yeah, of course. Good call. They've been few and far between in the first 2 days. 4 for the Australians in their entire innings of 598. Stark bowls to Holder, who defends and gets a quick edge. Flying out past gully. Green will do the fielding. Sliding out together. Holder comes back for 2. He was running to the danger end, the striker's end. Gets there and gets off the mark. 2 to him. At the end of the over, 3 for 168, the West Indies. Holder on 2, Blackwood on 16. A little buzz around the crowd as people continue to filter in today. There is not a cloud in the sky now. Bright blue skies, bright sunshine. Must be somewhere around what we were expected to be our top temperature of 25 degrees. Plenty of people enjoying the sunshine, so we know it's not blisteringly hot. Dirk Nannis joins us again. G'day, Dirk.
G'day, Clint. Good to be with you. It's been fast bowling at the highest order throughout today. It's been wonderful to watch. The consistency is just remarkable.
Here's the captain, Pat Cummins, away from us, and he bowls. Taken off the hip by Blackwood, worked out past the square leg umpire for a single and heads in hot pursuit. Fires the return back to Carey.
To think that they're still getting this ball nipping around, it's... Where are we now? This scoreboard, you can never really tell how many overs.
59th over.
59th over.
It's a big scoreboard with a brilliant screen. It does lack a few statistics, though.
Oh, we just need to flick the sponsor on the side and put the bowling figures on the side.
Oh, I've got to look after the sponsors. Who's paying for this? You are correct. I remember when they first brought it in. Cummins bowls again. Holder is wrapped high up on the left leg, the forward leg. Just bounces away, throws it away. I was asked, what did I make of the setup? And I said, it's tremendous, except where are the bowling figures? Never got back to me. I do like the little touch, the WACA scoreboard. They have the clock on the WACA scoreboard, and they've added that to the very top of the left, which is where you see WI, 3 for 169. You can see when the new ball is due. You can see the sundries, the over rate, which is down one at the moment, as Cummins bowls again and defending this holder.
But they show us overs remaining in the day. With 57 overs to go, I don't really care. Give me how many overs have been bowled on for the innings.
Well, 25 yesterday.
I'd like to see a batting scorecard too, let alone a bowling one.
They do pop that up occasionally in the middle section, but not very often. But yeah, look, we missed the WACA scoreboard. That's the one thing I will give Jim about the old ground. That is magnificent, like the one in Adelaide. It's Cummins bowls and digs in a bouncer that Holder ducks underneath. Through to Carey. West Indies trail 429 runs at the moment. The Australians 4 for 598 declared, which, if you do have a look around on the scoreboard, it's very hard to see. In fact, it's not there at all.
Just back onto the career record of Pat Cummins and that strike rate of his at 41. Some 10 better than anyone else. To get to 200.
3 sleeps in a gully as Cummins bowls. Holder leaves a ball that flies well over the top of the stumps.
The thing that adds to that, I think, is he doesn't get the new ball. Normally those, to have a high strike rate, you expect the person with the new ball to be the one that rips through a top order here and there because they've got the aid of that swinging ball. But Pat Cummins doesn't actually have that. He relies more on the ball doing something off the pitch and hitting that seam time and time again. It is a remarkable record.
Just 1 run off this over so far. Cummins the last ball of it. Tapping Holder on the pads. Squirt out towards fine leg. He's happy to mosey through for a single. Must have just got a little bit of bat on it. Did he? Yes, he did. So he'll move on to be 3. Blackwood is 17. The West Indies 3 for 170. I heard one of the great interviews the other day on Grandstand. Corbin Middlemass quite often does some news-breaking stories. He'll do stories that can really make you think. And then the other day he spoke to George Hall-and-Smith. Now, people who don't know who George Hall-and-Smith is, he's a former Australian rules footballer who played in the Gold Coast and Geelong. And most recently, of all things, found himself playing cricket at the magnificently named tournament, the Road Safety Series in India. And he found himself there because the Road Safety Series drags in some of the greats of the past. And one of the rules is you have to have someone who was not specifically a cricketer to play. Stark starts another over and Holder leaves. And somehow George Hall-and-Smith, who thought that his management team were taking the mickey when they rang him originally to get him involved, was selected to go and play with these other greats of Australian cricket. And one of those greats of Australian cricket was Dirk Nannes. What on earth was the Road Safety Series? How did it come about? How did you get involved? And how seriously did everyone take it?
It was run by essentially the idea was to promote road safety. So essentially I don't know what you've got them over here in Perth, but the TAC in Victoria, that
Stoke bowls, Holder leaves.
Transport Accident Commission. I don't know what your...
Every state has one.
Yeah.
Road safety.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're the people that thought, right, maybe a good idea is to try and get some former cricket greats in, and the idea getting Sachin Tendulkar in to basically promote road safety, and everyone wants to watch him, so hence you raise awareness, I guess, around that. And so this was the second edition. And it was, I mean, as a former player, it's quite alluring to have the opportunity to...
Stark around the wicket, the holder who's forced to drive. It's straight to the fielder at mid-off, no run.
Initially it screams junket, doesn't it?
It does scream
of getting some old mates around to play some hit and giggle cricket. And the squad is pretty good. Shane Watson, Brett Lee. Shane Watson is far too good for that tournament. Brett Lee, Brad Haddon, Hodge, Reardon.
Yeah.
Callum Ferguson, Cameron White, Chad Sayers is still going around.
Still playing in South Australia, Chad, yeah. Stark is there. And in he bowls, the holder who leaves.
And
who are the other superstars playing?
Indian team had a fair smattering of them. Sachin Tendulkar, Yusamadurfan Pathan, Suresh Raina.
Sachin alone. You could have just stopped at Sachin.
Yeah, so we ended up playing again 8 teams, all international teams of sort of similar ilk. They compile a squad.
Yeah.
And you play sort of a round competition, and then you go to a semi and a final.
Holder we battle off. It's down leg side from Stark. Kerry does well to go across to the fielding.
First game, you probably got 20,000 people there watching. They sold the TV rights, and I think they did reasonably well. So it was a pretty good gig. But you kind of... different teams took it a different level of seriousness. Like the Sri Lankan team were out there training every single day.
Okay.
Like they were full-on serious, as though there was some prize money on the line for them. That email didn't get to us.
Stark around the wicket, to holder who leaves.
So our training session was basically a reason to get out of the hotel and go and walk around the ground, because actually George Holland Smith ended up running the running program. Because a couple of the guys that just were, trying to keep fit, and so they went out and he was doing some running. So anyway, we had a game against Bangladesh, and he got to play. So he bowled some filthy offies and got a wicket with a waist-high fully, which was nice.
That's how all the best wickets are taken. 3 for 170, by the way, the West Indies at the end of that over, with Cummins about to start again.
Hit it inside out, cover drive over the top of cover for 4. So we were all kind of living vicariously through this guy who, I guess it's kind of like the same as cricketers. All cricketers want to be footballers, and all footballers want to be cricketers or golfers. You never want to be the...
Cummins bowls. Blackwood defends. Still 3 slips, a gully and a point in at the moment.
Because, of course, you want to do well in the sport you're good at, but I think you all kind of have I think I'd rather be a golfer. I think I'd rather be a footy player. And so we were all living through this guy who was on this tour, masquerading as this cricketer. It was magnificent.
Was it easy to get around and do things? Did you?
No, we were locked in a hotel basically, which sucked a bit. But
so, how did you fill your times? Cummins again to Blackwood, who defends.
Yeah, well, one of the places we had a 10-pin bowling alley in the basement of the hotel, and so we had a tournament, and 10-pin bowling tournament. This was in a place called Indoor, and former players, you are so ultra competitive. And the following day we had a game. We had 3 quadricep injuries, all from the front foot of 10-pin bowling.
I did. Cummins to Blackwood, takes it off the toes and works it out through square leg for a single. It'll roll into the deep. Blackwood to 18, 3 for 171. I did hear about an archery competition of some sort?
Yeah. Oh, but hang on, look, this same game where three of us went, Brad Haddon did his, Brett Lee did his quad diving for a catch. Brad Haddon had leg injury from keeping, and I misfielded, turned around to run to get the ball that I misfielded and tore my quad. So we all went down from 10-pin bowling injuries. But the same game, John Hastings bowled a 15-ball over.
Oh. The Duke. Cummins bowls, fending away. It was a rising ball, and Holders played it pretty well, keeping it down. The backward square leg. It'll roll into the deep. He'll take one more. He moves to be 3 for 173.
And so at the next venue, we ended up getting we weren't allowed out of the hotel, and we needed something to do. We passed a sports store on the way in, so we got the police to take us to this sports store because we could only go anywhere with police. So
you
got
the police.
Yeah. So the police took us armed guard. So we had a whatever the top dog is in the front seat, and
Cummins bowling. Just knocked onto the offside. Oh, almost trouble. Blackwood took a couple of big steps forward, got sent back. Holder wasn't interested. Hazelwood fielding in pretty close at mid-wicket, was there in a flash, and they survived that little potential chance for misfortune, the West Indies. Blackwood's still there. He's on 18. 3, 4, 5 steps he took. He was almost halfway down before Holder thought, no, we're not going anywhere here.
So sirens blaring. We went to the sports store with 2 machine gun police in the car and the captain. And the captain stopped in the middle of the 3-lane motorway, stopped the car right in the middle lane to take a selfie of the cricketers being in the car. And we went through the sports store with machine gun backup. Anyway, we bought like a soft archery play set, and we ended up every night having archery competitions in the banquet room of the hotel. And it was set up like a sports stadium.
Cummins bowling to Blackwood onto the toes, plays it nicely out past points. Might be a boundary. They'll take one. They might have been able to run through if they'd really pushed it. Instead, though, they have to settle for 2. Chasing out there was Marnus Labuschagne. There'll be trouble amongst the crowd in a moment. One of the security guards' greatest fears is there's a beach ball bouncing around. We know how much security guards at cricket grounds just despise beach balls. Blackwood is 20, Holder is 4, 3 for 174.
Yeah, so anyway, in the end, we made it through to the semi-final and got done by India, which was the right result for the tournament, because in that sort of event you need... It's probably right that India make the final of their own event when it doesn't really matter too much.
Are you prepared within the team? Was there... I know in sort of social sports they refer to them as turbos, the people within the teams who take it far too seriously. Was there anyone within the Australian side that was a bit like Sri Lanka and was determined to try and get a win?
Shane Watson, as captain, was.
Was he?
Oh, genuinely.
Was he trying to rev everybody else?
Well, the big thing was he went out to, I don't know who the English spinner was, bowled him a full toss and came in and had a proper blow-up in the change room. In a Masters tour. Come on.
Hazelwood's in and Holder plays it out towards mid-off. There's no run.
Can't blow up in a Masters tournament, can you?
I wouldn't have,
throw the bat.
Wouldn't have thought so. And it was broadcast on television?
Yeah, broadcast, and I think you could stream it here on
YouTube?
On YouTube or something like that.
So my other question, which
wasn't sort of great, it wasn't great cricket, but Shane Watson was far too good for that.
You sort of touched on it with John Hastings with the 15-ball over as Hazelwood bowls and Holder leaves. They're all flying very high over the top of off stump. Were there guys who, through the tournament, decided, I think maybe retirement would have been the right decision? Maybe I should have remained talking about my former feats.
I think a lot of the English guys had been to greener pastures. There was some non-athletic shapes.
They sound familiar to myself. I look in the mirror most mornings. Hazelwood bowls. Holder makes it backward of square. Again, they'll get one. He wants 2 now, Holder, and he turns. He was the batter determined. He was running to the danger end as well. Chased out after it. His head does the fielding. Holder goes along to be 6. The West Indies 3 for 176.
But John Hastings was... I was at mid-off when he was bowling his 15-ball over. And the challenge with that is normally with an 8-ball over, it's like, mate, just get through the over. But when it gets to 15, you've got to try all your tricks. You try and support them.
Hazelwood in. Holder leaves.
You take the mickey a little bit. At least no one's watching. You try and be technical, just try and finish through your action, or don't miss to the same side twice. But he just kept bowling wide. He bowled, 15-ball over. And a couple of them went for 5 as well.
Oh.
So, and eventually, before the last ball he actually bowled, he said, this is the first time in my entire career I actually have no idea where this ball's going to go. I'm not even going to hit the pitch here.
Hazelwood bowling, Holder leaving. On that front, he feels like many of us have felt at any level of cricket around the world, who never had to experience the highs that obviously the Duke did.
But the yips from someone who's played Test cricket to not being able to, genuinely not being able to hit the pitch, it was bizarre. And we laughed, but the poor bugger.
Is there a Road Safety Series Volume 2?
This would be Volume 3.
Oh, that's Volume 3?
Yeah, they're talking about it being in March.
Hazelwood bowling again. Oh, wrapped on the pad is Holder. They go up. Big shout. He's been given. Holder. Is it a little bit high? They're going to review.
In Holder's defence, it seemed to be very high.
For LBW, original decision is out, and it's a fair delivery. You can go to the front on submission, please.
It's a big lunge forward, and he's an incredibly tall man. He's well on the front foot.
So he's been wrapped on the very top of the 3 knee rolls. As Dirk said, he has taken a big step forward as well. I think it's high.
Oh, sorry. Hotspot, please. Yeah.
There's nothing on the bat. The vision showed that as well.
There, you can go to the RTS. RTS coming up.
Snicko showing.
Can you look and roll, please? Once more, please. Once more.
Snicko might actually have a tiny edge, whether or not it's gone high on the inside. There was nothing on hotspot.
Yeah, I can see spike as the ball past the bat, and can go to the rod. I can see a spike as the ball past the bat. I recommend you to change your decision. You're on the screen, Rod.
Well, that's interesting. So, they've burned the review. Or sorry, they've kept the review. The Australians' appeal was unsuccessful. So Holder is still out there. He's on 6. And yet there was nothing on the hotspot. They've decided to overturn it on Snicko.
Didn't line up the spot. No, he's angry with me. I gave it out.
Heard the discussion. Umpire said, well, don't talk to me about it. I gave it out. Anyway, end of the over. Holder's still there. He's 6. Blackwood is 23 for 176. The West Indies. Changing the commentary. Jim Maxwell to join you.
ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies.
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket.
With all the comings and goings there, they didn't realise it was the last ball of the over. So eventually, I think the message may have come from above. Hey, Rod, that's the end of the over, mate. 3 for 176. I'd still like to, just out of interest, to see the tracking. Do you reckon that was hitting the top of leg or going over? I mean, the bloke's 18 feet tall.
I just reckon that's going over the top.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the little pads on. He'd have the extra long pads, so can't help but think that's going over. But Jason Holder didn't take too long to review it, but the way they're standing around here and talking about it, Oh, no, the review's got it actually hitting.
It's hitting, yeah. So it would have been out, but for the little inside edge. But there you go. That's why we have DRS. And on that occasion, it worked in the favour of the batsman. And Nathan Lyon, in fact, is going to bowl from our commentary box end now.
I don't think you can argue that the spike is there when the ball passes the bat.
I'll just bring you up to date with what's happened here today. We've had more wickets fall today than on any other day of this match. 2 on the first, 2 on the second, and 3 today, plus the retirement of Nkrumah Bonner after being hit by Cameron Green. A few overs later, he went off and would be subject to some concussion review, and either he will come back and bat or someone else will, and we'll have to find out. But Chandapur was out in the first over. Court Warner bowled Hazelwood 51 since lunch. Brathwaite bowled Cummins 64, Cummins 200th test wicket, and Mayers bowled by Stark for 1. So Holder is 6, Blackwood is 20, and the West Indies are limping along a bit more than before when Brathwaite was at the crease. So a big effort from Pat Cummins, who of the bowlers have taken over 200 or 200 test wickets, is number 2 on the hit parade of balls per wicket behind Kagiso Rabada, who's about 40.6. Cummins is 41. I think Dale Steyn was next on 42, but it's a very impressive record from Cummins ever since he made that extraordinary debut in Johannesburg in 2011. So there's a bit of time being taken up here because the man at short leg's putting his little pads on as Nathan Lyon gets prepared to bowl with a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. 3 for 176, and it's a Blackwood who's driving a pitched up delivery, and it skiers away to Green, who's down there at backward point. So Holder's still there on 6 at the non-striker's end. Gargantuan figure alongside the umpire down there as Lyon goes in, tweaks a goodie, bounce turn, a push by Blackwood at the death, sent it square of the wicket on the offside. So come on, guys. They began the day at none for 74. They've added 102, but 3 wickets have gone in Australia with a excellent variety in the attack. Lyon is in, forward he goes and plays the ball away into the covers. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries that again up around the off stump. Just getting the ball to hold its line, and there's always a chance of a nick to slip. Lyon goes in again, and he's back to cut wide of slip. An uppercut, he'll get 4. Pretty streakily, though. Went wide of a diving Smith. He flayed at that short ball. There was bounce, there was a top edge, and it wasn't too far away from Steve Smith, but it went very quickly, and you couldn't call it a chance.
It was past Smith before he really had a chance to even clasp his hand. False shot, but
yep,
a lot of space out there.
Line in again. Blackwood back, plays around the corner, straight into the pads of Marnus Labuschagne at short leg. 3 for 180. There's a long on in place for Blackwood and a deep backward square, but there are 3 men and the keeper close to the bat. Lyon has him back and playing almost on the full to Labuschagne. That wasn't far from a catch at short leg as he prodded the ball off. Okay, drinks are on the field at 3 for 180. Let's get the latest from ABC News.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. Lawyers for former Sydney schoolteacher Chris Dawson have flagged an appeal after his sentence of a maximum of 24 years for murdering his first wife Lynette in 1982. Ms Dawson's body's never been found, but a judge has been satisfied Ms Dawson died at the hands of her husband, who had a possessive infatuation with the family's babysitter, who he later married. Justice Ian Harrison sentenced Dawson to a non-parole period of 18 years. Dawson maintains his innocence. The retrial of the man accused of raping Brittany Higgins at Parliament House in 2019 won't go ahead. Bruce Lehrman pleaded not guilty and faced a trial in October, but the jury was discharged due to juror misconduct. The ACT's Director of Public Prosecutions says he's received medical evidence that the trauma on Ms Higgins from a retrial poses an unacceptable risk. Unions are welcoming major changes to industrial relations laws after federal parliament passed the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. It'll encourage new multi-employer pay deals, which the government insists will result in higher wages for a number of workers. The Northern Territory's Chief Minister says there's no specific time frame to begin consultation on voluntary assisted dying legislation. A bill restoring rights of the ACT and Northern Territory to legalise euthanasia passed the Senate. The ACT will begin consultation early next year. And Elon Musk has announced his Neuralink company seeking permission to test its brain implant in people soon. He says the company should be able to put the implant in a human brain as part of a clinical trial in about 6 months' time. ABC News.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Drinks at the Perth Stadium. Quentin Hull with you with the West Indies 3 for 180 in reply to Australia's 4 declared for 598. Back to the team in just a moment. There's a full round of Shield cricket going on. I'm at the Gabba where it's day 2 of the match, yet day 1 of play between Queensland and Western Australia. Western Australia winning the toss earlier this morning, sending Queensland into bat, and the Bulls are 4 for 217, having lost Renshaw for 54, Burns 72, Truloff naught and Clayton 17. Paris has the best of the figures for Western Australia with 3 for 26. Currently at the crease, Bryce Street 47 and Jimmy Pearson yet to score. Queensland sent in 4 for 217 in its first innings. Meanwhile, day 2 at the Junction Oval between Victoria and New South Wales. Victoria 260, New South Wales resuming at 2 for 61. Also, all out for 260 today. Moses Enriquez making 97. Will Sutherland picking up 4 wickets for the Vics. So even on the first innings, but currently in the third innings of the match, Victoria batting a second time, none for 61. That's 2 out of the 3. The other game is at Bellerive between South Australia and Tasmania. Chris Rowbottom.
South Australia made 329 in their first dig. They then bowled the Tigers out for 149 and a back in, currently 2 for 68 late on day 2. Drew is 28 from 30. McSweeney 6 for 6 from 23 deliveries, and the Redbacks hold a lead of 248 runs with 2 days still to play in this match. So South Australia 2 for 68 on day 2 with a lead of 248 runs over Tasmania. That's the story at Bellerive. Back to you, Jim and Kristen Beams in Perth.
Thank you, Chris. Here comes Hazelwood after drinks, and he bowls just wide of the off stump. So, as Kristen Beams alongside me has pointed out, Marcus Harris is out there. So who's off? It's normally a bowler. Countdown. Where's Stark?
Well, I can see Stark.
Yeah, okay.
I can see Cummins.
Yep. Cameron Green, where's he? He's in the gully.
He's in the gully. We can see him. Looks like
Steve
Josh
Smith.
Hazelwood. He's on. He's second slip.
Yeah, he's there. And we're struggling at the moment. We'll get there. Hazelwood goes in again and he bowls, and Holder's back, plays the ball away on the offside. So process of elimination. we must get there. Is Travis Heads at mid-wicket? Yep. He's on the field. Pat Cummins is down at mid-on. Lavishane's at cover. Lyons at point.
It's Khawaja.
Khawaja. Well done.
Phew.
So we don't know what's up with him. Warner and Smith are in the slips alongside Cameron Green. So we also don't know what the story is with Nkrumah Bonner as Hazelwood bowls right up again at a leaning, defending Holder away on the offside. 3 for 180. So Holder is 6, Blackwood's 24.
Well, unless I might throw it out here. Unless that's Khawaja at first slip now. So I think it is. So I think it's.
Oh, right. Well done. Warner's off the field.
Yep.
Process of elimination. Well, we got the wrong man. Our detective work not good enough. Yes, that's the Kawaja pose at first slip. As we watch him bowl again, and Holder gets a run, knocking it into a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Cummins is around to collect. So Holder moves to 7, having survived an LBW shout, because when he reviewed it, there was a little inside edge. Ball tracking indicated it was hitting the top of the leg stump, but that didn't matter because of the little inside edge. So 3 for 181, and it's Jerome Blackwood who's back on strike. In goes Hazelwood, and he's chopping the ball away on the offside into the gully. In case you hadn't caught up with the news, Nkrumah Bonner was struck in the helmet ducking a ball from Cameron Green. He kept batting after being attended to, but eventually it was decided, either him or the advice, that he should go and have it looked at in case there was some concussion. Not sure of the rule there. How long do you have to work all that out before you can replace the batsman? A day or so?
Well, I think Ali said earlier that you had to do it within 36 hours.
Okay.
So you've got time.
Now, Blackwood's having a problem with his bat from the look of it. He's talking to the umpire and Jason Holder. Something's gone amiss either with the grip, the splice. What are they looking at there? They're fiddling around with the bat down towards the non-strikers, and a couple of bats are being brought out from the dressing room. He may have split his bat. Now, he wants some tape from the look of it around the bottom of his bat, which is already taped up, but he said to the chap who's just come out, perhaps I'll just grab another stick and get on with it. Yeah, that one looks all right. I'll take that. Thank you very much. And yeah, I suppose if there is a change for this team with Bonham being subbed, that would be Shamar Brooks, you'd reckon, but we'll find out when we're told.
Or Thomas.
Thomas,
he got 50, didn't he?
Did he?
With Canberra.
Yeah, I thought Brooks was the star on the fringe. We'll see. Bonner might come back and resume, but at the moment we're watching Blackwood with his new bat facing Hazelwood, and he gets a nasty one. He ducked into it. It hit him on the body, I think, not the helmet, but he lost that completely, and he ended up in a horrible tangle, neither ducking or getting out of the way. It was a useful delivery, and I think it took him on the chest and bounded out on the offside as he tried to get out of the way. Yeah, he survived. 3 for 181 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it looks like it might have even caught a little bit of the top of the bat there, which might have made it a little less painful than getting him flush there. But I did get the sense that something is likely to happen here. I think it's a good contest between Nathan Lyon and these two batters. We still see a very attacking field here. And expect nothing less with Nathan Lyon. We need 600 runs on the board. Although in saying that, every bowler has a little bit of that ego piece of not wanting to go for too many runs.
Yes, he's got man back at long on and deep backward square, but a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Warner's back on the field line, bowls and Holder defends. Over in Rawalpindi in the orgy of runs, England 7 for 608. So they're on by 102 from 16.3 overs today, but they've lost those 3 wickets. Lyon goes up, Holder forward and runs it off a thick edge for a couple of runs towards third, very fine third man. And he saunters back for a second. Thick outside edge, wide of Smith along the ground. But looked more of a false shot than an intentional one.
Yeah, just kept his hands low, probably got away with that one a little bit. But that's promising signs for Nathan Lyon, and there's plenty of chat in and around the bat here at the moment.
Lyon comes up and pitches up, and he's driven spankily through the offside, through the covers. It's going out to the boundary, long boundary, but it hits the foam out there and is for more on a sumptuous cover drive. 3 for 187.
Yeah, overpitched from Nathan Lyon. And that's the difference between these two batters as well. You've got Holder coming from a really good height, really long levers, can take a really big stride. Blackwood really different, so there is going to have to be that adjustment of length for Nathan Lyon.
Here's Lyon over the wicket again to Holder. Holder forward, drives it firmly straight to Cummins down there at mid-off. So England's 7 for 612. Jackson Robertson having a bit of a fling. They've added a useful little partnership of 36, but Lyon bowls again. He's beaten outside the off stump. A little bit quicker on that line outside. He pushed at the ball and Carey took it with some expectation. No edge. No movement of the back foot. So Lyon just getting the batsman pushing a little bit at some deliveries with the hope of a nick to slip the keeper perhaps. He comes in again and on the stumps, wicket to wicket, defended by Holder on the offside. 3 for 187. Yes, Rick.
Zahid Mahmood for Pakistan on debut has conceded more runs in first innings of bowling in Test cricket than anyone else.
Who is he?
He's a Pakistani spinner, I would suspect.
Pakistan, they have this extraordinary thing about changing their side. I tell you, they go through more spinners than, well, British Prime Ministers, whatever you like. 31 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 227.
You never want to get yourself in the history books. It's a bit unfortunate, Rick, that you've simply highlighted.
He's a leggy.
He's a leggy, is he? Oh, right. Okay.
Who'd be a leg spinner?
Well, it's a bit Bryce McGainish, that number, isn't it? Poor bloke. I still remember the first shot that Inanga played against him in that test in Cape Town. It could have been caught at backward point, but it wasn't. Here we go. Hazelwood bowls straight and full. Blackwood plays away. He went off Ashwell Prince's bat in the air between point and backward point and landed safely. That one ball could have changed the whole test history of Bryce McGain. But alas, he didn't get a wicket.
It's the magic of Test cricket, though, isn't it? That
Yep.
it's those little moments. Travis Head 99. That the things can change very quickly.
Yes, it was that kind of moment for Chanderpaul last night when he was hit on the pad. But as Hazelwood in, pitching up again, full and straight, and Blackwood plays down the mid-on. He was given not out. There was a review, and it was going over the stump. But he was early on in the innings there and went on to 47 not at stumps and a 4 this morning, and then caught by Warner, who's on the field at slip again off Hazelwood's bowling out for 51. Hazelwood's bowling, and he's got a short ball out off the glove, caught in the gully. No, I think that was glove. Cameron Green came screaming in to dive. He couldn't get his hands under it. It lobbed up. Nasty delivery. And again, Blackwood in a tangle to the bounce of Hazelwood. That really did bounce. Very awkward to play. And I don't think Cameron Green got there, no. It just landed in front of his despairing lunge forward from the gully.
It was a really good piece of work, though, from Green to get in and dive forward there. They're difficult because they're hard to pick up. He made good ground. Definitely doesn't go down as a chance.
No, it didn't carry, but it made a mess of Blackwood's defence. Hazelwood in again, pitching up, and he plays a good stroke through the onside. And Travis Head has the pursuit out towards deep square leg. 2 more to Blackwood. He's hanging in there, but he's getting some bouncy stuff that is troubling him. 3 for 189.
Yeah, he's toiled away really well so far. It feels like there's some inevitability, though, about the way that he's batting. I think he's trying to be aggressive. Some really good fast bowling at the same time.
So Hazelwood comes up again, and it's played very uncomfortably, anticipating another short ball, which it was. He turned his head, pushed at the ball, and it popped up on the onside. You'd have to say, why not have a short leg? I don't know whether he would have caught that. It was a bit away to the left, but now Travis Head is sort of inquiring of the captain, should I be coming in here? And it doesn't look like that's happening at this point. Someone else is coming in there, Labuschagne. Yeah, he's got the pads on. But sometimes you wonder in this game. I mean, I would have thought that's the most obvious thing to be doing, to have someone in there.
Yeah, I think the way that he's bowled, he's had a different plan, Josh Hazlewood. I think he's wanted to go full and as much as he can and challenge the top of off, but he's actually used the short ball really well, so it is a surprise that we haven't seen that fielder in early.
Yep. Blackwood batting with some stickability. Yes, he gets inside, away from the line of a ball that bounces outside the off stump. And he managed to keep his gloves and his bat away from that ball. So another good over from Hazlewood, whose figures, as I just look across here on the little compilation of numbers that Rick has. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 49. A wicket apiece to Stark, Hazlewood and Cummins. 3 for 189. Thank you, Rick.
Standing in the middle as the two batsmen were a little while ago.
Yeah.
Made me realise that they're 27.5 centimetres in difference in height.
Is that a record?
It must be close.
Yeah, could be. David Williams, he was a shorty. Here comes Lyon. He bowls now and is pushed away on the offside. David Williams, in case you don't remember, was a wicketkeeper for the West Indies, who was, well, he was shorter than Gus Logie.
Nice go.
Yeah. So Gus Logie and Joel Garner, there would have been a difference there. Sorry, Rick. Here comes Lyon. Down the pitch. A single for the Holder as he drags a drive to long on for a run. 3 for 190. So how tall is Blackwood, or how short is Blackwood? Whichever.
172.
172.
It's not that short.
No.
Come on, boys. 4 5
It's just that all
2
the other
metres.
blokes are fairly tall.
Yeah, 2 metres is the other one, though.
Yeah. Blackwood on strike. Lyon bowls, and he's back and he's defending on the offside. You've got to admire the spirit, the tenacity of Blackwood, but he's getting rattled down at the other end by Hazlewood. See if he jumps at one of these deliveries and has a crack. Line goes in. No, forward. Outside the off stump, he prodded it out into the covers. Line, I think, has got it in his mind that he can just hold one up a bit there, get him lunging forward. Smith's in the game at slip. 3 for 190. Blackwood 26. Line again. Blackwood back and plays the ball with a bit of spin. Beautifully fielded on the onside. That was superb effort from Cameron Green, who's between mid-wicket and mid-on. As a nice waft, a breeze comes flying into the box and sends its papers everywhere. Line once more. Blackwood. Quicker ball. Defends it. Out to Green. Another over rolls on. 3 for 190 with Holder 14 and Blackwood 26.
And I think Nathan Lyon has mixed his pace really well. We've seen him in and around sort of 85 to 90, and I think what he's trying to do at times is go into the wicket on that quicker pace and then allow himself to toss it up. And when we've seen him do that, we've actually seen him do that outside of the off stump a little bit more, trying to force some of those shots. And I think it's a good way. It's a really good contest at the moment. I think in particular Lyon v Holder. I think Holder definitely wants to get after him here. And I think for Blackwood, I think he was probably fairly happy to defend the rest of that over out and find himself leaning on the end of his bat rather than going up against Josh Hazlewood in this over.
So England keep batting. There's 7 for 632 in Rawalpindi. Jacks 24, Robinson 30. Brook out for 153 from 116 balls. 19 fours, 5 sixes. Now Hazelwood bowls and Holder ducks. And when he's ducking, he has to go down quite a long way because he's a bit of an Empire State Building as the bowler looks at him before he starts running in.
How many overs, Rick, has Josh Hazelwood bowled in this spell?
It's his fourth.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this might be the last one. I think he's really coming in, attacking that short ball. And he's actually been pretty fired up. We've seen him have a few interactions with the batter. I think it's probably because he's bowled so well.
Short leg is there. Hazelwood bowls it just outside the off stump. It's allowed to go through. And there's someone from the Rick Finley fan club, statistical fan club, listening. We are more than halfway through the match and halfway to equalling the record for the fewest wickets in a test. Tony from Northcote in the Justin Langer stand. Is this true, Rick?
I think we had a test in 1902 and there were only 2 wickets lost before the rain set in.
I missed that one. Did you see it?
No, I think I was away that day.
Okay. Yeah, well, yes, we've had very few. We've 7. In fact, there's Holder looks to play a shot, then allows the ball to pass as it goes through low, wide of the off stump. 3 for 190. Still 408 behind. So can the West Indies sustain this innings for the rest of the day? That's the big question, because you'd think if they don't, Australia have got a huge chance of forcing a victory. They need to do at least that. Hazelwood bowls again. He's hit on the pad and appeal for LBW, not out. Looked to be sliding down leg. And very quickly Rod Tucker said no. But a fine delivery once more from Hazelwood. And Holder just a little off kilter there as he tried to squirt it through the onside and was taken on the pad. But yeah, I don't think there's much doubt. It was just sliding down leg.
Yeah, they were onto it pretty quickly. We've seen some pretty good appeals for balls that definitely weren't going to hit the stumps, and that's the old value of the umpire's call with the DRS.
So Hazelwood's coming up and Holder's forward, defending back down the offside of the pitch. But it's still a magnificent surface to be batting on. Doesn't seem to be doing too much unusual. Maybe a bit of low bounce and a few bouncers at the diminutive Blackwood have been a problem.
Yeah, I think well, for one thing, we're definitely not going to see a follow on. That is for certain. I don't think you'd be wanting to bat last on this wicket.
Hazelwood tries again. He comes up and Holder leaves the ball just outside the off stump. Umpire Tucker says over. We've had 68 of those. 3 for 190. And Holder's 14 and Blackwood's 26, with Craig Brathwaite the top scorer. He was bowled by Pat Cummins at the top of his off stump, and it was Pat Cummins' 200th test wicket.
There have been 2 tests with 0 wickets lost, actually. 1926 and West Indies in 2008-9. One was a bad pitch, the other one was weather. In Australia, the fewest number of wickets to fall in a test is 10 at the MCG, 93-94 when the South Africans were here. That was weather-related too.
So, but what's the fewest number of wickets that have fallen in a match that's gone its full distance?
With a result?
No result, obviously. Here we go. Lyons bowling and it's pushed back down the onside. I mean, there was timeless tests. There's 3, 4, 5-day tests, 6-day tests. There must be a test that's been played out that where only, 12 or 13 wickets, something like that, have fallen for the whole match. I'm not talking about games interrupted by a couple of days of rain as he goes back and turns the ball around the corner. We're a long way from that at the moment, even though 7 wickets have fallen, and Blackwood gets a single, he's 27. Yeah.
Difficult to do.
Yeah, I know.
To distinguish matches that have had just a few wickets lost and no play lost.
Yeah.
And those where the weather has intervened badly.
I'll try and phrase it another way. It's a bit too complicated. As Lyon bowls, he's beaten Big appeal for a catch, not out. They've got a slip and a gully now for Holder. Lyon, lovely little variations of pace. And he's probing away around the off stump. It's good to see him bowling like this to right-handers. I reckon he hasn't, over the course of his whole career, done this enough. He bowls now. Reverse sweep. Well played by Holder. He sent that down towards third man and the boundary down there. And they'll get 3. Yes, they wander through for a third as it's chased back towards the boundary and just cut off inside the rope. So, change of tactics from Jason Holder. 3 runs result. He's 17. 3 for 194.
Well, he was ambitious, but it's not a bad way to try and change the plan from Nathan Lyon. And you're right, that was one of the previous ball was actually one of the quickest ones that he's bowled, but it was actually the length and the line, so it's just out, so it's probably about a 5th stump on off-stump line. And I think when Nathan Lyon's bowling really well, he's in and around there, but it's just asking the question to play.
Now, Nathan Lyon's going around the wicket to Blackwood. He moves up. Blackwood forward plays with a punch towards the man on the onside between mid-wicket and mid-on, Cameron Green. So slip, short leg. Man on the sweep behind square. Lyon to Blackwood. Blackwood forward. Playing the ball gently away on the offside. So the end of the over. We've got about half an hour to go before tea. 3 for 194. And Clint Wilden is coming in to join you.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
I'm enjoying the work of the Jason Holder fan club on the other side of the ground. They're having a great time. They were here yesterday cheering on every time Jason Holder went anywhere near the cricket ball in the field, and now every single, well, not just every single, just anything Jason does. There's a group of, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them over there. They're not exactly being sun smart, I would say.
No.
But they've got the zinc with Holder written across the chest. Yeah. So by the end of the day, they're going to have Holder remaining on their chest, I would suggest. It'll be the pale part, with the rest of them is sunburned.
Well,
they're having a great old time.
They are, and the crowd is better than what it has been. It doesn't mean there's, huge crowd, but beautiful day. Absolutely a beautiful summer's day. Not too hot, crystal clear blue skies.
Here's Cameron Green again, the local Inder Holder, who plays it on the bounce down towards mid-on for no run.
I was beginning to wonder where he was. He only bowled 4 overs. I thought he should have bowled a 5th over at least. And I thought the field, Hazelwood bowled beautifully. And why on earth he didn't have a bat pad from the get-go, and forget about the follow it out for just on square leg. He just needed mid-on, bat pad, and the rest, 3 slips and a gully.
Here is Green to Holder, who leans for a ball that rises past his helmet, 132 kilometres an hour. Flies through to Carey. There's 2 slips. Warner under the floppy. He's at first. Smith is at second. And Kawaja's now with Green bowling, fielding at gully.
And especially for someone like Blackwood, who is diminutive, he'd be lucky to be 5'8".
Unlike Jason Holder, who plays the next
shot
back past the bowler. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely on drive. And that will bring the Holder fan club to their feet if they've ever sat down throughout the afternoon. He's 21, Holder, 3 for 198.
I do get excited, I'm sorry, Clint. I do get excited and over.
I love your excitement.
Yeah.
No, I do. Oh, 2 West Australians on together. How's this been allowed to happen? As Green bowls, must be because he's bowling, and Holder defends onto the onside for no run. think we might be getting a feature on the Jason Holder fan club, are we? We're not sure. Fletcher's working very hard. He's got lots to do in the background. But we have wandered down to have a chat to them. I love these little things that happen around cricket grounds.
Yeah.
People keep themselves entertained and amused with all the cricket that is going on. There's a bit going on in the middle too, so they push square leg back further as Holder. That's a lovely drive on the offside, but can't get it past mid-off.
I just don't understand having two blokes back. Yeah, fine leg, most definitely, but a guy just on square, just behind square. When you've got 600, let them chance their arm to have a crack at a hook shot. And if they don't quite get it, it'll come down the fine leg.
A trail by exactly 400 at the moment. Green bowls. Oh, and it's hit the helmet of Holder and then bounced away to the boundary. Ah, so there you go. Leg buys. He says he's okay. They will have to come in and have a chat with him, I think, because of the concussion protocols. But, yeah, he cannoned into him from Green's bowling. He was there leaning back and just making sure it's hit the helmet and not the shoulder. It certainly appeared to have hit him on the helmet. It has. It's got him right on the bonce.
Yeah. Well, that's the second West Indian that Green has hit in 5 overs in the helmet and has looked a real threat from virtually the first ball he bowled. And I just felt he should have bowled that 5th over, because he looked like getting a wicket nearly every ball.
It was a solid blow. Tried to get out of the way, but nowhere near quickly enough. And it ricocheted down leg side for leg bias. 107 kilometres an hour when it hit him in the helmet. Jason Holder from the bowling of Green. He'll have his pause again while they make sure that everything's okay and they replace the helmet. We saw that earlier on when Nkrumah Bonner was hit. Had to come off, retired hurt. 16 was his score. 20 balls after he did get hit in the side of the head where the grill meets the helmet itself. And then at drinks he decided that he'd had enough. It was 1 for 106 when he went off. It's just a recap of the day so far. If you've just joined us on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, the ABC Listen app, it's the place to be. Just push the ABC Sport button. The Australians yesterday, 4 for 598 declared after they won the toss and elected to bat. Double hundreds for Labuschagne and for Smith. And then today, the West Indies resumed none for 74. They survived 25 overs to get the stumps on day 2. Brathwaite on 18 and Chanderpaul on 47. Chanderpaul brought up his half-century on debut. Tagnerine Chanderpaul. And then he was out the very next ball for 51, caught by Warner from the bowling of Hazelwood, whose first over was just a peach. 1 for 78. And then we saw Bonner hit in the helmet. Drinks break arrive and Bonner deciding that he would retire hurt. Got to lunch and then Brathwaite was out for 64 and Mayers out for 1. Line to start a new over and he's in to Blackwood, who pulls forward of square leg into the deep and will take a single. Hold up. Thought he might have been out LBW. The Australians certainly were up and about, but a little inside edge saved him that was spotted on Snicko. And fascinatingly, though, not on the hot spot. So with line bowling and now operating from the northern end, he's away from us. At the moment, there's 2 slips, a short leg fielding in close. Line trots away. He's over the wicket and Holder defends, just playing it out towards point. Warner races away to go to gather the cricket ball, throws it back. Perfectly handled by Line behind the stumps. There's also player extra cover. We've got Green standing at mid-off, mid-wicket. There's a long on, deep backward square and a field up. As Line bowls again and hit up in the air by Holder. That's an almighty blow and that is 6. Big shot He's got big levers and he used them to good effect. He goes to be 27. The ball smashed over deep mid-wicket. Wow.
That was a wow. Tell you what, the boys in the outer have gone absolutely ballistic. They're all giving it the Hail Marys and hallelujah or whatever. They're excited. What a shot. Gee, that's gone well. Cleared the fence easily.
Ball's back in the hands of Lyon, who bowls and Holder forward and defends. Back to the bowl. He's still operating with the sunglasses on, the white frames, the reflective lenses.
Well, Nathan Lyon won't mind that. I mean, he's hopeful that one maybe just gets a bit more of a top edge.
Lyon bowls back and across and defending his Holder. Some good news for you on Nkrumah Bonner. He's still in the game for now. He's up and about and moving freely, is the report from the West Indies. So they don't have to make the concussion substitute for some time. So right at this point in time, they've decided that although he's retired hurt, they're hoping that he will be okay at some stage to continue. So leg slip in now and just one regulation slip as Lyon went around the wicket, flicked on. Oh, by Holder, it's been caught at leg slip. That's a terrific catch from David Warner. And what a decision to move him into that position as well, because Holder has now gone for 27. Caught at leg slip by Warner off the bowling of Lyon. Holder out for 27. The West Indies 4 for 209.
Clint, the brilliant move was, instead of over the wicket, he came around the wicket. First ball and brilliant execution. Fantastic catch by David Warner. You very rarely see those things come off so quickly, but that's a great bit of bowling and thinking by Nathan Lyon, and well supported in the field by David Warner. Sharp. Really good. So he's on his way. Holder was looking very, very dangerous indeed. Hit against Lyon, hit a magnificent 6. So out for 27. Good start, but when you're chasing 600, it's nowhere near obviously what you want. But wow. And with Cameron Green having bowled only 1 over, so you'd think he'd have another 3 or 4 at least in him, because he didn't get a bat, so he hasn't done much. So all of a sudden the West Indies might be in a position where they might lose a flurry of wickets. Brilliant catch by David Warner.
It was a great grab. He had the floppy and the baggy green stuck on top of the floppy as well, as he often does with Lyon bowling.
And I think the other thing, Clint, was that Warner could see it was going to come his way because it was wide of Holder's pads. So it wasn't as if it came in front of Holder, it came to the side of him, so Warner could anticipate going that. Mind you, you've still got to catch it, which he did.
So Lyon, who was dispatched just a short time ago, but it's a good catch, around about knee height, diving to his left, David Warner. Oh, there you go. So just as we were told that Bonner was okay, things have changed as Green starts another over and Blackwood defends onto the offside.
And this is where they should get rid of mid-wicket and put him in at third slip. I mean, Green, with his 6'7", is getting some bounce. You've got a bat pad. I agree with that completely. You've just taken a wicket and get him out of mid-wicket. That's a waste of time. He's not there to... Well, no one is there to save singles. I mean, not when you've got that many runs up your sleeve. You're there to take catches. Get him in at gully or get him in at third slip. You've got a bat pad. Completely agree with that at long last.
So how things change, because Bonner, who was expected to continue on, and the news we just were given, as Green bounces Blackwood, who ducks underneath it. The West Indies have activated their concussion substitute, and he's out there at the moment and batting. It's Sharma Brooks, the 34-year-old, his 12th Test match, 501 runs and an average of 25.05. Does have a high score of 111.
Well, the score of Nelson for the Englishman is their unlucky number.
He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. As Blackwood takes it off the toes and bounces it out towards the fielder at mid-on for a dot.
That was always a bit of a funny thing with a person that played county cricket and David Shepherd. And when it got to 111, he'd put on a little bit of weight. It's a nice way of saying that he was, anyway. And he'd do a little jig at square leg.
They have to stand with 1 foot in the air.
Yeah, that's right. Our Aussie unlucky number is number 87, being 13 short of 100.
Green bowls again. Played away onto the onside by Blackwood. Rolling out towards mid-wicket where Head fields, no run. How quickly it changes the West Indies. Gives the detail. He's up and about. He's okay. He'll be part of the game. Wicket falls. No. Sharma Sydney.
Well, it's a beautiful day. And the wicket is playing beautifully.
Green in and bowl. Oh, trouble Blackwood, who had to leap up into the air, tried to push it away onto the onside. It fell safely. There is a fielder under the helmet there at short leg. It's Marnus Labuschagne at the moment. He's got the baggy green just tucked into the back of his pants. Had a chat with Cameron Green earlier today.
Yes.
He's an enormous man.
And such a beautiful, a fantastic young man. Just got a lovely balance on life.
Here he is again, Green and Blackwood. I had to just flick that away. Wasn't done, stylishly at all. It was more survival than anything else. Looking to flick it away, the bat to the left-hand side. Roundabout head height, worked it down towards fine leg. Stark does the fielding. He'll be happy to get off strike, though, after those last two deliveries. Gets down to the non-striker's end. One more to the total. 4 for 211. Blackwood is now 29. And it does bring onto strike for the first time Brooks.
Now they should definitely get rid of mid-wicket. I mean, he's just come to the wicket, Brooks. Yes, he scored 100, but, just get the mid-wicket into that third slip or a gully position.
And the other two slips and the gully. As Green bowls to Brooks and he beats him. And that was so close to the edge of Brooks' bat. And that is the end of the over. 140.2 kilometres an hour from Cameron Green. He's from your club, isn't he?
Yes,
Subi Floreat.
Yeah. They had a lovely photo of him, and I think Khawaja and David Warner were down at Floreat Beach or City Beach there with a lot of young boys from Subi Floreat. And what about that ball? I mean, threw it chin high, and Carey's taken it up about head height. He's been the quickest bloke in either side, and just looks a real force to be reckoned with.
Shout out to the Fremantle Dockers, their media manager, Tanya Armstrong, sends us a text. They're listening in, doing their Fremantle community camp throughout WA's southwest. Off to schools, towns, having an open training session at Beauville Oval at Bustleton today between 3 and 6. As Lyon starts another over and defending onto the onside is Blackwood. No run.
It's the power of sport, which is fantastic in all sorts of communities.
It is a good thing the footy clubs do to get out and about.
The professional clubs or sports do a wonderful effort.
Blackwood waits, surrounded by fielders, and he can defend onto the onside again. There's the short leg, the leg slip, because he's there again. It's David Warner with Lyon coming around the wicket, and the first slip in Steve Smith. There's a backward point. Green fielding at mid-off. Mid-wicket, in the form of Cummins. Lyon around the wicket and bowling, and that's nicely worked. Well done. He's punching it into the ground between that short leg and Warner at leg slip, and Blackwood can take a quick single before getting some support from Usman Khawaja. He's at a short fine leg at the moment, Khawaja. There's also a deep backward square. And who have I missed? Stark down at long on. Shadows starting to make their way across the ground.
I think this is a good move. You don't need someone at sort of short
fine leg.
square. Yeah, short, fine leg.
They move Kawaja to a backward point. Line bowls and defending Brooks, getting right behind the delivery. It just drops onto the pitch. Carey's out from behind the stumps. He throws it back to Nathan Lyon.
So he's got plenty of support in the offside, a mid-off cover and a backward point.
Lyon is opting now to come over the wicket. And he does so. Right behind it is Brooks. Pushes away out towards that short leg.
Marnus
just throws the ball back at the wickets and knocks the bails off.
Bails off just to be a pest.
Yep.
But he put the bar back on.
He did. High bowl. Sweeping is Brooks. Can't get it past. Feet backward square. Shuts the single, but it does get him off the mark, though he'll keep the strike. So he moves to be 1. The West Indies 4 for 212. Brooks is 1. Blackwood is 30.
And Nathan Lyon wouldn't have minded that shot because, only went for 1, but it was seen to be off about middle dolly. So he'd encourage that to happen all the time. And it's just an unnecessary risk. Just hit it straight.
Rick showed me the score before, but I didn't get a chance to tell you. But England are 8 for 649 against Pakistan in the first session of day 2.
Just mind-boggling what's happened here yesterday with the run rate, and then over there in Pakistan, it's just mind-boggling.
Very different in Rawalpindi. I'll give you some of the scores in a moment. As Green bowls, strays down leg side and flicked away by Brooks. Goes into the deep, let go all the way to the rope. It just gets there. Thought it was going to hold up and stop for a moment with Travis Head trying to charge towards it, but it does trickle in to the boundary sponge. Nicely played by Brooks. He's 5.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. A lovely balance. Didn't fall over too much to the offside. And really, he didn't even bother to run.
Green in, bouncer, ducking underneath it is Brooks. 136.6. Joe Root would be filthy. How's this for the top order for England? Zach Crawley, 122 off 111 balls. Ben Duckett, 107 off 110. Ollie Pope, 108 off 104. Joe Root, 23 from 31. And then Harry Brook, just to really rub it in, 153 from 116. Ben Stokes put on 41. Liam Livingston missed out, just the 9 for him. Defending the next delivery from Green, his Brooks rolls out towards backward point. There's no run. As we speak, Pakistan and England have just lost another one, so they're now 9 for 649. Jack Leach remains out there. He's 4 from 12 deliveries. Now, I know it's a test and I wouldn't normally mention the balls.
Yeah.
But only because it's been such a ridiculous run rate. Current run rate 6.58. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
In again. Down leg side and played onto the leg side out towards mid-wicket. They can't get a run from that, says Blackwood. 9 for 649. England as we speak. James Anderson has just joined Jack Leach out in the middle.
What a marvel that James Anderson has been, Clint, at 40 years of age, and I would have thought that even for when the Ashes are played next June, July, he will still be the number 1 threat to Australia.
And again, Green flicked up in the air. It was down leg side. Brooks sends it up, 1 bounce, and then over the rope before. Stark was in the vicinity at fine leg, but it went wider of him, and it lands safely. So Blackwood is still there. He's on 30. Brooks has moved to be 9 with that. 9 from 9, 4 for 222.
But that was a real arrogant shot. That was just a little, mate, don't bowl that to me and I'll give you a flick off the hip. Beautiful. Had all the time in the world. Gee, played a couple of beautiful shots.
In again is Green. Oh, struck is Brooks. Cameron Green. He's on a mission to land a blow on every West Indians bat. And by that, the West Indian bat, not the actual bat of the West Indians. He's pelting them at the moment. It struck him on the hand as he tried to fend that away. Hurt a bit too, Brooks. He has a look at the bottom hand.
Gee, he could have really collected it there. That was a good reply from Cameron Green.
Green in again. Up on her toes and just dropping it short of square leg was Brooks. I beg your pardon, short leg was Brooks, and that's the end of the over. Cameron Green is becoming a real menace to these West Indies batsmen. Brooks is 5, Blackwood is 30, 4 for 218, the West Indies at the end of the over. Di from Brisbane on the text, 0467 920 222. At this venue, how effective is the Fremantle Doctor? Less or more effective than at the Wacker?
Well, there is no effect.
No.
Not here.
It swirls.
It swirls, yeah. A bit like the MCG. You've seen it be either... You get it across halfway line and it goes one way and you get it the other way. But no, not like the old Fremantle Doctor.
No, it has very little impact because it can't get in the stadium.
Yeah.
So you can feel it, but it sort of comes in and swirls around the ground. We're getting to see exactly what KB was hoping for a little bit earlier today. Where is she? She would have been loving this. With Marnus Labuschagne being throwing the ball. He'll get to trundle away from us. He'll operate from the northern end. Brooks is on strike.
And he does give it a rip, Marnus.
13 wickets in test matches, a best of 3 for 45 in an innings, and he bowls. Works down leg side by Brooks, who's happy just to punch that away. It might go all the way to the right. Warner's trying to get to it. He can't. So, and a no ball as well. Well, that adds a little bit of extra insult to the injury to your scorecard. He's overstepped, and by a bit too. Blackwood's 34. The West Indies are 4 for 227. Labuschagne away again. Blackwood forward defending. And drops right in front of him. Just on where the footmarks are from the bowlers at the other end of the ground. Justin Langer stand in. Labuschagne trots away over the wicket. Blackwood pushes out towards point. There's no run. Probably about a sixth of the ground now in shade.
Nice, Marnie. Come on, Marnie.
Starting from the city side of the ground. Labuschagne bowls, getting right behind it as Blackwood.
Making a really good big start, mate.
Bowling at a pace of 85.7 kilometres an hour. Cameron Green, will he get another over? Gives it a bit more flight. Labuschagne almost a full toss. It was knocked back out to the left. He gathered and then fired it back to the wicketkeeper in Carey.
I tell you what, you certainly know that Labuschagne, he's as keen as mustard, isn't he?
He's involved in everything. Bowls again. Right on middle stump. Hit straight back to him. So he's had the 4 and the no ball, the very first ball of the over. Since that time, it's been 5 dots. Labuschagne away again, and bowling and forward, pushing back down the pitch as Brooks. That's the end of that over. West Indies trail by 371 runs at the moment. Brooks is 9, Blackwood is 34. What do they do here? The Australians. Green slowly walks across.
Nathan
Lyon will be operating. From the Justin Langer stand end.
Can you imagine Smith and Labuschagne if they were rooming together? It would never, ever stop. They'd be up and about and doing this and doing that, inventing games. You'd wonder whether they'd ever get to sleep.
Who did you have to room with? Other than when you had to sleep in the bathtub, as we heard the other day.
Yeah, well, when I was captain, you get a room to yourself. Well,
that's a benefit.
Well, yeah. But often, my first tour in 1977, I was roomed with Rick McCosker.
Okay.
And what they did, they usually put the youngest bloke with a more experienced, and Bish, or Rick McCosker, was a fantastic bloke, but he was a very quiet personality. They just thought they could keep the lunatic sort of looked after. But we did get along well for the first day.
Did he ever have to tell you to stop?
No. I was very respectful of my elders.
Right. They surround Brooks' line, starts it over, he's up, defends out towards point. To Smith, who does the fielding, who was coming around from first slip. So there's a first slip in Smith, a leg slip again in Warner, and fielding in close under the helmet at short leg is Head. Line bowls, Brooks defends.
And that was the way it was done, often the older experienced players with the younger blokes, and he'd take you through the ropes, and it was great to tour with people like Rick McCosker, who was captain of New South Wales, and they're just a fantastic bloke.
Line to Brooks, prodding onto the onside for no run. Anyone else after McCosker?
I'm just trying to... I did room with Mick Malone, who became my best man. What a bloke he is. Michael Francis Malone.
Line bowls. Brooks just defending away. Backward of point for no run. Why do you say that?
Because he was an absolute character. Never a dull moment around with Mick. Prankster, a bit like a Bruce Yardley, and you need them in every touring group.
One unfurls. Which just pushes it away towards Head, fielding in close at short leg.
The great thing was that they could crack jokes about it, but they didn't mind taking it. And I think that's important. You can dish it out, but you've got to take it together. And they just had a wonderful ability, if things get a bit desperate or tense, just to settle things down with a joke or a story.
Line bowling again. Flicked away through mid-wicket. They'll take one here. Green's there. Fires it to the non-striker's end. He was home, though, nonetheless. Brooks running very quickly. Line did well to gather the ball and heaved it in by Green. That's the end of that over. 4 for 228. Brooks is 10. Blackwood is 34. The West Indies at the moment as they look to try to continue to make some inroads into this massive Australian total of 4 declared for 598.
Mick and I made our test debuts on a disastrous tour of England in 77, and we got an opportunity at the Oval. I got a good-looking duck, and Frankie rang me up and said it was a ripper. And
what's a good-looking duck?
Well, he always focused on the good things.
Right. Have shame to start another over. Back is Brooks, and he cuts out towards the
elbow was
run.
Good, or you're running between the wickets was good. But anyway, I felt positive about it.
That's good.
Whereas Mick, he got his 30 or 40 runs, and he bowled unchanged for 2 sessions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shane bowls worked nicely by Brooks. Very fine onto the leg side. Warner is really after this, and a great stop from Warner. Diving over the top of the ball, he flicked it back. Gathers, he's been able to save one then. They run 3, but it looked to be, for a moment, a certain 4. Warner wouldn't give it up.
Wow, what an effort by, 34 or 35? Absolutely sensational, David Warner. Gee, he was running like a hare.
36 years of age.
36, wow. That's a brilliant example.
Shane bowls, gave it more flight. Dropping down at the toes. Blackwood plays it along the deck out towards long off. There's another single there for the West Indies. Blackwood moving to 35, 4 for 232.
Brilliant example in your absolute truckloads in front, but he was that desperate just to save the extra single.
Shane flicked away by Brooks. Backward of square. They take one. Now able to come back for a second. Throw in from deep backward square is a good one. Plenty of time to make sure they were home safely. Rick, what have you got for us?
Kim does himself a disservice. He actually got 1 at the Oval in 1977.
Oh, it was a good-looking one.
It took 37 balls to get there.
Oh, it was getting sledged by Tony Gregg.
Cutting out towards a deep backward point. Brooks takes the one, and they'll trot back for a second before it's dragged in a couple of metres from the boundary rope.
I had Derek Underwood bowling, Tony Gregan at bat pad saying some ordinary things about my mother, and had Alan Knott as the wicket keeper. Anyway, I was used to that. I just had a few sleepless nights.
Labuschagne bowling, played by Brooks along the ground towards Khawaja, who fields it long off for a single. So he obviously needed a few siders, which doesn't sound like the Kim Hughes that I remember.
Oh,
early days.
Well, it was early days. It was early days. Mate, when they should have picked me, I'd scored 3 90s in a row and still didn't get picked on that tour.
That's tea, by the way, on day 3. The end of session 2, the West Indies will head to it at 4 for 237. Brooks is still there. He's on 18. He is the concussion substitute coming in for Bonner, while Blackwood has been there for 92 deliveries and remains unbeaten on 35. The wickets to fall in that session. Brathwaite for 64. Bowled by Cummins. It was Pat Cummins' 200th Test wicket. 2 for 159 when he departed. Mayers was out for 1. Bowled by Stark. 3 for 166 at that time. Jason Holder, the other to go, went for 27. Caught Warner bowled line. It was a good bit of bowling line deciding to come around the wicket and a good bit of field placement as well. They had just moved Warner to leg slip. He was able to take the catching chance. Holder offered him 4 for 209. And then as Holder departed, the concussion substitution was made with Bonner, who'd been off the ground for some time, who had to retire hurt when he was struck in the head. Not immediately, but was struck in the head by Cameron Green in the side of the helmet. He came off after facing another 20 deliveries, and then with that wicket falling, the concussion substitution was made. Brooks brought into this team, and he's, as I said, on 18. Blackwood is on 35. We'll have a look at the bowling figures for you in just a moment, but Kim Hughes, sum up what we've seen in this session. 4 for 237, the West Indies.
Well, it was good, tough Test cricket. I thought Hazelwood bowled absolutely superbly well, and there are days when he'll bowl half as well as that and get better figures. But I thought he bowled really well. Cameron Green again looked really, really threatening. Look, it was an interesting period, and you just felt that the Aussies were really going to break through. But it's been a good tussle between bat and ball. Line, I think, has bowled particularly well, and that ability to come around the wicket, from over the wicket to around the wicket, and paid immediate dividends where David Warner took a very, very sharp catch at leg slip, leg gully.
So the bowling figures for you: Stark 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 44. Hazelwood 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 49. Cummins 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 31. Line 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 56. Cameron Green 7 overs, no maidens, none for 24, but he has hit just about every West Indian player out there. Labuschagne 2 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Thank you, Rick, with those bowling figures. Just repeating as we head up towards the latest from the ABC newsroom, and of course Brett Sprigg with an all-sports update. He'll run through all the other cricket scores for you as well. We'll also touch on the supercars and possibly the golf too. But just to recap things, tea on day 3. West Indies still trying to make some inroads into Australia's total in their first innings of 4 for 598 declared, a 4 for 237. Blackwood, the vice-captain, still out there. He is on 35. And then the concussion substitute coming in, the 34-year-old Sharma Brooks, the right-hand bat. He's out there on 18. Plenty more to come from here. It still remains a sun-drenched Perth Stadium. There's a lot to like about this test at the moment. News time.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Lawyers for the former Sydney school teacher Chris Dawson have flagged an appeal after his sentence of a maximum 24 years for murdering his first wife Lynette in 1982. Ms Dawson's body has never been found, but a judge has been satisfied that Ms Dawson died at the hands of her husband, who he said had a possessive infatuation with the family's babysitter, who he later married. Justice Ian Harrison sentenced Dawson to a non-parole period of 18 years. Dawson maintains his innocence. The 74-year-old will be eligible for parole in August 2040, when he'll be 92. The ACT Director of Public Prosecutions has announced the retrial of Bruce Lehrmann for the alleged rape of Brittany Higgins at Parliament House in Canberra in 2019 won't go ahead. As Elizabeth Byrne explains, Shane Drumgold found a retrial would pose an unacceptable risk to the life of the complainant.
This was an extraordinary case, and Shane Drumgold very rarely makes a public comment like this. He's come out and told us all what's happened and why he's made this a very unusual decision.
In light of the compelling independent medical opinion and balancing all factors, I've made the difficult decision that it is no longer in the public interest to pursue a prosecution at the risk of the complainant's life.
Bruce Lehrmann pleaded not guilty and has long protested his innocence. We did get a statement from Brittany Higgins' friend Emma Webster, who said that she was in hospital and being cared for appropriately.
The Chief Minister in the Northern Territory, Natasha Fyles, has welcomed the passing of a bill restoring the rights of the territories to be able to legislate on voluntary assisted dying. She says it's a win for democracy and for all Territorians. The ACT government said it'll begin consulting on euthanasia policy early next year, with the aim of tabling draft laws by the end of 2023. But Ms Fyles has indicated that voluntary assisted dying legislation won't be prepared in the Northern Territory during this parliamentary term. The family of a man whose remains were found in Darwin earlier this year say that they're relieved that he's finally been found. These skeletal remains, which were found at Lee Point in September, have now been identified as long-term missing person Michael Louis. Northern Territory Police say the cause of death has not been determined, but no suspicious circumstances have been identified. Detective Senior Sergeant Paul Morrissey says the family can now put him to rest.
They are relieved. They'd always wondered what happened to him, where he ended up, and they always held that hope that he was still alive. But now they've got some closure.
A cybersecurity expert says that scammers are most likely already using stolen data from the Medibank hack. The insurers confirmed more records have been leaked to the dark web after the hackers claim to have released all the files in their possession. Jeffrey Foster is an Associate Professor in Cybersecurity Studies at Macquarie University and says the data is on the internet for anyone to access.
People will start using them immediately. These kinds of data start losing their value very quickly as people start to realize that there's scams going on, the passwords are compromised, everything else that can occur. And so the hackers will start using this as soon as possible to get the best value out of it, unfortunately.
South Australia's Premier has confirmed welfare checks on children in the state's child protection system might not be completed until March. A recent report found more than 500 children were living in high-risk settings and needed to be urgently checked on. But since that decision was made about 3 weeks ago, just over a third of the checks have so far been completed. Peter Malinauskas says he does have concerns for those children who might not get checked on until March, but says authorities don't want to rush the process.
These checks take time. If you want to do it properly, you've got to do it thoroughly. If you want to do it thoroughly, you've got to take your time. But at the same time, we are up against the clock and wanting to do it as quickly as we can.
And the US President Joe Biden is hosting a state dinner for the French President Emmanuel Macron. Up to 400 guests have joined the pair and their families for the event in Washington, which comes nearly 2 years into Mr. Biden's administration. It's one of the longer waits for a president to host his first state dinner due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It also marks a second US state dinner for Mr. Macron, after first being hosted by the former President Donald Trump in 2018. ABC News.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
Grandstand cricket.
Now Cummins is in again and forward. He's hit on the pad. No, he's not. He's bowled. He's bowled right through him. Wicket number 200 for Pat Cummins, and a big wicket for Australia with the anchor man knocked over for 64. Stark charges up and Blackwood's forward. He's edging and it's gone through the slips for 4.
Stark is in from the Langer end. And Mayers is bowls! He gets right through him at 144.4 kilometres an hour. Mayers is out for 1. Bowled Stark. His line bowls again and hit up in the air by Holder. That's an almighty blow, and that is 6. Big, big shot. He's got big levers, and he used them to good effect. It's a leg slip in now, and just one regulation slip. His line went around the wicket, flicked on. Oh, by Holder, it's been caught at leg slip. That's a terrific catch from David Warner. And what a decision to move him into that position as well, because Holder has now gone for 27.
ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Tea on day 3 in Perth, where the West Indies are 4 for 237. Jermaine Blackwood is on 35 and Shamar Brooks, the concussion sub, on 18. My name is Brett Sprigg, with you in the Grandstand studio via ABC Sport, and there is plenty for us to squeeze into the tea breaks. Let's waste no time. We'll start with cricket. Firstly, the Pakistan-England test happening in Rawalpindi, the first test of this series. England setting all kinds of records yesterday. The most runs on the opening day of a test, and they did so despite losing an hour to bad light. 4 of them got hundreds. They are back underway today. In fact, a short time ago, England all out for 657. Zahid Mahmood claimed 4 wickets and Naseem Shah with 3. But England all out for 657. Pakistan just getting their first innings underway shortly before lunch on that first day and second day in Rawalpindi. Sheffield Shield, 3 matches happening. We'll start at day 2, Stumps Junction Oval, Victoria and New South Wales. Victoria in their second dig, 1 for 78. Travis Dean, the batsman, out for 46. And an overall lead there of 27 runs in that second innings for Victoria on their home deck at Junction Oval against New South Wales. In Hobart, Chris Robertham is there for Tasmania and South Australia. Chris.
Yes, South Australia will take a commanding lead into day 3 tomorrow. It Stumps on day 2. They're 4 for 111 in their second innings with an overall lead of 291 runs. Daniel Drew has a half century. He'll resume on 54. And Jake Lehman will recommence on 2 tomorrow. Jackson Bird has all 4 second innings wickets for the Tigers. Figures of 4 for 37 from 11 overs, including 3 maidens. So he's doing his best to keep the Tigers in it. The Redbacks bowled Tasmania out today for just 149 after making 329 in their first dig. The Tigers really battled. Jake Doran was the only notable run scorer with 42. It was the bowling battery of McAndrew, Agar, Doggett and Menenti that had all the answers. So it Stumps on day 2 at Bellerive. South Australia 4 for 111 in its second innings against the Tigers. They'll take an overall lead of 291 runs into day 3 with 6 wickets still in the sheds. The Redbacks searching for their first win of the season ahead of the Big Bash break. The Tigers hoping to put some pressure on the top of the table Western Australians, but they do have a decent mountain to climb.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Victoria, SA and New South Wales all still chasing their first win. We lost a full day to rain yesterday at the Gabba, but Queensland v WA is underway and Quentin Hull is there. Q.
And it's been a long day here, Brett. Queensland has just declared in its first innings, having just got past the 100 over mark. And as you mentioned, we lost the full day of play yesterday. So the Bulls were sent in after Western Australia won the toss this morning and got to 6 down for 295 before they were called in by captain Jimmy Pearson just a short time ago. Century opening stand for Matt Renshaw and Joe Burns, the standout, and then regular wickets fell throughout. Renshaw made 54, Joe Burns made 72, but Bryce Street top scored with 83. Minor contributions through the middle order, but it was that top 3 that was the backbone of Queensland's 6 declared for 295. Joel Paris with the best of the figures for Western Australia with 3 for 26, 2 wickets for Lance Morris and a wicket for Matt Kelly. But 6 declared for 295, and in the shadows of this Friday afternoon at the Gabba, the Western Australian first innings has just begun with Sam Whiteman and Cam Bancroft out there for the Warriors. So an aggressive declaration. As we know, the point system works around the 100 over mark as far as bonus points are concerned. I'd suggest, Spriggy, that's a reason why the Bulls were called in just after the 100 over mark. 6 declared for 295, and the end of a long day 2 is still about half an hour away.
Thanks to Quentin Hull there. Plenty of excitement also in Adelaide, where it's qualifying day for the supercars in the Adelaide 500, and Aaron Bryans can bring us the latest there.
Spriggy, qualifying is underway for race 33 here at the Adelaide 500. The top 10 advancing to the shootout tomorrow at midday. Currently, Andre Heimgartner is leading on his second round around the Trapper. Most of the drivers are in the pits at the moment, getting on their second set of tyres. Will Davidson is second. Both of those drivers setting qualifying records, and that's due to the fact that we've got a repaved surface between turn 9 and turn 7, which is about 75% of the track. So high grip levels. We're going to see lap records demolished across the weekend. Shane Van Gisbergen is down in 24th at the moment. He's yet to complete a proper flying lap. He's been battling steering issues all day, but he was still able to set the fastest time in practice too. So I'm sure he'll get out there and be imposing across the afternoon. We've still got 3 minutes left in qualifying, so he's got basically one run in him to try and get in the top 10 for the shootout tomorrow. There's plenty of storylines, Spriggy, across the weekend, which I'll keep you across through Summer Grandstand, but it's the end of the Holden era, the end of the 2022 season. There's 16 Commodores out there for their final race weekend, and as you mentioned, the return to Adelaide after a 2-year absence. At the moment, Andre Heimgartner leading qualifying with 3 minutes to go. Shane Van Gisbergen yet to set a proper time.
Thank you, Aaron. Aaron Bryans there at the Adelaide 500 in the Adelaide Parklands. Yes, nice to see the cars back there after a few years. On the golf, the Australian Open, of course, the men's and women's events happening side by side, as well as the All Abilities. Adam Scott is now joint leader, along with David Micheluzzi, who was the first round leader at 8 under altogether. 3 shots clear at the top. Cameron Percy is in a share of 6th. Cameron Smith will just make the cut, but only by 1 stroke. Minwoo Lee is tied for 17th. He's 2 under the card through those first 2 rounds. A couple of names in there: Jared Felton, Lucas Herbert's even, and Cameron Smith projected to make the cut, but Mark Leishman not so lucky. So that's how it all looks there. And those events happening side by side at Kingston Heath and the Victoria Golf Club. In the women's side of things, Hannah Green, the West Aussie, she is 2 shots clear of the Korean Jie Shin. 2 shots back from there is Grace Kim, another up-and-coming Aussie. She's a share of 3rd, and Minjee Lee is 2 strokes back from there at 5 under through those first 2 rounds of the Australian Open Golf. While I have your attention, of course, you can head to our website, abc.net.au/news/sport, to be across everything happening in the world of sport and beyond, and find our latest digital content as well, including Grandstand at Stumps, of course, our wrap-up of the day's play right throughout the Test summer. Every night that's available. And also the ABC Cricket Magazine. Volume 2 comes out on Monday. So 2 editions of that storied, time-honoured magazine this summer, and the second one of those comes out on Monday in all good newsagents, and I'm sure some bad ones as well. The West Indies are 4 for 237, about to resume this final session on day 3. Let's head back and say a very good afternoon to Dirk Nannis, who is alongside Alison Mitchell.
Thank you, Brett. Good afternoon. Still bright sunshine over Perth Stadium. It's been consistent weather all day with a blue sky, just some fluffy white clouds earlier. Out come the Australians into the field once more. They need 6 more West Indies wickets to bowl them out. 237 on the board, West Indies, so still 361 runs behind, with Jermaine Blackwood on 35 alongside the concussion substitute Shamar Brooks, who has replaced Nkrumah Bonner, who was struck on the helmet in Cam Green's opening over. Stayed on the field for about 20 minutes of batting before he wandered off, and we didn't know for a while whether he was going to be past fit to bat or not. West Indies always had 36 hours to put in the official form to request a concussion substitute, and having lost a couple of wickets, they felt they needed to make sure they had a batter out there. So Shamar Brooks is now in for the remainder of the match. Nathan Lyon He's picked up the 1 wicket so far, that of Jason Holder. His was the 4th to fall, and it's going to be Lyon who will start proceedings again from the Justin Langer stand end. Dirk Nannes alongside me. Another 3 overs to go until a new ball is available. Dirk, what do you expect to see then?
I expect to see the ball nipping around like we saw it earlier on today. Mind you, I think this ball's been nipping around all day. It's been just tremendous fast bowling on show. Even you think down to the 5th bowler in Cameron Green, he's been devastatingly threatening.
Brooks facing up to Lyon, reaching forward, easing the ball up to mid-off. No run, first ball after tea.
But I don't think we're going to see much swing. We haven't really seen the Australians swing the ball at all, either last evening or today. It hasn't swung a lot.
Just seen hostile bowling, though. Lyon in again. Forward putt, forcing it through the hands of Lyon. Will be picked up down in front of the sight screen as they take a single. Throw comes back into Lyon. So Hazelwood all the way down there on the boundary. So first run after tea, a single, 4 for 238.
I think the application from the West Indian batsman today has been excellent.
Well, they've had some pretty good deliveries to get them out, haven't they? Think of Cummins, his 200th Test wicket to get rid of Craig Brathwaite, because he was pretty well set as well. He'd showed an awful lot of resilience and resistance and class for his 64. Delivery to hit the top of off. Lyon full of delivery, driven into the ground and then fielded at cover. Khawaja is there, no run.
I've seen that discussed as though that was as good as the Joe Root delivery. A few people sort of have been mentioning that. No, I don't think it was.
Here's Lyon in again outside the off stump, left alone, shaped to play, went back into the gloves of Carey. Well, it beat him. It was beautifully targeted on off stump.
Didn't nip away though.
No, it wasn't such an away nipper. No. You've still got to be on target. There's still something quite spectacular about it. Lyon over the wicket, going back. Has he got through? No, he hasn't. He thought he had. The ball's ended up on the ground, right next to the stumps. You know what happened here? Blackwood's on 35. I think he's bottom edged it into his own pad. One more ball left in this Lyon over. Blackwood crouches, waits, Lyon in forward, smothers that delivery to see out Lyon. He'll undoubtedly have another one to face, you'd expect, before that new ball is available. 4 for 239. West Indies still 360 behind, and that's always Australia's luxury, having piled up nearly 600 in their first innings. They've been able to be on the attack throughout with so many runs to play with. Now, we had Marnus Labuschagne in the lead up to tea, and here's another of Australia's top order that has something to offer with the ball, because Travis Head is having an opportunity to bowl.
Oh, this reeks of somebody talking his way into a bowl.
I thought that was what Marnus Labuschagne does. Travis Head says, oh, come on, I missed out on my 100, give me a chance to take a wicket. So we'll have a little bit of off spin from the members' end. Now with one slip in place, and then on the 45, Head around the wicket. Forward defence from Blackwood, the ball then coming off the outer half of the bat into the offside. Carey skips across to his right-hand side in front of the stumps to pick up. Head around the wicket once again, a little flatter this time, going back, playing with a very straight and high front elbow, easing the ball to the offside. Head picks up in his follow-through. Bowling with his dark sunglasses on. Head trots up to the stumps again, bowls flatter once more, attempted sweep and a miss. Bit of bat on some pad. Carey picking up again, moving forward from behind the stumps.
He's just trying to rip through this over as fast as he possibly can.
Well, there's something to do with over rates as well here. Head in once more, covering up. The ball plops into the turf in front of Brooks's feet, and Carey once more moves forward to pick up. Australia were a couple of overs behind the over rate in the lead up to tea, so I wonder whether that was why Marnus came on then. A little more air from Head, shout of catch it, beyond his outstretched left hand. It'll be 4, down to the sight screen below us, down the ground. Well, sometimes the part-timers do create something. Got something on it. Played back past Travis Head. It was in the air, catchable heights. 4 for 242.
Just hit the index finger of the left hand, and almost a genuine chance.
Brooks strokes this along the ground, all the way to Cummins at mid-off. So an over got through in double quick time by Travis Head. He did create a chance, though, 4 for 242.
I think your voice even quickened up to try and get everything out. Extraordinary how quick he ran through that. It's such good value for the rest of the fast bowlers when you know that you can catch up on these overs so quickly like Travis Head's just done. It allows them a little bit of breathing space, particularly when you've got the new ball in hand. It just gives you a couple of seconds to be able to take a breath and settle down at the end of your run-up.
You don't want to be asking the quick bowlers to be rushing between deliveries of the new ball either, do you? Lyon in, going back, forcing this into the onside. Into his bottom hand, into the ground. Cam Green is there to field.
80 seconds for that last over.
80 seconds. You were redundant, Dirk. I just had to keep talking to describe the deliveries. Good old-fashioned commentary. You can come in at the end of the over. Here's Lyon over the wickets. Forward defence, getting a good stride in right over the ball. Lyon is getting his way through this over pretty swiftly as well.
Now the over rate's level.
There you go, that's why. Very, very handy to be able to call upon your spinners. The new ball around the corner. In goes Lyon. Flick of the wrist and right into the midriff of Marnus Labuschagne at short leg. I think he heard his own exclamation. He saved a run.
It's one of those ones where I think he was yelling before it even hit him because he knew he was caught and just before the ball even hit him.
It was well saved. Lyon in, flatter quicker. Squeezing this one past David Warner at leg slip, scampering one. Warner chases back, picks up 4 for 243.
That quicker ball's almost 100 kilometres an hour. The one in the previous over was 99, this one 97.
He's mixing it up. 2 more balls here from Lyon, more air. Again turned behind square on that leg side. They'll take a single as Warner once again chases back towards deep backward square. Stark is fielding down there on the boundary, but Warner quite rightly is saving his legs, saying I'll chase back, you don't worry about coming in. So 2 singles off this line over, and then a new ball will be available. Lyon, customary swing of his right arm as he approaches the crease. Over he goes, defence again, this time towards the feet of Labuschagne, who picks up. So that is the 80 over mark, 4 for 244. We saw West Indies have a couple of extra overs of spin before they took the new ball. I think Australia will take it straight away. If they're caught up particularly with the over 8. Pat Cummins is now in conversation with Mitch Stark, who's removing his baggy green and his sunglasses, handing them to the umpire, and there is the new ball being held aloft by the umpire to indicate that this is the next phase of the game that we move into. An evening session, a new ball, Australian quicks who have been fearsome at times during this West Indies innings.
Just at the change when you're about to pick up the new ball, I'd be more inclined to just wait until just before you're about to bowl to actually affect the change, because then it gives you a little bit of time to actually warm up with the old ball and bowl the old ball into the deck to your mid-on and mid-off, so you're actually able to go through your action and then make the change to get the new ball, so that you at least had a couple of rollovers with your arm. Because it's one thing to stand there and do stretches, it's another thing to actually release the ball and feel like you're bowling. Almost gets a bit of the rust out before you actually bowl your first ball of a spell, which this effectively is with the brand new ball.
3 slips and the gully. Stark with a brand new ball to the concussion substitute, Shamar Brooks, who gets a full ball. He's looking to drive, finds mid-on, and there's no run. When did Stark last bowl them, Rick, earlier in the innings?
You said 20 overs off.
Okay. We have sometimes seen Stark, haven't we, bowl, say, the first 2 balls of the over with the old ball, and then have the new in hand just by way of limbering up, but he seemed to have his radar tuned in for that first delivery. So Brooks 25, Blackwood 35. They came together with 209 on the board. It's 244 now. It's a whole different challenge. Stark bounding in, long strides, in up past the umpire, in full, once more driven, back up the pitch, straight into the hands of Stark. Gets down well in his follow-through. to pick up. So he's certainly going for that full length.
I've been a bit of a student lately in looking at how new ball bowlers hold the ball. Because after watching the UAE play in the T20 World Cup, their opening bowler bowled with normally you will have the Kookaburra as essentially the shiny side. First ball of the innings, brand new ball. You can choose either side of the ball as to which side essentially you're treating as the shiny side.
Stark in full straight. Solid defence from Brooks.
And so it's an unwritten rule, really, that I don't know why it is, but you always treat first ball of the innings, the Kookaburra side, as the shiny side.
So shine the badge, effectively.
Effectively, yeah. Yet one of the UAE bowlers came in and bowled with all the garbage about the who makes the ball and the weight of the ball as the shiny side. And
it threw you.
Well, it threw me, yeah. But then I've started looking at how do all these bowlers bowl, and I've started to speak to every fast bowler that I know.
Here is Stark. In a little bit more lift that time. It's outside the off stump, pushed across Brooks, and he skips on his toes, shoulders, arms through to the keeper.
Just in casual conversation. And everyone does the same thing with the cooker on one side. Funnily, but it's unwritten. I don't know where it comes from. It just seems like this pact that fast bowlers have that that's what you do, but there's no reason for it. It's not like it swings anymore on that side of the ball.
Well, habitual, I suppose. And then if you always know as the ball's being passed around the field, if everyone in the team just sort of understands that that's the side to protect. Here's Stark. It's off the outer edge of the bat.
But after the
line at point.
After the first ball's bowled, it doesn't matter anymore because it depends where the nicks are out of the ball. It determines which side the shiny side is. But speaking with Dale Steyn about it, he actually made sure, even more than that, his big thing was making sure that the tip of his index finger was on the quarter seam at the very top of the Kookaburra, so that every time he put the ball in his hand, the Kookaburra was perfectly staying in the same spot in his hand every single time.
Which would really have no impact on swing.
None whatsoever.
Here's Stark, big bound at the crease, slightly shorter length then. Lift as it went through to Carey. That doesn't trouble Brooks, who's able to let it go. 25 for Brooks, Blackwood 36, 4 for 244. You bowlers are, well, you're a, quirky breed, aren't you?
I don't know whether we are, though.
More to the point is, are you watching where Stark is angling the seam and how he's gripping the ball and how he's releasing? He got his wicket early, didn't he, with a bit of a wobble on the seam.
Yeah, and I was surprised at how he actually held the ball. It's kind of a modern... It's more common in modern times over the last few years that you see the bowlers intentionally bowling with that sort of wobble seam. That the idea was always to try and have the seam bolt upright or perfectly angled towards first slip or second slip or whatever it is. But in modern times, it's kind of, you've got bowlers who are quite happy to bowl the wobble seam. Josh Hazlewood, classic example.
Here is Hazlewood now, and he has Brooks in a little bit of discomfort and not in control of that shot. So he had to fend it away from his body and out towards Lyon, dropped harmlessly in front of Lyon towards point, but he was not in control.
He will bowl with perfect seam position with the new ball, and then in his second spell he just starts wobbling it around. That's when you get that jagging. So too Pat Cummins. Rarely does he have that perfect seam position, but what he does do, he's able to nip the ball in either direction.
Hazlewood racing in again. Full big swing by Blackwood through to the keeper. Hands on heads of those in the slip cordon. Hazlewood turns on his heel and walks back to his mark, but a hugely expansive drive attempt to a ball that was shaping away from him and he was having to reach.
That swung a long way. No, it's swinging a long way when the cameraman loses it out the side of the frame in the replay.
Some prodigious movements. Hazlewood does have perfect seam position.
This morning especially.
In he comes again to Blackwood. Bowls now, a bit fuller. Blackwood drawn forward, beaten through to Carey. You feel he's unlucky not to have taken more than one wicket today, Josh Hazlewood.
He was incredible early on today.
That really wasn't far away from the edge of the bat.
And the difference there is batsman chasing the ball rather than just letting it go past as the openers did. It's actually almost trying to get a bat on it and fending away from the body, which is dangerous with 3 slips in a gully-in position.
Hazlewood in. There's a drive attempt. Made good contact. One hand coming off the bat handle, though, as he played the ball, but managed to pick out extra cover perfectly. No reward. Here's a question from Matt. I think we perhaps answered this earlier, actually. Matt's got in touch on the SMS. And indeed, you can get us on Twitter as well. It says, hi guys, love the call. In relation to taking the new ball and rolling your arm over to warm up, can you have 1 or 2 deliveries with the old ball and then take the new ball midway through and over? The answer is yes, you absolutely can. Hazlewood over the wicket. Blackwood gets up on his toes and defends this down into the pitch.
But that's fraught as well, because the batsman at the other end gets a bit of a read whilst he's not facing the new ball. He's getting a feel of the bowler before you lose that element of surprise. So you don't really want to do it. I was talking about is more the warm-up side of things, just bowling the ball into the turf and then chucking it over the boundary line and getting the new ball from the umpire before you actually bowl the ball.
Yeah, seems a good solution. Hazlewood, last ball of this over. Outside the off stump, a shouldering of arms, left alone by Blackwood. He's at 52. 36 not out. And West Indies 4 for 244. Still 354 behind.
What I've seen here at Optus Stadium, as opposed to other footy grounds around the country, is that you can still see the lines from AFL season out there. You can still plainly see the centre square and the 50-metre arc. And the last game of AFL football here was 3 months ago. On the 3rd of September was the last game played, and yet the lines are still out there. And it's always dark green where the lines have been.
Had some music concerts here in the meantime as well. Guns N' Roses, wasn't it? Stark bounding in again, left arm over the wicket, down the leg side though. It's a diving take by Alex Carey to save byes. And Stark turns. He was on the money in terms of his radar, forcing a batsman to play nearly every delivery with his first over. This one, effort too far down the leg side. Needed Carey there. Hum around the ground. Evening session, Perth, day 3. This is going deep, this match. And resolve from the West Indies batters. Australia having to work hard to earn their wickets. And Stark's in again. Fuller down the leg side once more, though. So things to straighten up a touch here. He's got a mid-wicket in place, mid-on. There's a fine leg. Currently signing autographs down there. It'll be Josh Hazlewood. Always heavily flanked by security while signing the autographs. A dangerous bunch down there. High risk. No, it's good to see that they can have that interaction after crowds were held away for so long. No Test cricket here since 2019. Stark turns. Dark shadow beneath his feet. Blue sky above. Flags rippling in the breeze. That's a better delivery. It's full. Manages to get his bat down onto it. The ball's now running away, though, down towards fine leg. Hazlewood, who thankfully had turned to pay attention just in time before that delivery. Single taken.
Mitchell Stark almost plays a foil to accuracy of Pat Cummins and Hazlewood. It's almost a bowler that you're not really sure what to expect. Sometimes they come out perfectly, sometimes they go straight off to the wicketkeeper without swinging. Sometimes they're down, short ball down leg side, and somehow he just manages to snaffle wickets with those. It's almost a type of bowler that has a way of just taking wickets at unusual times.
Shamar Brooks faces up. Full now, bat pad. Pad first, LBW. But immediately the review comes from Brooks. Stark, meanwhile, is continuing to high-five his teammates. That sounded kind of clunky. The appeal came immediately from Stark.
Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery.
Umpire almost went up during the appeal as well. It was a really fast decision, but it was that sort of clunky noise.
And the fact that Brooks went so quickly for the review as well. Seeing on the big screen, ooh, did it squeeze past inside edge? The bat and the knee roll very close together.
Can you move forward? Move forward.
The umpire's trying to see if there's a hot spot on the inside of the bat.
Can you show me the offside hot spot, please?
I wonder whether he thought perhaps the ball was going down leg. Because it hasn't hit it.
Nothing visible there, so you can go to the RPS.
Here we go, ball tracking then. So no bat involved according to Hotspot. Will Snicko say any differently?
Nice and slow, nice and slow. Yeah, clearly pad first. Clearly pad first. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
So far, this is in favour of Stark.
Coming up, impact in line, reaching in line, and Wickets umpire score.
Clipping the leg stump.
Richard.
That's all that was needed, though. It's gone with the umpire's decision, and Stark gets his second wicket of the innings. Shamar Brooks, the concussion substitutes, came in, and he's now out. So 5 down. Sorry, it's Blackwood who's on his way. 5 for 245. The nuggety innings comes to an end. The new ball does it for Australia.
And it wasn't a bad review either, because this ball's only maybe 10% of the ball is clipping the stumps, and they just got in. But you can understand why it was reviewed so quickly, because it did feel as though that was going to go leg side, but on review that ball is definitely clipping the stumps. No problems with the technology there.
Brings out Joshua Da Silva, West Indies wicketkeeper. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. Now he comes to join Shamar Brooks, who is still there. I want to say on 25. I'll double check that with Rick, because the scoreboard has been doing some sort of gymnastics over the last 10 minutes or so. Been a little bit all over the place with a few tumble turns. But Stark's now got 2 wickets, one for Lyon, Cummins and Hazelwood.
I had him 36. Blackwood.
Blackwood 36, yes. And Brooks not out on 25, is that right?
Correct, yes.
There we go. I think the scoreboard has caught up. Always good to know. Da Silva, a man on strike, taps his bat, waits for Stark. He's steaming in now, past the umpire, in, down the leg side, into the gloves of Carey. Made as if to try and follow it, to try and get bat on it down to fine leg, but through it goes. Da Silva prodding away. Portuguese heritage, Joshua Da Silva. Got quite an interesting mix of background. His father was Trinidadian. It's from Madeira. His mum was Canadian. And plays his cricket, born and brought up in Trinidad. Stark turns in, he goes. Lengthening those strides as he approaches the crease. Forces into play defensively, not altogether cleanly, up to mid-off, where Labuschagne is awaiting. And it's the end of the wicket taking over from Stark with that new ball. West Indies still 353 behind. They're 5 for 245 with a new batter out there to face that new ball. We have a change in commentary here. Clint Wilden is about to come in and join Dirk.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Damien on the text agrees with you, Dirk. At the ground yesterday and was surprised by how average the ground looks. Start of another over is coming in from Northern End is Hazelwood, and Brooks leaves. And I tend to agree with you. I know that there was the consonant.
I'm not saying it looks ordinary.
Well,
just because the line's there doesn't mean it looks ordinary.
No, that looks ordinary considering it's been that long. That shouldn't be there.
3 months, yeah.
That's ordinary. It should be better than that.
And these...
Why is it dark green, though? That's what I can't understand. Why is it darker than the normal grass?
Maybe the paint has some special fertiliser in it. I don't know. I'm making that up. Hazelwood bowls and defending onto the offside as Brooks rolls out towards backward point. But also all the patchy areas. It didn't look like this for the World Cup. And that's why, again, this is a test match. It should look pristine.
It's like it's been top-dressed recently and the grass hasn't grown through it yet in some patches.
They'd done the big dethatching exercise. Just didn't do it quite far enough away from when you wanted it to be to regrow. There's 3 slips of goalie, backward point. Hazelwood is into Brooks again and he leaves.
Since I was last here, they had over the bridge that goes across the
Madagar Bridge. Yep.
Yeah. They've got the zip line off there.
Yes.
Wasn't here last time.
No, that's a new addition. Haven't done that yet. A couple of mates of mine texting in exactly the same points. That's on my phone. Don't text that. Text the text line, which is 0467 920 222.
Thought they could have get a bit more excitement out of having the zip wire go from the top of the stand rather than the bridge.
In is Hazelwood up onto the toes. Brooks defends onto the offside.
Bit more vertical, might get a little bit more pace.
If you wish, you can go out on that bit that sticks out from the top of the roof to the right and they will hang you out over the stadium if you wish. If that's what you're into.
What does that cost to go up there and have a look around? Because I see that there's seats similar to what they do in Adelaide where you can go and sit and view an over or so from the top of the stand.
Well, in footy season, you can watch an entire quarter from up there. Yep, absolutely. Part of the package, you watch a whole quarter. I'm not sure how you'd be able to see as Hazelwood bowls and then leaving again as Brooks.
It'd be like watching on Google Maps, wouldn't it? Because you're so far away, you're not really getting a great idea of what's going on.
It's a little bit like watching at the very back of the MCG. It's terrific to be in the stadium, but you're not seeing much.
Well, I always wondered that about the apartment buildings that are alongside cricket grounds where you can peer over the top and see into the cricket ground. You're not really getting a great aspect of the play because you're so far away.
Rick showing you video as Hazelwood again is in. Oh, he strikes Brooks. They've taken a bit of punishment today, and indeed yesterday, West India's batters. For the roof climb, it's $89, I'm being told. The Madagar bridge climb and the zip line. Rick was showing me a video as he crossed the bridge of a couple of people flying down the zip line. $149, if that's what you're into.
Because the zip line's probably a couple of 100 metres long, something like that. 150, 200 metres long. And ends up next to the pub.
Yes, it does. It's always a good place to start or finish. Got myself in trouble, which wouldn't be the first time, but wandered down to the media section to have a chat with a few of the journos who I know, and there was some food there, and this is my fault because during the footy season, the food's fair game, so grabbed a bit of chicken karagi. Stark to start another over. He's away and he bowls the silver for a duck. He's gone. And they're right into the West Indies now. 6 down for 245. De Silva out for a duck. He departs, bowled Stark. It's a long walk back to the West Indies area. Downstairs in their dugout. It went right through him. Joshua De Silva, no century for him today.
This is the line that Stark's been trying to bowl for the last few overs, but never quite nailing it. This time, magnificent. Swinging back in, cannoning into middle and off. And it was just short of half volley length, and tried to play a booming drive down the ground. Probably tried to overhit it rather than caress it down the ground. And it brings about the wicket. One thing that the West Indians today have been so good at is not losing wickets in clusters. They haven't lost consecutive wickets at all across this entire innings, and so That's the challenge they have now. Can they just put on a little bit of resistance in the tail against the new ball and the fast bowling?
Stark with figures of 3 for 45. He's bowled 6 maidens. And he's 19.1 overs. And Roston Chase comes out to the middle. Dean of Lake Ray says, I did the stadium tour 12 days ago. They were taking the winter ryegrass that they use for the AFL off. The grass they use for cricket lays dormant underneath. No joke. 12 days ago was the first time the cricket grass had seen sun in 8 months. So I wasn't far away. It literally was like they'd given it a bit of a groom or a bit of a dethatch. Way again is Stark. Chase is able to put it away. Out to the offside. Through extra cover, they'll get one and come back for another. But Chase gets himself off the mark with 6 for 247.
I'm not having that. There's no separate layer of grass underneath, because they do that at every stadium around the world, where, not every stadium around the world, but all the stadiums in Australia, where they tear up chunks of grass and replace it straight away with different grass on the top. And so they've replaced that over there near the Guns N' Roses concert because it got torn up.
Where the stage was.
Correct.
Stark bowls again, and Chase is able to knock it away to the offside. Labuschagne fielding at mid-off.
Just before at Kardinia Park in July, they had replaced a 12-metre wide strip from goal square to goal square the entire way up the ground, and replaced it in the middle of a 1 week. Just rip it up, put new stuff down and play on, basically. They're so quick at doing it, and they're so good at doing it. They've actually got there at Kardinia Park where it's almost synthetic backing on the back of the grass when they lay it, so it actually holds it all together a little bit more. It's quite... as boring as grass can be, it's actually quite interesting, the technology they're trying to put into it to get it to bind together.
Oh, no, I don't find grass boring. If you ever had to regrow it in your backyard. Stark away again, digs in a bouncer, but Chase ducks underneath as it flies through to Carey.
They showed me a bit of that grass, and it is actually almost like AstroTurf, or the longer AstroTurf that a backing on there that holds it all together.
So the grass grows through the backing?
Yeah, but most likely it would, I would imagine, when it's out at the farm, wherever the farm is.
Yeah.
And they just pick it up in big, long sheets and roll it out across the ground.
Whatever the reason, it looks patchy for a test match. Stark bowling, flicked away. Past square leg, Chase will take one. Heads in hot pursuit, Chase will turn, and his head fields in the shadows of the western side of the ground and come back for a second. Yeah. So anyway, I got in strife for daring to take a bit of food that wasn't for broadcasters, it was for the media. And by that I mean the print media. Apparently the two shall not path. So I feel quite chastened by that. But
that was today?
That was today, about 5 minutes ago. I do wonder what our print journos, what they pay to be able to have a good feed. I have a sneaking suspicion it's not what our broadcasters pay. Anyway, important for the cricket Australia gatekeepers to do their job as Stark bowls have pushed out towards point. One last one for you. I bring this up because you were telling us an interesting story earlier on with regards to, at Lords, the wonderful feeds that you can happen there, and sometimes you might have caused a rule change to happen as you got in strife.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us this story?
Well, we've been discussing, which is a pretty common discussion amongst cricketers as to the lunches, because it's like it or not, it's a big part of your day. and so when I played at Middlesex, they widely regarded as having the best lunches in world cricket. But I was injured for a lot of the season when I was there with a hip injury, but I always managed to get my physio treatment in and around the lunch break. So I always managed to just be popping off the physio bench right on lunch. And
Hazelwood to start another over. Flicked nicely. That's well worked by Brooks, and that's 4. Very fine down the leg side. Stark, who you would have heard the applause for a moment ago as he went It's a fine leg from the spectators. No chance of chopping that off. And so that is 4 to Brooks. And the 250 up for the West Indies. 6 for 253. Brooks is 29.
And so they had to change the rules halfway through the year as to who could go in there, because they changed it just to the playing 11, 12th man and then the coaching staff. And it's amazing how quick I got fit again.
So, do you think, quite honestly, as Hazelwood comes in and Brooks defends onto the offside, that you were the cause of the rule change?
Yeah, absolutely it was. You take liberties.
So
particularly as the overseas player, you got to come in and...
Would you time your physio appointments around lunchtime?
Absolutely you would. Yeah, it's... Seems a bit stupid now.
No,
maybe it was incredibly smart.
No,
I don't know.
I'm leaning towards that's a very sensible attitude. Hazelwood bowls, and again, Brooks right behind it defends onto the offside.
So it's the only place that you actually sit down. It's a la carte. So you sit down and you get a menu that changes each day on the board, and you've probably got a choice of 3 or 4 different things, plus desserts and everything. And you sit down and order it like a, probably not silver service, but it's pretty close to. It's lovely.
In my defence, where I'd wanted to have a chat during the footy season in the AFL, fair game, no problems. Come and say hello to the journos, grab something to eat. So it was a bit different. Anyway, I put the bit of chicken craggy down and shuffled back down here. Hazelwood's next delivery is a bouncer. Brooks ducks underneath it. 131 kilometres an hour. 6 for 253. They trail by 345.
Stark, in his 73rd test, moves within 1 wicket of Craig McDermott, who had 291 wickets in 71 tests.
The voice of stats guru Rick Finlay. At a quarter of the ground in shade now. Still plenty enjoying the bright sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. Hazelwood in again, and Brooks, I reckon, just might have decided to get the bat out of the way before it flew by. Plenty of encouragement from behind the stumps. They're still operating with the 3 slips, a gully, a point. Mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square where Travis Head is standing. Mitchell Stark below our broadcast position here down at fine leg. Crowd got up to almost 10,000, 9,877 the last we had. It's 24 degrees. Here's a picture-perfect day. Hazelwood bowls down the leg side, and that's going to be byes. That will hurt. Not what he was hoping for at all. Byes to be added to the total. 6 for 257 at the end of the over. 29. Chase is 4. Carey doing his best to get across to the left, but didn't really have any chance of stopping that. So Brooks is still out there. Chase is still out there. If you've just joined us, wherever you happen to be on Grandstand Cricket, ABC Radio, Sport Digital, the ABC Listen app, of course on the ABC button. Things resume today on day 3 with the West Indies none for 74. Brathwaite was 18. Chanderpaul 47. They'd survived 25 overs to end day 2. And then Chanderpaul brought up his half-century and was out the next ball for 51, unfortunately, for the youngster on debut, caught by Warner from Hazelwood's bowling in the slips. It was the first over of the morning. Nkrumah Bonner was struck in the helmet on the bowling of Cameron Green, and then he lasted 20 more balls, and then a drinks break came and he decided that he would go off the ground. He retired hurt on 16. West Indies got to lunch without losing another wicket, and then Brathwaite departed for 64. Became Cummins' 200th test wicket. He was bowled by Cummins. 2 for 159. Stark over the wicket, the left armour, starts a new over to Brooks, who leaves. Mayers came and went for 1. He was bowled by Stark. It was 3 for 166. Holder put on 27, including a massive 6 from 54 balls. He was caught by Warner at leg slip from the bowling of Lyon. Clever bit of bowling. He came around the stumps line, and Warner had just moved into that position. 4 for 209, and the West Indies decided to activate their concussion sub. He's still out there. Brooks came in. He was 29 as we speak now. After tea, where it was 4 for 237, then Blackwood departed for 36. LBW to Stark as Stark is away over the wicket and played out to points by Chase for a dot. They did review it. It was just hitting leg. Just. So on the umpire's call, he had to depart. Was there for 108 balls and hit 4 fours. Blackwood for 36, 5 for 245, and then it became 6 for 245 as Stark struck again. Clean bowling to Silva, hitting middle and off. De Silva out for a duck. He faced 3 balls, 6 for 245, now 6 for 257 as Carl Hooper is back with me. They have to dig in now, Carl, this pair, Chase and Brooks. Continue to show the sort of fight that we've seen from West Indies throughout this day as Stark is in and Chase defends to the offside out in the direction of Labuschagne for a dot. They can score runs. Chase has a high score of 137, average of 26.78. It's his 44th test, so he's got experience, and Brooks with him averages 25, has also a century to his name in his 12th test match today. Important for this pair to stick around for the West Indies, Carl, would you say?
Yeah, sure. And Chase's averages has been coming down. He's a much better player than the average suggests. It's a man with 5 test hundreds.
Starks away, bowls, digs in a bouncer. Chase ducks underneath. And 9 50s as well for the 30-year-old.
So he's an accomplished batter. And on the other hand, Shamar Brooks, what a sub to have. Probably one of the most, you probably think he's the most elegant player in the West Indies batting lineup. He's currently on 29, and both of them should be familiar with each other. They both come from the island of Barbados. They've played a lot of cricket together. With a job now to do for West Indies, try and bat the remaining 29 overs today.
Stark bowls. Oh, that's very wide. Thought that might have been called so, but no, it's okay according to the officials. Richard Illingworth decides not to give the arms a stretch.
Yeah, probably we haven't seen the best Mitchell Stark today, but the important thing is that he's got in that wickets column, he's got 3 for, breaching the defences of De Silva, Blackwood, picking up 2 vital wickets there and putting the Australians on top.
They are at the moment. West Indies trail by 341 runs. Stark away again. Defending Chase. Rolls it onto the onside. End of the over. 87 overs completed of the West Indies innings. 6 for 257. Brooks is 29. Chase is 4. We're talking about best places to have cricketing lunches from Dirk Nanners before. I'd like to go one different. Where was your favourite cricketing ground? Of all the places you've travelled to, of all the places you've seen and the success that you've had?
I think the best lunch I've had is probably during county cricket. Southampton, them at Southampton against Hampshire.
Really?
Yep, when you have one of those big lunches and you want to sleep afterwards.
I would imagine that would always be the challenge.
Well, of course, yes. In the Caribbean on a Sunday, you normally have something we call dry food.
Yeah, what's that?
Which is loads of yam and potatoes, and then you feel like a snake afterwards that have swallowed something. You just want to sleep.
It's a touch disappointing. Boo around the ground from certain sections for Pat Cummins, who starts another over, and he's into Brooks, who drops it out on the leg side. Thought about a run for a second. Cummins had continued his follow through, and he races to gather the cricket ball, so no chance of a run.
I think the tea at Southampton was top-notch. Scones and beautiful pastry.
What's a tea consist of in the West Indies? Does it depend on where you are?
Oh, you get patties and, pint tarts.
What are they?
Pint tarts is just it's a floury pastry with jam inside.
Ooh.
They're very sweet.
I'm very hungry. Cummins bowls and getting past the outside edge of Brooks. It's through to the keeper. Plenty of encouragement for the Australian bowlers again.
Must be difficult. I mean, obviously in my era we didn't have concussion subs, but it must be difficult after, you know, being left out of the squad and then Bonner being subbed out, well, being concussed and asking Brooks to walk out straight away and bat.
Particularly
and get up the pace with the game. It must be difficult.
We'd just been told that the expectation was Bonner was
we just
going to be
heard that,
right to
yes.
go, and then about 2 balls later a wicket falls as Cummins bowls and flicked away off the toes. Nicely done from Brooks. Won't go all the way to the rope. The Australians will be able to drag this down. Well, they run 3. They're charging back. Hazelwood fires it in from a deep mid-wicket. They come back for 3. Nicely worked. Brooks to 32. Chase is back on strike. He's forward. 6 for 260.
Well, Brooks normally bats at 3, so he's, you know, well used to facing the new ball. Quite an accomplished player. Elegant, very elegant and very easy on the eye. And he's looked good so far for 32. But he'll need to carry on.
It is lunch, by the way. That amazing test that's taking place in Pakistan. So welcome to our listeners joining us on the BBC as Cummins bowls and leaving this delivery again. His Chase getting the arms high up and out of the way. So if you've just joined us, wherever you happen to be on Grandstand Cricket, worth recapping that Bonner had to go off, retired hurt after being hit in the helmet much earlier today by Cameron Green. We thought he might be able to continue, and that was the message from the West Indies rooms. But when the holder departed and made it 4 for 209, the West Indies decided to activate their concussion sub. That's why Brooks is out there now. He's at the non-striker's end. Cummins bowls to Chase. He plays it along the ground, down towards mid-on. There's no run.
We're speaking about Shamar Brooks, but at the other end, Ralston Chase. I mean, how many number 8s would you find in test teams with 5 test hundreds? So he's an accomplished batter. But just over the years, he's probably fell away a little bit and find himself now being pushed lower and lower and lower. And maybe being regarded as more of a bowler that can bat, which I think it's the other way around.
That's the voice of West Indian great Carl Hooper. Cummins with 3 slips in, bowls again and leaving his Chase. The end of the over. The West Indies 6 for 260. They've faced 88 overs in their innings. Brooks is 32, Chase is 4. Changing the commentary. I'm stepping out and Jim Maxwell about to join you again.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Good afternoon, Carl. How are you? You got your man out there, Shamar Brooks.
Certainly have.
Yeah.
Big fan of Brooks.
He's what, 34 years of age?
Who is?
How old is he?
Shamar should be in his 30s, yes?
Yeah. Well, he's done a good job subbing for Nkrumah Bonner, but Stark's a bit of a handful with his second new ball. He's struck a few blows. He bowls now and whipped away on the onside for a single by Brooks. And so I suppose we're looking at Chase batting at almost number 9 with all the comings and goings around Bonner's withdrawal with concussion, and it's 6 for 261. They're sticking around a bit here, holding Australia up.
Well, these are not two tail-enders, obviously. Brooks is a frontline batter. He bats at 3. And
what do you think he's a bit hard done by not getting more tests?
Maybe the form dictates that Bonner plays in front of him.
Hasn't got to 50 in his last 10 test innings.
Hasn't got to 50. Well, there you go. That's why he's been subbed in.
So we're going with 2 slips or 3 slips, you could say, but they like the leg slip. They keep going off to that with the in swing of Mitchell Stark. He does get around the leg stump at times. Let's see what occurs here as he runs in and Chase is beaten outside the off stump, just across his bows, past the outside edge of the bat. So the West Indies resumed at none for 74, and Australia just grinding through the day here, chipping at the batting order. But the West Indies playing with pretty good resolve for most of the day.
Yeah, well, West Indies went to lunch in 150 for 1, I think, and now 261 for 6. So Australia has managed to pick up 5 for the next, for 110.
Yep, a few new ball wickets here as Stark comes up, chase forward, gets a thick edge and runs at the backward point where Lyon is pouncing and stopping the ball going away for a couple of runs. So I'll just look at Rick's board in case you're switching on somewhere around Jupiter, Mars or the Earth. Chanderpaul out in the first over, having got to 50, caught by Warner at slip off Hazelwood for 51. After lunch, Pat Cummins got his 200th Test wicket. He bowled Brathwaite for 64. Bonner retired hurt after being hit in the head, ducking into a bouncer from Cameron Green. He was there on 16. Stark bowls it. Back goes Royston Chase off the pad. I think it's travelled down to fine leg for 4. 4 runs, no leg buys. 4 leg buys, 6 for 265. And then more recently, Mayers bowled Stark 1. Blackwood, LBW, Stark 36. Holder caught Warner bowled Lyon at leg slip for 27. And De Silva bowled by Stark for a duck. So Stark's got the numbers. 3 wickets. And Brooks out there subbing for the concussed Nkrumah Bonner. And doing a pretty handy job with 33 runs. So there's the leg slip, and Stark runs in again, and Chase gets a full delivery and drives it back on the bounce down between the bowler, mid-on, mid-off, and that amounts to a single for Royston Chase, who's 5, 6 for 2, 6, 6.
I suppose from looking at the West Indian scorecard, probably will be a little bit disappointed, I suppose, this evening when you look at most of the batters getting starts. A couple of half centuries in there and a couple of 20s and 30s. Just need somebody to go on and get a 3-figure score to stay in the contest.
Yes, once the anchor man Brathwaite was out, it got a little exposed as Stark bowls outside the off stump, pushing at that ball past the edge of the bat. It zips through to the keeper. So Marcus Harris is trotting onto the field to sub for Nathan Lyon. He's having some running repairs. 6 for 266. Brooks 33, Chase 5, and Mitchell Stark's figures at the end of that over. And this very impressive spell with the second new ball. He's taken 3 for 51 from 22 overs with 7 maidens. So we'll probably have a drinks break at the end of this over. And Pat Cummins is down at the Justin Langer end, hoping to crack through again. Amazing numbers for Pat Cummins, the 19th Australian bowler to take 200 Test wickets as he comes in and bowls to Chase forward, defending on the offside. But of all the bowlers who have taken 200 Test wickets, his strike rate is 41 balls per wicket, just behind Kagiso Rabada, who's about 40.6. So a phenomenal record, really. And it started when he was a youngster in South Africa 11 years ago. He turns down at the far end. 3 slips and the gully in place. He's on his way. He comes in, and Chase leaves the ball just outside the line of the off stump.
I first saw Pat Cummins playing for New South Wales. I think it was in the Futures League.
Yeah.
And this is going back, obviously, quite a while back. But straight away, just had, when you looked at him, he had the mannerisms. You can see he was going to be an Australian quick. No doubt he's gone on now. He's just reached the 200 wickets. And I'm sure he's going to get many, many more before he finishes up.
Well, he's trying for another one now as he goes in at Chase forwards, playing very straight and correctly through the line of the ball that's pitched around the stumps. Yes, he had an early start and then had some back problems, but he was well managed by Cricket Australia in that regard for a number of years. And we all used to jokingly say he's the highest paid university student in Australia because he was on contract but he wasn't playing. And he got his degree, as it were. He's running in, he's bowling again, and wide down the leg side. Good take by Carey. Bounced the second time, and a little surprisingly, Cummins was wayward there down the leg side.
But I suppose when you sum up the way Cummins has bowled today and Stark has bowled, I mean, Stark, I'm sure there have been days when he bowled much better for less returns. Sort of sprayed it around today, but then out of the blue you get in these, beautiful in swingers, swinging late at pace and challenging the stump. And
Cummins comes up, Chase plays again very correctly. Tall man getting into position and playing quietly down towards mid-on.
I suppose when you've got bowlers of the quality of Hazelwood and Cummins, who rarely bowl a bad ball, you can't afford to go with Stark, who just bowls, on a good day he will bowl wicket-taking balls. Just difficult to play.
Strike bowler. So in the way he bowls, it can sometimes be a bit expensive, but he does crash through. Cummins bowls, pitching up again and forward. This time Chase gets a thick bottom edge into his boot, and that ends the over. 6 for 266. Brooks, the sub for Bonner, is 33 and Chase is 5. A hard working day for the bowlers. Rick?
We've had a complaint about the ABC cricket book, Jim.
Which one?
All of them, because the scorecards at the back don't allow for concussion substitutes. Only fit 11 batters in. We're going to have 12 for this innings. What do we do?
Encourage people to take the initiative and find a way. Yes, but an unforeseen problem, I would have thought. But the next ABC Cricket magazine, moving through the South African series, the women's series of matches coming up, and BBL will be out next week. Now Cameron Green takes over from Stark. He runs in and bowls the ball. It's caught behind. He tried to drive the full ball. Cameron Green gets the wicket. A wicket that he may have got a little bit earlier in the day. But Brooks is out for 33. Caught Carey. Bowled Green. And it's 7 for 266.
Yeah, again, we're just talking about players getting in and not carrying on. Brooks on 30-odd. Just a lazy push at the ball and feathering it to Carey. Green getting into the game. Picks up his first wicket.
No, well, he's caused a little consternation today because he's had Bonner half KO'd, ducking into a bouncer and having to retire hurt and then being subbed. And Brooks, the man who subbed him, is out. 7 for 266. So we're getting into a very interesting period from here to the close of play. It's hard to believe if Australia get these last 3 wickets that they would enforce the follow-on, but we will see. Would you?
I think Australia bat again. Me personally, I'd probably bat again.
Yep.
So they got a lot of 2 days and a little bit left and a lot of time in the game. They've got a massive lead. So why not get the bowlers to get a bit of a rest tonight and relax a little bit, maybe for a session and a half tomorrow.
Yeah, plenty of time left in the game. Now just checking on our friends in Rawalpindi to see what the situation is there. Maybe they've gone, it's a Friday, so there'll be a long lunch break because of the call to prayers. Right? I think they take about an hour for lunch so everyone can go off to the mosque.
To the mosque. Okay.
Yeah. So I think I see none for 8 Pakistan and England 6-5-7. Now Green is pitching right up at the block hole. It's dug out and played away by Joseph, Alzari Joseph. Can he bat?
Oh, he can bat.
Yeah.
Of course he can bat. I think he's got an 80 or a 90 or in Test cricket. So he's not a rabbit. I think gone are the days when you have rabbits when you see 9, 10 and 11 put the pads on, you start getting ready to go on field. Those days are over.
Green goes up, bowls, and he slogs at this. It's in the air. Where's it going to go? It's going to land safely. He had a big heave, top edge, and the ball landed beyond short leg, and Cummins charging away from mid-on to square leg. He was a bit lucky there. Well, he saw it, but he didn't get hold of it.
It got on to him, I think, quicker than he thought. I'd be well advised to have a look.
Yes, especially with a bloke who can bat at the other end. Isn't the idea to hang around and help him make a few more? 7 for 267.
Joseph has an 80 in New Zealand, 86 in New
86,
Zealand,
I thought so.
and an 82 in Bangladesh.
There you go, 280s.
So Hino Bunny. Now, here we go. He's facing, Chase is facing a length delivery from Green, and he pats it away down the pitch. So England 6-5-7, Pakistan none for 17. That's the latest in that game there. And Brooks made of 150 odd, and we'll get some other scores for you around the grounds with stumps in the other matches in Shield cricket. Green bowls, pitching right up at the batsman again, and a very erect and orthodox looking stroke once more from Chase, who leans out. He's another 6-footer, is he not? And he pats it down the pitch.
Important for Chase to don't feel as if he's got to get as many as he can, as quickly as he can. So he's a good player.
Green bowls down the leg side. He tries to flick it off, but misses it. And will that be the drinks break? There's certainly a drink coming out onto the field, but not for everyone.
And I hope that Chase is having a word and tells Zari, look, mate, just hang around with me. We've got 24 overs remaining in the day. Let's see if we can see through to the close.
Well, Nathan Lyon's coming into the attack, and I think Pat Cummins probably thinks that on the evidence of Joseph's stroke, Lyon might be the man who can tempt him into hitting the ball into oblivion. Carl Hooper is making way for Kim Hughes, and the West Indies 7 for 267. So Australia sort of winkling their way through this batting lineup, but how quickly can they get the last 3 wickets? So it's a lead at the moment of about 331. So Lyon's back into the attack. He's down at the Langarendi bowls to Joseph, and it goes off the pad. He virtually kicked that away in the end beyond short leg. Hello, Kim.
Hello, Jim. Good to be here.
You're batting again, not following on?
Oh, yes. Definitely batting again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Plenty of time. Lyon is in, he's bowling, and Joseph lets it go down the leg side. They've got the long on out for the heave-ho.
Yep.
And they've got a man deep at square. So
that's a good field.
Yeah.
It's attacking, but also gives him support down the ground and square of the wicket.
The in-out field. Lyon over the wicket. Joseph lets it go outside the off stump. Come on. Toss one up, please. I want to see him have a hit.
Cameron Green, a worthy reward because he has bowled. He's certainly been the quickest.
Yeah. He sure has. As Lyon bowls and Joseph back, pushes away on the offside.
And Jimmy makes it look so easy. Got such a beautiful rhythmical run. And he has bowled very, very well today. Yes, he's only just got his first wicket, but I've got a feeling he could pick up another 1 or 2.
Well, if not today, on Dave 4-5. Get a few poles. Here comes Lyon. Wide of the off stump. And Lyon's just sort of building up towards a bit of temptation, I think, at Joseph as we get towards the end of the over. Here's the last ball of the over. Slip, leg, slip. Short leg, long on. Lyon comes up and Joseph goes back. Lets the ball bounce around the line of the off stump. So that's a maiden over. And we're not having a drinks break. No, not yet. 7 for 2, 6-7.
I tell you, I was impressed with Brooks' batting. He looks very, very accomplished. I think he looked as good as any, if not the best, of the West Indian batsmen I've seen today. He was very good off his pace. He gets set nice and early, and he opens up that front foot, but he can play nice off the back foot or the front foot. Played the bounce as well. I was very impressed with him.
Well, he'll probably get another game. He'll certainly get another innings, you would think.
Yeah, well, certainly. We're in for some nice weather, so he'll certainly get another innings.
Well, you'd think he'd be playing in Adelaide if Bonner has been concussed.
Well, even if Bonner is available, you'd think that he should.
Now, here's your man, Cameron Green. He bowls now. And a bit of nick on the pad there. The old tick poof. Inside edge to pad. And it rolls away behind square as they took a single. So Joseph is back on strike. Chase moves along to 6 at 7 for 2, 6-8. Here we go. What's he going to do? Short, right up. Joseph was keen to have a lash in the last over and got away with it when he came in.
Well, you certainly need a bat pad. So you can get one around the throat, and then maybe he just puts it in there, but he's going to get some support back at square leg.
Yes.
Deep square leg.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about dropping one just a bit short here, or the double bluff, and let him go fishing outside the off stump.
As long as he doesn't hit to a vacant third slip.
Away goes Green. Joseph gets a very wide ball, in fact, and he's not interested in having a crack at it. So we've had a good day and a crowd of almost 10,000, 9,877. So we've gone to about 27, 28,000. A no ball called posthumously via the third umpire there. So add one.
Well, he's hoping we can get a 15 to 20,000 crowd tomorrow, Jim.
Yep. Green is in and bowling, and Joseph plays defensively. He's had his wind-up woofy-woo miscue, and perhaps either he's taken it on board himself or had a little reminder from his mate at the other end. Hang around. You're not the big hitter, boy. I am. So there are two slips in the gully, a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, short leg, and two men out on the onside, both in the shadows of the stand. Here's Green bowling. A bouncer. There it comes. And he ducks out of the way quite comfortably.
And he played it well. Got down nice and early.
Moved quickly. So, I don't know what's happening with the drinks were due a while ago anyway. They'll come when they'll come. And Cameron Green would like to try and get another wicket here. He had Brooks fishing and caught behind recently. He's bowling now to Joseph. Joseph drives and drives pretty well. Didn't time it, but he found the gap through the covers and he collects a couple. He's 3 and it's 7 for 271 now. So Australia working hard throughout the day to chisel their way through this batting lineup, and it has taken a fair bit of work after Craig Brathwaite top scored with 64. So Green has got Joseph down there to complete this over. He moves in. Joseph is watching and leaving the ball alone outside the line of the off stumps. Oh yes, still one more because of the no ball.
Jim, even though Stark has got the figures of 3 for, I felt that Hazelwood in particular bowled very, very well in that middle session and was unlucky. Look, he'll bowl worse than that and end up with 2 or 3 or more.
Yep.
Thought he bowled really, really well and very aggressively, but didn't bowl too short. The right line and length.
Green goes in, forward Joseph, yes, head down. And that is the end of the over. I'm going to make way for Clint, and he'll be joining Kim Hughes.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
By the way, we used to be friends. We used to be in a circle. I don't understand.
So here we go with Nathan Lyon again. I know that's Jim's line, but I just wanted to pinch it because it's such a good one. And someone like Nathan Lyon is bowling, turning, causing all sorts of trouble. It's got a bit blustery here at the stadium. You see it on the flags directly opposite us. Paper's been blown around in the broadcast box as Lyon bowls, and he's there to Chase, who plays it straight out to mid-wicket. There's no run. What chance would you give Joseph and Chase be able to work their way through the next 22 or so overs? It would seem unlikely, Kim Hughes.
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon into Chase, who's forward, plays it past Lyon. It'll roll down for a single. Gathered there by Hazelwood at long on. David Warner has come into leg slip. We've seen that have success already today. Lyon, though, continues over the wicket. Knocked away by Joseph on the onside. Labuschagne's at short leg. He goes to do the fielding.
Come on, boys. He's pretty courageous in there, Labuschagne, and at bat pad. It'd be the last position I'd ever want to field. I'd just be a coward.
Me too. Lyon bowling. A little edge coming from Joseph, and it beats everyone around the stumps. Wicketkeeper leg slip and slip. It's actually taken leg byes, but it's still gone for 4. Could have taken the tiniest of edges, so no catching chance, but they weren't able to stop it. Going straight back behind. It's cannoned just off the front pad or just high up on the... It is the front pad around the knee roll.
Yeah, and the poor old keeper had absolutely no chance at all unless it hit him in his shoulder. But, front pad.
Line. Again. Nice defence from Joseph. Got right behind that delivery.
The only thing at this time of the day you'd be a bit dirty on if you're bowling from the other end is that Lyon takes about 2.5 or 3 minutes to get through his over.
There's not much of a break.
And then you've got to front up again.
Joseph, wide stance, battle off, watchful, sees the ball through to Carey. That is the end of the over. 94 completed. 7 for 276 the West Indies. Joseph is 3, Chase is 7. Interesting news. Talk about the surface here, which we were doing earlier, and doesn't look immaculate, unfortunately. It should be pristine for a test match. There's going to be a delayed start to the 2 WA AFL clubs for the year because while we think that the Guns N' Roses concert might have had a little bit to do with the surface we're seeing at the moment, Ed Sheeran is moseying into town.
So when
8 days beforehand or thereabouts. So because of when his concert was being booked and fixtures haven't been officially released yet, but fixtures have to be shuffled around with, let's call it magic round because the rest of the country is. Green has started another over as 2 slips and a gully in, and Green bowls and taken away through mid-wicket by Joseph. He'll set off a 1. He wants a second. Good call from Chase too. He was keen to get it. Coming in his head for the shadows in front of the eastern side of the western side of the ground. They'll take 2 more to the total. So to make sure that the surface is ready to go, both the Dockers and Eagles will have to play away in round 1.
Right, and what date is that, Clint?
Why are you asking me questions that I don't have answers for?
Because I think our listeners would maybe like to know.
Well, if I had that detail in front of me...
you'll get it though.
I will find out for you as Green bowls and play on the onside. I had it in front of me earlier and I closed it up just for the chat. Where is it here?
Being sometime in March, I would have maybe thought.
Oh, no, it's definitely March. March the 12th is when Sheeran is here.
Right.
So that's the weekend before the new season starts. So that would be a bit frustrating for the local supporters, but it is you need content at stadiums. There's green bowls, and leaving it through to the keeper is Chase.
We'd like to think on the footy side of things that the West Coast Eagles would improve. They couldn't be any worse.
Well, they could be 2 games worse.
Well, their system, they'd have 5 or 6 kicks in the half-back. It gives me a headache thinking about it already when Bunga Hearn can kick at 65 or 70 metres. 6 kicks later, we haven't got it out of the half-back line.
Away again goes Green, defending onto the offside is Chase. There's no run. Anyway, that's enough of the AFL, but a little bit of news filtering through.
I tell you what was some sad news is that Mitchell Marsh has got another injury now and is going to be unavailable for the next 3 months. He must have run over about 5 black cats. He's 30 years of age and just ready to take the world by storm.
We missed the entire BBL season. Green bowls and driving back to him on the bounce was Chase. He stuck out one of the big his big right hand, one of his big mitts, was able to gather the cricket ball. So Chase remains 9. Joseph is 3. The West Indies trailing by 320 runs.
But that's a blow not only for Western Australia but for Australia as well, because with the amount of cricket that's in front of us for the next 12, 18 months, he would certainly come into play at some stage.
So Green bowls, flick down leg side, nicely played by Chase, just helps it on its way, fine for 4. Chase goes on now to be 13. 7 for 282 at the end of the over.
And they've called for drinks now to come on.
And finally they do make their way on the ground. So he drinks on the field with the West Indies 7 for 282. Joseph is 3, Chase is 13. Let's take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. The former school teacher Chris Dawson will likely die in prison after being handed an 18-year minimum sentence for the 1982 murder of his first wife in Sydney. The body of Lynette Sims has never been found. A New South Wales Supreme Court judge has concluded the 74-year-old killed her because he was infatuated with the family's teenage babysitter. Dawson's always maintained his innocence and has flagged an appeal. The retrial of the man accused of raping Brittany Higgins at Parliament House in 2019 won't go ahead. Bruce Lehrman pleaded not guilty to the charge and faced a trial in October, but the jury was discharged due to juror misconduct. The retrial was scheduled for February, but the ACT Director of Public Prosecutions says he's received medical evidence that the trauma on Ms Higgins from a retrial would pose an unacceptable risk. The federal government's industrial relations laws have passed Parliament, with the Prime Minister insisting it's a win for workers and businesses. It will allow multi-employer bargaining so that pay deals can be reached across similar businesses such as childcare and aged care. More than 1,200 properties in South Australia's Riverland have been disconnected from power to avoid the potential for electrocution because of flooding. Another 2,000 are expected to be cut off by the end of the week, but those in exclusion zones who are well prepared may not have to have their power cut. And the Victorian government's welcoming 2 new cabinet ministers following a caucus meeting. Upper House MPs Natalie Suleiman and Enver Erdogan will be sworn into the ministry. They replace Veterans Minister Sean Lean and the former Employment Minister Jala Pulford, who announced her retirement in October. Portfolios will be decided over the weekend. ABC News.
One summer.
What a cluster of fields around the batsman.
Every summer.
One of the great things about the ABC is turning the radio on in the summer and hearing the cricket coverage.
And it's been going for 90 years.
This has been a sensational innings.
Everlasting Summer is a 6-part series that tells the story of cricket on the ABC from Bodyline to Big Bash.
OMG, that went a mile.
Everlasting Summer. Hear every episode now on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies. On ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
The drinks in the final session in Perth, the West Indies 7 for 282. Elsewhere in Rawalpindi, midway through day 2, Pakistan none for 17 in reply to England's astonishing 657. Meanwhile, 3 matches in the Sheffield Shield. Stumps at Junction Oval, Victoria 1 for 78. After bowling New South Wales out for 260 in their first innings, the Vicks overall lead is 27 runs after stumps on day 2. South Australia chasing their first win as well against Tasmania at Bellerive. The Redbacks of 411 in their second innings, an overall lead of 291 with 6 wickets in hand and 2 full days to play. While at the Gabba, we lost a full day yesterday, but Queensland v WA, the home side declared it 6 for 295. Half centuries for Bryce Street 83, Joe Burns 72 and Matt Renshaw 54. WA in reply at stumps none for 18. In the Supercars, Chaz Mostert, the fastest qualifier in Adelaide for tomorrow's top 10 shootout. And the Australian Open Golf, Mark Leishman has missed the cut. Cameron Smith just made it. Adam Scott and David Micheluzzi, joint leaders in the men's tournament, both 8 under. While Hannah Green holds a 2-stroke lead in the women's event as we head into the weekend. Let's go back to Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden and Kim Hughes.
Thank you, Brett Sprigg. In the hand of Nathan Lyon. Austin Langer stand behind him. Joseph settles over his bat. Waits for Lyon to bowl around the wicket. He defends. Lyon operating as he did previously with Warner. That leg slip position. Labuschagne at short leg. Smith slightly further back at first slip. He's probably a step or 2 further away from the stumps than Warner is at leg slip. Kerry crouches down right behind the stumps. Next delivery played onto the onside in front of Labuschagne. Rolled all the way along the ground towards him from Joseph's bat. Lyon. The towel hanging out of the back of his pants. Little turnaround. He's in again around the wicket to Joseph. Show the full face of the bat.
Listen.
Oh, Gary.
Listen to, Gary. And it's hit the middle of the bat. Huh?
Well, you're trying to...
What?
It's mine. Just trying to keep yourself engaged.
Gary.
Oh, Kim Hughes.
Oh, it's hit the middle of the bat.
Oh, dear. Joseph is back.
Listen,
defense.
That's close, Gary. Oh, there's some waffle that does go on. Listen, I'm chatting. Nothing intelligent would be going on.
That's well down leg side. Line.
Oh, Gary.
To their credit, they didn't that time.
What?
There was no Gary that time.
Oh. Well, it was a wide down leg side.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They obviously decided that wasn't worth the Gary crying. Line bowls, defending on the onside again. That's Joseph. Survives that over.
He survived. Mate, he hit every ball he had to play in the middle of the bat.
Dot. He still survived the over. Yeah. Wasn't like when you say he's hitting the middle of the bat, suddenly those 4 rows back were scampering for their safety in the stands.
Yeah.
He got right behind it. He made sure he was going to be out there. He made sure he wasn't getting out. Pat Cummins will be brought on from the members' end here. Rod from Lake Macquarie says the Big Bash should do a magic round like the NRL, dare I say it, the AFL, and have all the games at one ground over the weekend. What do you think?
Well, it's certainly, I think something to look at. Anything like that at all.
Well, it's...
Just chuck it up and have a think.
The problem would be with the wicket, you'd have to have a block that would be able to get bring them up to speed.
Yeah.
Bowling is coming.
Well, you could have
the offside. You could have it.
You could have 3 wickets in the centre.
Yep.
And it's not going to hurt it if people are running over it because they only go for 40 overs. So it's not like they're going to, get scuffed up badly.
Well, you could always have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the double headers.
Oh, yeah. So it'd have it look like a long weekend.
Yeah. Well, that's what they'll have to do for Magic Round in the
just as long as they don't in West Australia and then try and have it on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Cummins is away from us. And Chase gets behind this and knocks it out onto the offside.
I tell you what Cricket Australia should do is to pursue the idea of, look, the chance of India playing Pakistan, and Pakistan, they're challenging. But why wouldn't you offer those two countries an opportunity to play at the MCG every now and then again?
Because they don't play each other outside of the officially ICC sanctioned tournaments.
Really?
No, they just.
Why is that?
Because of political situations in both countries. It's Cummins bowls and on the drive onto the offside, getting behind it is Chase, who remains on 13. The West Indies 7 for 282.
Well, they might.
That's why it is so special when they do play.
Well, they might do it if there's an amount of money, which you would think the worldwide audience for that game in Melbourne was over 2 billion.
Oh, no
One
doubt.
quarter of the world's population. Mind-boggling. It was fantastic.
Things might have to move.
Oh, yeah.
Not
well,
just in a cricketing sense.
Yeah, oh, yes.
I'm
yes.
fairly certain both cricket boards would be aware of what could be gained from that. Cummins with 2 slips in bowls and leaving his chase through to the keeper, Carey.
What I'm saying is you need an intermediary. I hope Cricket Australia might go to both of those boards and look, here's an opportunity. We've got the best.
It's not the boards though, Kim. It might
no.
go slightly above the boards.
Yes, I know that, but just get them to say, yes, we're interested, and then you go to the appropriate people. But you've got to start off first.
And the appropriate people go, no, don't
Well,
think
okay,
that will
they
happen.
may not. They may not. Small steps, Clint.
One of the great things about you is just your effervescence and your positivity with everything. I love it.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Cummins bowls all down leg side, trying to flick it away, and Chase couldn't get any bat on it. Except when it comes to drinks breaks, but let's not go there. Less positive about those. Crowd has been posted, 11,272. So this won't shock anyone, but surprisingly enough, there's more people here on a Friday than there were on the Wednesday.
Oh, yes.
Can you imagine that?
He's hoping to get a really good crowd tomorrow.
Hope so. Chance to see the Australians bat again. I would be very surprised if they don't, no matter what happens here. As Cummins bowls and he strikes him on the pad. Chase, the finger goes up and he's gone. He'll be sent on his way. Chase is on 13. He's not going to review it.
No.
And Pat Cummins, that's wicket 201 for him.
Yeah.
In Test matches, the West Indies lose their 8. 8 for 282. Chase out LBW to Pat Cummins. The West Indies still trail by 316 runs.
And that kept a little bit low. It wasn't going to go over the top of the stumps, Clint, at all. It didn't even bother to worry about appealing or reviewing the decision. So well done to the skipper. That's his second wicket. And he's bowled wicket to wicket, running aggressively. So he's a chance here to maybe get a third and a fourth.
1-4, he was there for 58 minutes. Faced 42 deliveries, 35 dot balls. There's Kemar Roach, who I thoroughly enjoyed chatting to yesterday downstairs.
Yes, yeah.
It was terrific to have a yarn with.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is very out. Having a look at the DRS
and
the ball tracker, that was as out as
yeah,
as could be, hitting about 2/3 of the way up middle.
What I loved about it, Kemar Roach interview, Clint, was that he'd played with both Chanderpauls, both the father and the son.
Yeah.
Which is quite remarkable.
Well, it wasn't uncommon, and I take no credit for this. Rick Finlay, which will surprise no one, came up with this stat. But of the West Indian players out there in this test, Brathwaite, Blackwood, Holder and Roach have all played with both Chanderpauls.
Yeah.
Or Tajan, I should say.
Staying around.
Yeah.
Kemar Roach won't be on strike. End of the over previously. 97 completed now. Ball's back with Nathan Lyon. So Lyon will come into Joseph. Waits with bat aloft. Oh, gets a little edge, an inside edge that goes past Labuschagne. He couldn't quite get to it. He was there in tight under the helmet at short leg.
and missed it.
It was down low around ankle height. He just couldn't get his hands down quickly enough.
You know why?
He survives then. Roach goes on strike. He's about to face his first delivery. Joseph is 8 for 283.
Because he was saying too many ohs in the previous over.
Line bowls. Roach defends. I'm not sure that's probably the reason.
Well, mate, listen. Oh, hit the middle of the bat. Oh, hit the bat. Then when you get a chance, I dropped it.
Have you heard of... We were talking about archery earlier. I would suggest that is a long bow that you have drawn just then. Line bowls and defending his Roach to the offside.
There is a saying that goes, a drowning man will clutch at a serpent. And maybe at this particular time I'm drowning and just trying to clutch that serpent.
That's probably closer to the run.
At least I've got to laugh at him.
Oh, yeah. I got to laugh out all the time. Very affable. And edging. Great catch from Smith. And Roach is out for a duck. Oh, wonderful take. Line bowl. It was a hefty swing of the bat. Roach gets the edge. And Smith takes a stunner at first slip. That's sensational. It travelled quickly. It was around about chest height. He stuck out the left hand, was able to cradle it in with the rights. That is a really good slips catch. Steve Smith, well played. Kemar Roach faced 3 balls. He's out for a duck. The West Indies 9 for 283.
That was an absolute blinder. How quick did it go, Clint? It was a real good hard hit for a half volley outside off stump. Went like a tracer bullet. Smith threw both, or hit one, his left hand solid, and then the other one. Absolutely amazing. Incredible catch. And I don't think Gary Lyon sort of jumped down the wicket and gave him a big hug, but I tell you what, he turned half a chance into a chance. Absolutely superb.
Smith barely celebrated. Yeah. And here's a catch that you should be running rings around.
Throwing the ball up, doing handstands.
It's a ripper. 2 wickets now for Nathan Lyon. 2 for 61 from 21.4 overs. I would suggest to you that you can take the draw out of the equation despite what was being suggested perhaps on morning television earlier today.
But good news is, though, we're going to get at least a good full day tomorrow.
We will.
Because the Aussies will come into bat, and then hopefully we get a real good crowd down tomorrow.
Dispense with leg slip as Seals is the new bat. He's on strike and he defends back down the pitch. Lyon will just stop it with his right boot and then pick it up in front of the stumps at the non-striker's end. There's been a bit happening.
Yeah.
It's been tremendous. Lyon bowls around the wicket. Forward is Seals. Happy to see it go past his pad, and that's the end of the over. I'm going to depart. So Kim Hughes, you can...
I was just going to ask you, in your prime, where did you feel, Clint?
As far away as possible. No, actually, to be fair, out at point.
Point?
Yeah, at point. Took 1 or 2 good catches.
Jonty Rhodes?
Oh, no. Too lazy for that. No. West Indies 9 for 283. Jim Maxwell's about to join Kim Hughes.
ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
You used to call me on my...
Australia v West Indies.
You used to.
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket.
Yeah, you used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need
9 for 283. This didn't look likely at the lunch break, but here it is. Australia have persisted and worked their way through the batting. As Cummins is in, and he's bowling accurately, and it's defended pretty well by Seals on the onside. So Seals and Joseph are out there. West Indies falling away against the second new ball. So what's the tally there from the point of the second new ball to this in terms of runs and wickets, Rick? As a couple of fielders in the deep, fine leg, deep square, deep point. Cummins on his way up and he bowls and he pulls at this in the air. He's going to be caught at mid-wicket. He's out. Absolute dolly catch. So they're all out. And that is the end of that, with David Warner taking the simplest of catches. Another wicket for Pat Cummins. And a little statistical addition to Rick's compile there. West Indies 283. The lead is 315. Australia, I'm sure, will be batting again and giving themselves 15 overs or so tonight, potentially, and then 2 days of play to come. It all ended so quickly, Kristen Beams.
It did. It was a really good start from the West Indies. I thought their top order toiled away really well, but unfortunately against some very relentless bowling from Australia. I think they came out today, made some adjustments in their length. They nipped the ball around a little bit. We saw some really good bowling partnerships, and unfortunately for the West Indies, under some really high quality bowling, they faltered at the back end.
Yeah, it really did dribble away pretty quickly. 3 wickets each to Stark and Cummins, 2 to Nathan Lyon, and 1 each to Hazelwood and Green. All right, Rick. So from the taking of the new nut, I reckon they lost, 6 for?
They were 244 when the new ball was taken.
For 4?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what's that, 6 for 39?
Yeah. Yes, 6 for 39. And that's not a good look for the West Indies if they're going to save this game. When they got to a position where it looked like they may well bat for the day, but the innings, as we've often seen against better bowling when the West Indies are batting, has fallen away. But the bowling has been outstanding.
Yeah, and then some really good pieces of fielding as well. I think the catch down the leg side off Nathan Lyon was excellent. I think Steve Smith as well, is they fielded pretty well as a unit. So the bowling groups had really good support out in the field as well. But they're a high-class unit. I think we'll be talking about it across this whole Test summer, but how long can they stay as a unit across this series without the dreaded rested word that will no doubt be a conversation topic, Jim?
Well, there were plenty of people who thought before this game, because they were speculating about the pitch doing all sorts of bizarre things from the word go, and that has been the case, that this would be a 3-day test, get a couple of days off, go to Adelaide early. Well, it might be a 4-day test. I suppose there's the chance of that. But the fact that Australia will bat again, and no doubt they'll bat until lunch or just after, to give themselves 5 sessions, 4 and a bit. We could be here on day 5. That's all I'm saying, which not a lot of people would have anticipated.
I think we'll definitely be here on the 5th day. I think with the wicket potentially cracking up as well, Australia, well, I think they're going to want to bat, but back themselves that this wicket maybe is going to deteriorate. But I think they need at least 5 sessions. I think the way that the West Indies top order applied themselves is that I think they will be looking to bat long periods as well. So I think they've got to give themselves enough time. Whether it's a question of the number of sessions or runs, I'd like to see them push hard from a batting point of view, get enough runs in front, and then give themselves plenty of time to bowl the West Indies out.
And of course, making it difficult for statisticians, the West Indies batted 12 today, didn't they? You love that sort of stuff.
I like to squeeze it in mine because mine's not.
Well, you're going to have to update your sheet, right? You should have 13 spots for batsmen, because there's potential for 2 at least sometimes. Anyway, well done, Rick. Thank you for that. Yes, you've just squeezed in the seals down the bottom, so to speak. So they began the day at none for 74. Chanderpaul reached his 50 and then was caught by Warner off Hazelwood for 51. Bonner retired hurt after ducking into a bouncer from Green. He was out there for a bit longer after getting the concussion treatment, but he went off, and he was supposed to come back, but all of a sudden, when the time came, it was Brooks and not Bonner who moved out there. But he was out, retired at 16. It was 1 for 150 just after lunch, and then Brathwaite bowled Cummins his 200th Test wicket. He was out for 64. Mayers bowled Stark 1. Blackwood, LBW Stark 36. Holder caught Warner, good catch at leg slip from Lyon for 27. Brooks caught Carey, bowled Green 33. De Silva bowled by Stark, zip. Chase LBW to Cummins 13. Joseph caught by Warner off Cummins for 4 after Roach had been brilliantly caught by the quick reflex Smith off Lyon at slip for a duck. Seals not out, naught. 38 sundries. There are a lot of leg buys in there. Yes, 27 leg buys. And they made 283. So they trailed by 315. Stark 22 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 51. Hazelwood 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 53. Cummins 20.2 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 35. So he's up to 202 test wickets. Lyon 22 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 61. Green 10 overs of pretty good pace, 1 for 35. And Labuschagne 2 overs for 14. So has it been confirmed that Australia are going to bat again? I assume so. And Head, thank you, 1 over for 4 runs. One of the fastest overs bowled in the history of Test cricket. It took 80 seconds. Yeah. So there we are. Australia in good position. The shadows are coming across the pitch. This is always the awkward time to be batting in the Big Bash and all the other white ball games that start in the evening. And it could be a bit tricky out there for an over or two until those shadows come right over. But at the moment, we're going to be sort of half and half.
Yeah, we actually saw in the WBBL final at North Sydney, they actually didn't start the second innings because of the position of the sun, which I thought that was a little bit polite. Actually, the Sydney Sixers were batting, I think. The Adelaide Strikers bowling. I would have been saying, excuse me.
Was that a home ground call?
It must have been.
Yeah, didn't help them.
I know. Maybe they're regretting that.
I thought the Sixers were a bit disappointing in that game, to be honest, for a team of their quality. Nothing taken away from the Strikers' performance, but yeah, they missed a few tricks, shall we say?
Yeah, I think they were the best team in the competition, and that's the fickle nature though of T20 cricket, isn't it? You can they're the best team across 14 matches. You think, well, they nearly, how do you beat them? And then
you got to turn up on the big day. So the umpires are on their way. Australia will be starting their second innings in a moment. How many overs left today, Rick? As
14 up there. I'm not sure if they've taken the 2 off yet, so it's either 14 or 12.
Okay, we'll have a bit each way at the moment. Probably 12. But now that's interesting. Oh, that's where the roller goes. I thought he was rolling the outfield, which I was...
Who made the suggestion of that the other day?
I did. Others may have. But he's certainly rolling his way towards his little house in the stand. But yes, some parts of the outfield are a bit Guns and Roses or something like that, or maybe they're football, but they're a bit sluggish. Not that it matters. It's a pretty good arena, and you get good value for your well-struck blows, but there have been a lot of threes on this big ground. The West Indies are tumbling out onto the field. They've got some work to do here to stay in this game, and the way to do it, of course, is to crash through the Australian top order. And just for those who are interested, Rick's interesting stat yesterday as we watch Warner, aged 36, and Khawaja, almost 36, come to bat. He produced the oldest Australian opening pairs almost 100 years ago in 1926. Horseshoe Collins, who was 39, and Warren Bardsley, 43. So they've got a few more tests to go to catch them. They're 72 or close enough combined against 82. So there you are. Just another useless statistics for you, which Rick is so good at providing and doing so well. Thank you, Rick. So Australia are about to start their second innings.
And I think what we'll see from David Warner is that people will say, well, did he play a rash shot? I think it's the way that he played it. I think he'll probably take on these few overs here tonight. He's not on strike, he's at the non-striker's end, but I don't think we'll see a player like David Warner play any different. And Khawaja is in red-hot form. He looks so comfortable at the crease. But coming up against an experienced bowler in Roach.
Well, we're in half shadow across the pitch. I would have thought this is a bit tricky. Roach is coming out of the shadows into a bit of half light. He bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja, he sees it well enough and he gets a run, just prodding it short of cover and tears off. So Australia none for one, having done the job they needed to with the ball, taking the last 6 wickets with the second new ball for 39 runs. West Indies all out for 283. The crowd's, it's bumped up to 11,272. So something to look forward to tomorrow is Australia batting in its second innings. So that may encourage a few more to come along and enjoy Test match cricket. It's Roach, second ball. Warner back, cuts well, down towards third man. It's flying across the outfield for 4. Short, wide. Well dispatched by Warner. Cracked down to backward point, third man for 4.
Wide outside of the off stump, back of a length. He's always going to have a crack at that. And I think when we see a deep point out, it's a very defensive field for the first over with a brand new ball, but even that fielder can't stop that shot from David Warner. I'd rather see that fielder come in.
Roach again, another wide delivery, chased by Warner, goes over the slips for 4 in the air. But if you're going to bowl there, it's help yourself. The Jimmy Buffett's going nicely, none for 9.
That's not where you want to be. You hope that's not the plan, but with a deep point out, I'm sort of questioning what that plan might be. But that's the way that David Warner plays, and he's going to continue to do so. But
serious dross from Roach. 2 long hops, really. Roach goes in again, and that's a little closer and chopped down from just outside the line of the off stump. But it's very hard to see what's going on, certainly from up here. I think Warner can see it better than we can, but all these shadows across the pitch, it's very odd.
It's sort of the lights and the different parts at the top of the stand actually give the illusion. It makes it a little bit worse because there's a lot more sunlight, I suppose.
Roach goes in and Warner's back. Wait on, but he clipped it well and hard through the covers. They're racing for 2 and they get them comfortably. So Australia off to a lively start. 11 runs on. There's still 1 more to come in the over with Warner very quickly onto double figures. He's 10.
Well, I think the keeper said then, I can't see that. So I think there's a bit of trouble once it's actually getting hit out through the field there, but it'll probably last for maybe a couple more overs before that covers the wicket a little bit better.
I wonder what difference turning the lights on would make. Roach goes in, bowls a ball, is pushed away by Warner into the gully. There's no run there to complete a pretty mediocre over from Kemar Roach, bowling some long hops. The wide ones were cracked for 4 on 2 occasions. So Australia none for 11 after 1 over, with the West Indies dismissed for 283.
Jimmy made mention of the large number of extras that Australia conceded. In fact, it's the most number, the 38, since they conceded 41 against South Africa here in Perth at the WACA 6 years ago in an innings.
I was going to ask you a question without notice. What are the most number of leg byes in the history of the game in one innings? We have wides and no balls, and byes too. Famously, when Frank Woolley was keeping for England, I think he let through 43 byes. But leg byes, they're sort of in between, aren't they, as a number?
Yeah. A lot of them go for 4 against the quicks as well.
Yes. Now, Joseph's bowling, and it's left alone outside the Khawaja off stump. Normally, I can see the ball as it hits and goes, but in this sort of half light, with the shadows across, it's pretty hard to see. That was a good judgment. He went on the length that time. I'm seeing a replay of the ball coming back and over the off stump. Joseph bowls again, and he leaves the ball wide of the off stump this time. So there's your question from Ian. How long do we rest our quicks? Well, they'll get a good night's sleep, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure that all the sports scientists will be, in the change rooms, crunching the numbers and all that sort of stuff. But it is simply a matter of time. I don't think they've had a very high workload so far. And I think given the conditions, it hasn't been as warm. So you would think they'd be keen to get back out there again.
Joseph bowls back. Khawaja takes the bounce off his hip around the corner for a single to backward square. And the score is 9 for 12. Yes, it's been hot on the day coming into this game, and the first day it was over 30, but since then 21 degrees, a little bit of a breeze filtering in. It's been quite pleasant, I would have thought. Unlike some other days in the west, Adelaide Oval is another place where it can get searingly hot, and in Brisbane and Sydney you perspire quite a bit. So 2 slips in the gully for Warner. Joseph comes up and he's forward, and he gets the ball away on the offside square of the wicket as he rather cramped played the ball out there. He'd like to get himself into some test match nick here, David Warner, and it could be just the opportunity for him to knock off a 50 or a 100 on the way to a declaration. He missed out in the first innings, played on to a full ball from Seals for 5. Joseph comes up and bowls to him, and he digs it out with a punch towards mid-wicket, and there's a misfield, which means that they come back for a second run as it went through, I think, Chanderpaul out there, and as a result, Warner is 12 and the score is 16.
And that was a pretty poor piece of work there. Shouldn't have got through. I don't think we can blame sunlight through the shadows.
No.
And unfortunately, it's been a bit of the story for the West Indies in the field. It's been a little bit more laconic. On the flip side, we've seen Australia be very good, take some good catches. They've run well, 2 out to the boundary. It's been a big difference between the two teams.
Joseph bowls. Warner tries to pull, but he miscues. Don't know whether he picked that up properly, but he looked very cramped as the ball got onto him from Joseph. It ends the over. Australia 14 without loss after 2 overs of their innings, with Joseph hurling in the thunderbolt. Yeah, I don't know whether he picked up the length there. He ended up being whacked on the gloves trying to pull it away.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment that he wanted to actually get out of the way of that and realised it followed him. But it was a good piece of bowling, and that's what they need to do. And well, you called it, Jim, but is that the lights on the...
They've turned them on.
Turn them on.
Thank you very much.
I tell you what, we've had the rolling of the outfield, the lights have come on. I tell you what, they're listening to you. And if anyone had that kind of pull, it's you.
Roach bowls back and across goes Khawaja. They need to be listening to me after 3 days of disturbed entry into the ground.
I tell you what, if tomorrow you show up and you walk straight in without having your thing scanned, you'll know for sure that they're listening. Don't like your chances.
The scanning is not the issue, I think. It's the fact that the scanner doesn't pick up the scan. So you're left in limbo. Anyway, the chap was very nice today. He said, look, you've obviously got the pass, so away you go. Thank you. Roach bowls, short and wide. He chops it away on the back cut. It's flying down towards the boundary where Chanderpaul is in pursuit, and they come back for 2 runs. Again, Roach with a bit of width, giving the batsman the opportunity to score. None for 16.
Yeah, another really good shot there from Khawaja, and the running between wickets, very good. But just, I think feeding 2 strengths of both of these batters. I think for Khawaja and Warner, they'd be very happy for the ball to be short and wide outside of the off stump. Time for a change of plan.
Roach runs in, Khawaja back, runs it away, down towards backward point where Chanderpaul races in. So, yes, those lights being turned on just makes a little bit of difference as the shadows move across to the edge of the square now. But it is a lovely afternoon here in Perth. Bright skies above, not a cloud there, and the temperature is very almost refreshing, you would have to say, 21 or 22 degrees. So the field just fans out a bit. Two slips gully. Deep point cover and mid-off. Roach comes up. Warner goes back. No, yes. There could have been a single there, and there will be now because there's a misfield by Chase as he was, well, more wandering than chasing, but he didn't pick it up. And so Warner said, let's have one. None for 18. Warner 13 and Khawaja on 5.
Tough gig for the bowler here. I mean, I don't think he's bowled the right lines and lengths, but he certainly hasn't been helped with the fielding effort so far.
Well, he should go over the wicket. Here comes Roach, just wide of the off stump, and Khawaja lets it go. Anyway, it was a thing with certainly Gillespie and McGrath in the days of Lara. They were most of the time bowling to him around the wicket. But I just wonder with this new nut whether or not it wouldn't be better just trying going over the wicket, getting across the line of the batsman at the off stump. He has bowled a few freebies wide of the off stump. Roach again. He comes up. Khawaja leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. And umpire Tucker says over. I'll move over to Clint Wilden. Straight and none for 18. They lead by 300 and something. He'll tell you all about that as he is joined by Dirk Nannis.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus the West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
333 is the lead. At this point in time, Australians none for 18. Most of the ground is now in shade, probably about a quarter and a bit still to be covered as the sun continues to set. As Joseph continues in. It's in from the Langer stand, and Langer has to defend, didn't quite get to where that needed to be, and it rolls out behind the wicket.
Who?
Langer stand. I just said the Langer stand end. Warner. He's of similar stature. Too many Langers. I was laughing about that security confiscated the Justice for JL sign earlier today, which is one of the stories. I didn't see it happen. One of the stories making news in the newspapers. A small group of fans decided to bring it along. As Warner turns it backward of square, rolling along towards Roach, who's fielding it a fine leg.
Oh, they're wilting, aren't they, over there? They've been in the blazing sun since ball one today, and they were there all day yesterday, shirts off, cheering on Jason Holder.
They were certainly right behind Jason Holder today as well. I think it was in absolute good spirits, all of that.
For sure.
They were enjoying their time. Joseph bowling at 142.4, so he's quickish now as Khawaja defends away to the onside again to mid-wicket. There's no run.
I really like this with Joseph getting the new ball. He's the most threatening of West Indian bowlers. It's that awkward time that couldn't have been easy facing the first few overs when those shadows were coming across. We saw in the WBBL that a game was delayed due to sun. Probably potential to delay it due to shadow.
Joseph bowls and Khawaja's on the drive, but straight to mid-off. There's no run. I know you missed, not through deliberately, but missed the Socceroos game. And then was kicking yourself because you weren't able to catch the replay. But have you caught up with this tremendous story currently floating through with a little bit of cheekiness, though I would say absolute top-notch football intelligence from the Socceroos, from the game on the against Denmark. Is the next delivery. Oh, it was played into his pad by Khawaja. Chance of a run out as it was out towards point. Warner really was trying to surge his way through. There was a shy at the stumps from point. It missed. Warner would have been close if it had hit. We're determined to take the run. I knew he was in trouble. Yeah, he would have been gone. Absolutely would have been run out. Had forward point hit. Would have had maybe 2 stumps to aim at. I'll tell you this story in just a second. Warner just settles himself again now. 2 sleeps in. They crouch down. It's Joseph Bowles, and he's beaten Warner. That was a good delivery. Quick too. 145.7. End of the over. Warner's still there. He's 13. Khawaja is 6. The Australians none for 20. So what's happened? I absolutely love this yarn. So the Socceroos have noticed that the Danes have passed a tactical note around. So one of the players who's come on has brought a piece of paper with him onto the field, passed it to the skipper and Christian Eriksen. And the note apparently contained all Denmark's plans. They were going to switch formation to go to 2 strikers up front. So they were trailing 1-0 at the time. So Eriksen has just thrown the bit of paper away. And Mitchell Duke has picked it up and taken it over to the bench as Roach starts another over, and flirting with it outside, well outside off, was Khawaja, and Khawaja has been caught. He departs. The first wicket falls for the Australians, and Kemar Roach is the player to strike. And Khawaja has gone for just 6. Roach storming in from the northern end. Khawaja flirted with it, just got the faintest edge on it. De Silva juggled it, but was able to complete the catch. Khawaja's out. Oh, so close to being dropped of the gloves from the wicketkeeper. But Khawaja out for 6, caught De Silva, bowled Roach. Australia 1 for 20.
Not the best ball by any stretch of the imagination, because this is a long way outside off. Kemar Roach is getting the ball to nip away from the left-handers, but this is halfway down. This was flayed for a cut shot through the offside. It'd be by rights getting what it deserved. But here, Usman Khawaja flirting, as you said, long way outside off, and that's the sort of dismissal that's going to have you kicking yourself in the change room. No reason to even think of fending at it.
So Marnus Labuschagne scoring 204 in his last innings, makes his way out into the middle. So anyway, getting back to it, the Australian bench have had a look at this note that Mitchell Duke has found, and then because of it, and they've been spotted reading it, they've made their own changes, knowing now, oh, well, if you're going to have 2 up front, we're going to make a change and we'll have 5 at the back. And of course, leading 1-0, we're able to see the game out. They progress through to the round of 16, which proves to you that, as your mum and dad told you, you shouldn't litter. Don't go throwing notes around. If you put them in your pocket or you hand them to one of your team on the sidelines, none of this may have occurred. The Socceroos may have won anyway, but I just think that's fantastic. And it's right alongside Redmayne, the goalkeeper, the grey wiggle, who had the notes, or saw that his other goalkeeper had notes on which way to dive for penalties on his water bottle against Peru, and went over and threw it over the fence so he couldn't have it. Roach bowls and Labuschagne leaves. A bit cool out there in the moment. Labuschagne has got the jumper on. Warner hasn't. But yeah, there's been a few of those moments from the Socceroos so far. Never give a you-know-what an even break.
Oh. What a stuff up.
Can you believe it? Oh, this is what they're doing. Oh, okay. Oh, we can match that. It's a tremendous story out of the World Cup. Roach to Labuschagne, who prods it away out towards point. You heard straight away there was no run there.
I much prefer Kemar Roach coming over the wicket. I'd like to see him coming over the wicket for the left-hander. I think he provides a much greater threat. Take that dismissal aside, really doesn't provide much threat around the wicket to the left-hander because he bowls so wide. Doesn't tend to bowl a straighter one that comes back in. Here he's bowling straight at the stumps.
He's over the wicket. To Labuschagne, who works it nicely out through point into the deep in the sunshine. Single there to be had. Seals out there, who did a tremendous amount of work in the field in the first innings, had to run 30 to 40 metres time and time again. So there was no support out there, and we saw he would have been hoping, I think, at times that the ball would make it to the boundary, but slowed up and he'd have to go and gather it. So, with Warner on strike, there's 2 slips, backward point, and a deep backward point as well. Roach bowling around the wicket this time. Played out towards extra cover for a dot. It's also the mid-off, mid-on. Fielder in short, just at a short forward square on the fine leg as well.
Again, that's a similar length to Usman Khawaja's dismissal, where it's just a half tracker.
I wonder how relieved De Silva was when he was able to grasp it the second time, having put down 1 or 2. Actually, having a look now at the big screen, it was not elation, it was relief from the wicketkeeper. Roach bowls, prodded out just forward of point from the bat of Warner, and that's the over. 1 for 21, 5 overs completed. The batter to fall, Khawaja for 6. Caught De Silva, bowled Roach. It was 1 for 20 at the time. The Australians lead now 336 runs.
Zahari Joseph really getting nicely into his work now. 145 kilometres an hour in the previous over, which is his fastest for the match, faster than what he bowled in the first innings. Real good threat. Speaking of some of the Australian players at the Prime Minister's 11, I was saying he's unusual in that you can't hear him coming in. You don't hear his footsteps, you don't hear him panting. The only thing you hear is when his front foot hits the crease.
Speaking to Carl Hooper about this before, but he might have been another great West Indian bowler who was a bit like that. The whispering death of Michael Holding as Joseph strays down leg side. No run. It is quite remarkable to think that you could be so quiet.
To the point that
there's a huge amount of effort being, like, just running on top of anything else, but you can be that quiet just before you're about to deliver.
To think that the non-striker has to turn around to know you're even coming in.
It's incredible. Here he is again. And he bowls to Labuschagne up onto the toes, and he glides it on the bounce to Gully for a dot. A little gardening being done here by David Warner. He'll wander down midway through the pitch. Just remove a little bit of rough stuff off the surface.
This pitch is still doing it up. I think it's played pretty well.
Has quickened up. It hasn't been the demon that we thought that it might have been from what we saw in the World Cups, but it looks to get better and better. Joseph bowls. Labuschagne played into the ground. It will bounce out to second slip where it's fielded by Holder. Nice work from Chase downstairs. He's fielding at fine leg and taking the opportunity between deliveries to sign autographs. So I know these are little things, by the way, but I love it when players do that, and I think they deserve to get a rap when they do.
So from now, the cricket in this stadium turns to Big Bash. Any other games other than Big Bash from now?
No, I wouldn't think so. Joseph bowls, and edging on the bounce, though, out towards Gully. Labuschagne remains on 1. Warner is 13, 1 for 21.
One of the criticisms that visiting teams have, and I think domestic teams have, when you travel around the world, you get to bowl on the square. So, for example, if the outer extremes of the square they tend to use as practice bowling pitches.
Here's Joseph. Labuschagne defends.
So it's a really good way to get a feel of the conditions, to be able to bowl before the game on the ground and actually feel like you are bowling on a legitimate pitch. Whereas in Australia, it's unique in the world in that we don't have those extreme pitches.
No.
Everywhere else has them. Everywhere you go. You can always bowl on the square.
Is that because they're cricket grounds first and foremost, whereas this is a sporting stadium, but to be fair, it's a footy ground. This was built for football. Next delivery is let go by Labuschagne. It flies past and wide off stump. I want you to continue that thought in a moment, but yeah, it is the case. These grounds have been built for football to have cricket use them during summer. End of the over. 1 for 21, the Australians. Alison Mitchell about to join you.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia v West Indies on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
I don't need no butler cleaning cutlery. Never find me slipping on the muddy trees. Never power tripping trying to find a scene. Cause I've been having fun, so it's funding me. And I don't envy.
Evening, everybody. Evening, Dirk.
Evening, Alison.
An early wicket for West Indies. Australia building their lead, though, in this second innings. Here's Kemar Roach in around the wicket now to the left-handed. Warner gets well forward, blocks, back up the pitch. Roach picks up. You were midway through a point there with...
Oh, yeah, we're just talking about the wire pitches and saying that Australia is unique around the world, and we don't have those extremity pitches that you get everywhere in the UK has them. And he raised the point, maybe it's because they're football grounds, but a lot of the cricket grounds in Australia also, you don't get the opportunity to do that. The groundsmen don't let you do it.
Roach in around the wicket, back of a length. Warner looking to pull, doesn't really get hold of it. Takes a single, though, to square leg. Mid-wicket moves across to his left to field.
So often what you would do over there is you'd have a pitch in the UK. In the early season, you'd play on it, and once it's tired and worn out, you just keep the pitch going and keep it as a warm-up pitch, basically, for the rest of the season. It doesn't need to play well. No one's ever batting on it. It's just a hard surface for the bowlers to actually get into their work. So I wonder why we don't do that here.
Did you ever play on a hybrid pitch in the UK? Had they come in when you were playing? Over the wicket to the right-handed. Labuschagne, full delivery, brought his bat down on his toes. No run up to mid-off. So the hybrid pitches, they were used actually at Edgbaston for the entire Commonwealth Games tournament because there were so many matches and 2 matches a day to fit in across a 10-day period. Hybrid pitches were used, and the fact they I'm pretty sure have been used in the Blast and the 100 in the UK as well, but it's just the knitting together of sort of yarn into the pitch, which just means that it holds together simply. It's more durable. Here is Roach in again. Defence from Labuschagne, ball dropping into the turf, and he picks it up and tosses it back to the fielder quite helpfully.
So in essence, the grass is growing through the yarn?
No, I feel like I remember making a note of this because I went and chatted to the groundsman. It's one of these things where if you get it wrong, you annoy a lot of ground staff. But it's...
I'm going to ask questions.
I know, you're asking very technical questions. I'll give you a very technical answer if I'm able to find this note that I took. They're first put in Edgbaston for the 2017 Champions Trophy. Here's Roach in now, looking to turn it around the corner. Big shout of no, again, doesn't quite get hold of it. Picked up at short square leg, and there's no run. So it's as if these fibres are knitted into the grass, and the grass then wraps around the fibres. The fibres go up to 80 millimetres deep. So that's
a long way.
Yeah, about 8 centimetres deep into the ground. Hopefully that's not a typo in my phone. It's actually 8 millimetres. That's quite a difference.
I'm picturing in my head like a vine creeper that's kind of making its way up a wire almost. But that can't be right.
Roach in, a little wider of the crease into the right-handed Labuschagne, looking to cut and chop it into the ground and up to mid-off. It ends the over, 1 for 22. Australia leading by 337 with Labuschagne on 1 and Warner on 13. Well, I'm trying to imagine, because I've seen diagrams of how it works. So I think when you say the grass sort of knits around the fibre, I think it sort of almost takes root. So it means that the root of the grass has something much firmer to hold on to. And you can see when you walk down a hybrid pitch or walk along the side of a hybrid pitch, you can tell which is a hybrid and which is an ordinary turf pitch, because you can almost see the line at which the machine has sort of gone along and knitted the yarn.
Oh, so the yarn comes later.
the pitches start as grass pitches. I mean, in Edgbaston there's no drop-in wickets, so they have been made into hybrid pitches and curated in that way. Warner facing up now to Joseph down the leg side into the gloves of De Silva.
Yes,
and there's no run.
Most importantly, how do they play?
Well, I think there's been mixed reviews. On the whole, I think players are happy with them, and they used to just use them initially as practice pitches. I remember the first day-night test match we had in England was at Edgbaston, and so with the pink ball you're looking for practice wickets that perhaps don't scuff the ball up so much, and they were allowed to use these pitches as practice pitches. But yeah, for actual T20s and hundreds and the Commonwealth Games, the feedback seems to be that players find it a little bit bouncier. There is a little bit of extra bounce. Joseph in, not under control. Warner, the ball ballooning in the air but safely towards square leg. There is a mid-wicket there, but it's too far in front of square for that to spell danger. But it's at that sort of height where if he's fending away, he could look for a short leg, although that would have ballooned over the top of a short leg fielder. Two slips standing well back here for Joseph to Warner. So yeah, it's an interesting concept, but it's certainly been really useful when you've got pitches that have got a lot of traffic on them, which nowadays you're finding more and more the way the schedule is. Joseph racing in here to Warner for a flick of the wrists through the vacant mid-wicket region. The ball goes fizzing along the turf out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's slowing up though and will be picked up. Warner's completed 3 as Brathwaite's chased all the way back to the boundary, comes jogging back in. So yeah, I think all 100 games last year were played on these hybrid pitches at Edgbaston, certainly. And so there's a few more grounds around the country now that have them. I think Lords has got a few even. So it's catching on.
Are they pitches that at Lords that you would use for your sort of lesser games, or are they pitches that you'd use for the...
I don't think they've been approved for use in first-class cricket, for example.
Yep.
But for short form, certainly. Joseph in now. Left alone by Labuschagne outside the off stump. Fizzing through to De Silva. 1 for 25. Australia's lead 340. And West Indies were bowled out for 283 in this evening session. They lost their last 7 wickets for 76 runs. 3 wickets for Cummins, 3 for Stark, 2 for Nathan Lyon. Cummins picking up his 200th test wicket as well in the process, when he dismissed the captain, Craig Brathwaite. Labuschagne, the double centurion from the first innings, along with Steve Smith, faces Joseph. Lets this one go through outside the off stump. And he's pushing the 140-kilometre mark. This one's left alone.
Marcus Labuschagne at the moment just seems to have an age to let the ball go. Seems so supremely comfortable with Joseph's pace. With the bounce, he's as casual as you like out in the middle. Only scored 1 run so far, but just seems easy.
He waits again now, a little flex of the knees, and Joseph is in, forward. It's the onside though, defensively. Holder picks up. No run at the end of the over. The score remains 1 for 25. Labuschagne 1, Warner 16. And sent a photograph of a hybrid pitch, which you can have a look at, Dirk, as you're on your way out of the commentary box. And you can always see it's as if the pitch has been sown with a seed. If you could imagine, maybe. I won't say what Dirk has just whispered as he's left, not in his microphone. But it does look, as if it's a row of seeds, you can see these tiny little green tufts in the turf, which is the yarn, and then the grass fibres will grow up around the yarn, and so when you look at it, it just looks like a more even surface, but you can actually almost see these lines of sewn yarn down the pitch. Kim Hughes is back alongside me. Fascinated by a hybrid pitch?
That's going over my head.
Well, it's certainly not used for test matches. That is 100% turf that we're looking down at. Might be a drop-in pitch, but no artificial yarn. Now, Holder.
It's good to see at long last that the West Indies are bowling with a bit of pace.
Yep.
I mean, in the first innings, they would have averaged, very rarely got over 140. But they've steamed in from the southern end. Right, Alison, it's a perfect time to bowl, isn't it? Shadows.
Yeah. And it's a change here with Holder into the attack, and his first ball is a rather a loosener. It's a wide, well outside the off stump, and De Silva had to move right the way across in front of first slip to gather that. Holder kicks at the turf. A little bit of a disturbance in the crowd down below us, and that's because spectators have been piling their empty cups one on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other, to create huge long towers, or beer snakes as they tend to be known. But security have just come and broken it up, Kim.
Yeah, but
And that was the booze that you heard.
yeah.
Holder turns, runs it up past the umpire. And now to Warner, chops it away out towards deep points. Chandler Ball picks up. Throw back in, Warner takes one.
That's where Allison, I just think, look, you've got nothing to lose. I mean, the West Indies aren't going to win the game, and you doubt they're going to save it. But why have a deep backward point? Why wouldn't you bring him up and
Just
save
stop
the
that
one? Just so you can keep him on strike. Now, if he gets it past there and hits it for 4, well, that's fair enough. You give credit for a good shot. But at least then it gives you a chance to bowl at him and force the batsman to do something special, or you bowled a bad ball. And
The lead is so substantial already that, like you said, the chance of a win seems highly unlikely.
Well,
Length from Holder, defended into mid-on, no run.
It's absolutely impossible.
Australia well and truly in control of proceedings, as they have been really since Labuschagne and Smith set about their double hundreds.
Yeah.
And tired the West Indies out, kept them in the field. And the hottest day of the match was day one. Those shadows now, the lights came on. They all around the rim of this stadium, which did sort of make a difference in terms of the shaded part of the pitch. And now it's mostly in shade, apart from one strip in front of Labuschagne here, as he's defending a fuller delivery from Holder. Drops it into the turf on the offside. Never the nicest time to come out to bat, no matter the match situation, though, is it?
It doesn't matter how many you scored in the first innings. You're on 0 or just starting, and you've got to start all over again. But if the West Indies, if they could pick up another one here, I wonder whether Australia would send a night watchman in.
Yeah, what have we got? About another 5-8 minutes until close of play. Holder in, defended out towards cover, and there's no run.
People like Cameron Green and Carey haven't had a hit.
Well, that's true. That's
so,
true. Whether there's a mind to just think and promote them up the order and let them...
Yeah, I
don't think Steve Smith would allow that, though, do you?
No, that would be like trying to draw teeth. I did have a chat with Pat Cummins when he came off the ground, just jokingly, and he was saying jokingly that he was hoping they'd get a few wickets, or a few wickets would fall so he could get a bat.
Holder in. Nudged past the square leg umpire. Actually in front of square and fielded. A single is taken. Talking of night watchmen, did you catch during the English summer the way the England team have rebranded the idea of the night watchman?
No.
It often falls to Stuart Broad.
Oh, yes.
To be England's
expendable
night watchman or night watcher.
Yeah.
And under Brendan McCullum, it has now seemingly become known as the Night Hawk.
Oh, the Night Hawk.
Well, the Night Hawk. Just to give yourself a bit more of a sort of attacking type of zeal to the role. This one's pushed across Warner, goes through to the keeper to end the over. It's 1 for 28, Australia's lead, 343.
Yeah.
So I'm not altogether sure of the difference between the Night Watchman and the Night Hawk.
Well, the Hawk, obviously fantastic eyes.
Well, yeah.
But it sounds a bit...
Broad wingspan.
Yeah.
This may be a little bit more kind of puff of the chest, perhaps, rather than being sent out there to...
Well, here we go. We've had the 12th man or 13th that come on for a drink. And we've got, what do you say, Alison, 7 or 8 minutes to go? 5 minutes.
5 minutes left in the day.
Please. You just... What?
I think even the umpire might say, get on your way in a moment.
Oh.
We're going to have a change in some spin. Roston Chase from the Justin Langer end of the ground.
And Chase walks in, he looks as if he's going to a morgue, to a funeral.
He's not sort of bounding forward, is he, to say...
He's about as exciting as a pork chop at a bar mitzvah.
He's rolling his arm over down at that far end.
Oh.
Warner and Labuschagne will go to their separate ends now, having met in the middle of the pitch. Jason Holder's having an old chat with Joshua De Silva. Umpire's moving very slowly back into their positions. In fact, our square leg umpire is nowhere near his position at the moment. He's having a chat with wicket-keeper and batter, maybe about why the...
Well, they just should have seen them come on, just say, get off.
Well, it's taking up just a few more minutes now for the umpire.
Yeah.
Having walked forward to have whatever conversation that was.
Well, the batsmen will be quite happy because they're almost getting to a stage where there will only be one more over.
Yep. Well, Labuschagne hasn't even got his helmet on his head. He took it off a few moments ago. Now he's getting ready. This is taking an age. Roston Chase is now ready to bowl. Slip and leg slip. Umpires are both in position. So 1 for 28. This might be the last over of the day, seeing how quick Roston Chase gets through it. Nudged into the leg side. Throw from square leg. Taken by the keeper one-handed. Davey Warne is very quick between the wickets, so he darted through for that single. 1 for 29.
He'd be pretty keen, Allison, to get a good score here, David Warne. I thought his effort, look, when he chased the ball down to fine leg and dived full length to save, turned the 4 into 3, was just, that's the sort of thing you need your senior players to show. That, look, they're miles, we already had 600, and but that sort of keenness, desperation, commitment, whatever you like to call it, I thought was outstanding. Only saved a single, but it was just the intent that I liked.
One slip, 2 catches in front of the wicket on the offside. Reaching for that, Warner up to mid-off. It's that sort of flat kind of drive that he sometimes plays.
Yes, the front elbow collapses a little bit and the bottom wrist comes through.
So mid-off, mid-on are both up. There's a mid-wicket as well. Chase in and Warner crouches forward, shakes the play, allows it to go through into the gloves of De Silva, standing up to the stumps with the helmet on to the spin. Warner steps away momentarily, settles over his bat once again. Long shadows stretched across the pitch. Perth Stadium. Chase around the wickets, well wide. And Warner doesn't attempt to play. Signalled wide though. Just pushed as a bit of a tempter. Try and bring the slip into play, the backward point. The cover, the short extra cover as Chase is in again, and Warner does play at that, blocks it defensively, ball rolls out towards cover, picked up no run. Easing our way towards the close here. The 1 wicket to fall was Usman Khawaja, out for just 6, having made 65 in the first innings. Last ball from Chase here. Warner just watches it into the gloves of De Silva, and are we going to get another over? Looks like we are. I think 1 for 29. We'll squeeze another one in. Now, what's David Warner asking for here? Change of gloves for one last over of the day? Yeah. Got a substitute fielder coming out to him right now. I think the gloves have come off. Jason Holder will have another bowl from this end. Have you got plans for tonight, Kim? What do you tend to do of an evening?
I'm going to the Quins Club bowling, or they have bowls there.
Ah, are you a bowler?
No.
Oh.
Because I was in that game where the underarm was bowled. So I said to these people, I said, look, I have a few nervousness in my head, a few nightmares of bowling underarm. I was vice captain.
Rolling along the
yeah, so I said, can I bowl overarm? I couldn't bowl overarm to save myself. But there's a lot of English people there. Great people. We've really, really enjoyed it. But of course, there's some characters. So I'll be going there with a girlfriend and a few other friends and catching up.
Well, this will likely be the last over before the close, and it's Holder in now to Labuschagne. He watches this one go past him outside the off stump and gathered by De Silva. I've enjoyed a bit of lawn bowls at times. I know in Australia it became quite a thing, didn't it? Social lawn bowls for all ages, disco bowls as well.
And there's younger people getting involved in bowls, but socially it's a fantastic environment. As long as you don't take it too seriously, you're just there to have fun.
I can imagine what happens when you start taking bowls seriously. Holder in now, the length defended by Marnus into the offside.
Ever happen to bowl one with the wrong bias and go the other way?
So it curves left instead of right, or the other way around?
Yeah, it goes the other way.
Well, I think I've always tried to take note of which side the bowl is weighted. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the whole point.
But yeah, could likely take out somebody's ankle, you know, in the sort of game next door by sending it the wrong way. Yeah. No, there's a Bowls Green in Paddington in London. I did go to a Bowls party once someone had for their 30th birthday. It was good
really?
fun. In goes Holder. A little tighter to that off stump, but Labuschagne letting it go through, skipping up onto his toes as it went through to Silva. Making sure he gets through to the close nice and safely here.
I just, on a more serious note, I just cannot believe the score of England in Pakistan. It is just...
Do you know what? I haven't checked it for a little while.
It's over 600 in a day.
Yeah, no, 657 they made.
650 in a day.
Yeah.
Oh, just mind-boggling.
Holder in. That's tight on the stumps. Forces the defence from Labuschagne.
When you think 650 there, and we had 360 or thereabouts, so there was 1,000 runs scored at two separate combined in a day's play.
Yeah, well, it's 598 overnights. No, sorry, that was here, wasn't it? What were England overnights? They were nearly 600, weren't they? But they finished all out for 657 today, and I don't know whether this is surprising, probably not at all, that England haven't managed to take a Pakistan wicket yet. They're just not quite scoring at the same rate. Holder in, defence from Labuschagne, back up the pitch, rolling up to mid-on.
It's 120 kilometres an hour. Now, jeepers.
It's not the sort of challenging, fiery pace with a new ball.
My mother could bowl that pace.
The ball's only 10 overs old.
Yeah, 10 overs old. It's the last. Get in there. And you're 6'25", and you're bowling at 120 kilometres an hour.
Well, we haven't had Jayden Seales yet. That one pushed outside the off stump, left alone. And that will be close of play on this third day. And so Labuschagne and Warner have safely negotiated Australia through to the close at 1 for 29 and a healthy, comfortable lead of 344 to take into the fourth day, and Australia well in control to choose what they do here, to dictate terms, bat until a point of their choosing, when they can then come out and have another bowl at West Indies to try and win the match.
Well, you'd think, Alison, what they'll do, get through to lunch, get through to tea, and then have a real good crack at them in that last session. So hopefully we get a better crowd. It's a Saturday, with the idea of having a good bowl of them for an hour and a half at least in that last session tomorrow.
Kim, have a good time tonight.
I'll have an absolute belter.
Wait to hear the updates tomorrow.
Yes, I might have to fudge a little bit and tell you how good I was.
Right, Australia then, overnight 29 on the board, one down. Their lead is 344. Khawaja, the one man out for 5, caught by De Silva. Roach with his wicket, 20 runs on the board at that stage. And Warner not out 18 overnight, and Labuschagne, the double centurion from the first innings along with Smith. Labuschagne is on 3, so the 1 wicket for Roach. Alzari Joseph, 4 overs, he bowled, went for 7. Jason Holder got through his second over, and Roston Chase just the 1 over from him. But West Indies, well, they lost their last 7 wickets for just 76 runs as they were all out for 283. So Australia well in control going into day 4. They've got a second innings lead of 344. Let's go down to Clint Wheeldon and the team for grandstand at stumps.
A remarkable day's play, with the West Indies at times showing plenty of fight before, with the Australians taking the new ball. After taking the new ball, with 18.2 overs, they claimed 6 wickets for 39 runs. And there was a major milestone as well for Pat Cummins.
Now Cummins is in again, and forward, he's hit up the pad. No, he's not. He's bowling right through him. Wicket number 200 for Pat Cummins, and a big wicket he's managed to get with Brathwaite. Clean bowl, pushed down the line. That time there was no pad, no outside edge. It clipped the stumps, and Pat Cummins has made the breakthrough. The top of the off stump that ball hit, and a big wicket for Australia.
Big wicket for Australia. His 200th in Test cricket. He finished with figures of 20.2 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 34. But the West Indies, who looked like they might have been able to build to some sort of total, were all out for 283, losing their last 7 wickets for 76 runs. In response, the Australians, who found themselves with a very handy lead after declaring their innings closed, of course, earlier the day before at 4 for 598, lost 1 wicket before stumps on day 3. Usman Khawaja departing for 6. Caught De Silva, though he had to have 2 bites at it from the bowling of Roach. 1 for 20 at that stage. They find themselves at stumps on day 3. 1 for 29, the Australians leading by 344. Warner is 17. Labuschagne, the double century maker from the first innings, is with him on 3. Clint Wilden alongside Carl Hooper, Dirk Nannes, Kristen Beams downstairs. What did you like most about today? Carl, we'll get you to fire up first.
Well, from a West Indian point of view, I don't think there's much I like about today. After being, 150 for 1, finally, collapsed into 283 all out. I don't think it was, I think you mentioned, losing 7 for how many?
76.
7 for 76. I mean, I don't think it's that kind of deck. Okay, there's a bit of inconsistent bounce, but I certainly think it's still a good deck to bat on, so that was disappointing. Having said that, I think credit must be given to the Australian bowlers at 150 for 1. It's easy sometimes to lose a little bit of focus and not give in, but, obviously they kept the pressure up and so on and managed to, the minute they got a breakthrough with Craig Bradford, they managed to, apply pressure and go through the middle order. So, look, a fantastic effort by the Australian team. They're in the ascendancy, and they're going to push now for a victory.
Dirk Nannes, Kristen Beams, how did you assess things after day 3?
I'm a little bit more positive. I thought the West Indians showed some grit and determination. I like that they didn't lose wickets in clusters for the at least first half of the day, but then when they started the rot, it came pretty quick, and I think it showed Australia's quality with the ball because they were outstanding. I thought the lengths that the Australian quicks bowled, I thought their consistency was once again exceptional in these home conditions. They're such a formidable bowling outfit. And then having the luxury of your fifth bowler being Cameron Green, who can come and be threatening but also take wickets as well and be miserly, that was just really impressive. And I just think it shows, a day like today, it shows why Australia is number 1 in the world.
Yeah, I think it was the relentless pressure from the Australians. I didn't think that they went searching for wickets or went hunting them too much. I think Pat Cummins was able to move the bowlers around and create some different opportunities. And I'm a little bit like Dirk. I think there was a lot to like about Cameron Green. I think the height that he delivers the ball, we see him, there was a few body blows, a few hits to the helmet. I think that just adds another dimension to this Australian team. And as each summer goes along, we're actually seeing him bowl more and more longer spells. So it's pretty exciting for Australia to be able to add that in to their attack.
Quite remarkable when just 4 wickets fall in the first 2 days. 11 fall on day 3. Let's go right back to the start with Chanderpaul. On debut, it was a remarkable first over. Let's relive it. Chanderpaul bringing up his half-century.
Hazelwood from the Langer end goes in and bowls, and he's forward edging, and he's going to get 4 runs. Ah, yes. We know all about left-handers who do that. He just propped forward, soft hands, thick edge, between a slip and gully, and a 50 on debut for Tagnerine Chanderpaul. The slips are a bit closer together. There's no gully. Here comes Hazelwood, and he's edging, and he's out. Caught by Warner at slip. Well, watching this over, you were starting to think, when will someone nick it into the slips? And that's what's happened. On this occasion, Chanderpaul compelled to play at the ball and took the edge and went straight into the cupped hands of David Warner, about knee height in the slips. The first wicket falls. Relief for Australia in a way, because they couldn't pick up a pole last night. Chanderpaul's outstanding debut innings has come to an end on the back of exceptional bowling from Josh Hazelwood.
I'm holding it. Sorry. I thought... Certainly was exceptional bowling from Josh Hazelwood to begin with. That first over, despite Chanderpaul bringing up his half-century, was something to behold. There's been a lot to talk about from the bowling side of things. So we're joined by the Australian bowling coach, Daniel Vettori. How pleased were you with what you saw in that
first couple of overs or so, particularly from Josh Hazlewood?
I think it was all about the length. I think that was the reflection from last night, that when you get a big score on, you can potentially go searching. But I think today you saw all the fast bowlers at their best, and they're pretty immaculate with their length. And it was, I suppose, Josh set the tone for that early in that spell.
How much delight was there around the camp for Pat Cummins bringing up the 200th?
I've been searching for a while. I think he bowled himself an extended spell, so he was going for it. So I think it puts it in context once you reach those milestones how impressive his short career is, because it's only taken him I think 44 tests, is it, to get this amount of wickets, and you see the company that he's in, the bowling average, everything. So it shows you what a remarkable cricketer he's been in such a short period of time.
We're standing alongside a man who was involved in some of the great bowling lineups. Carl Hooper, of course, to my right, the West Indian great. But you've played against some of them, you've seen many of them. But how highly do you rate this group, this bowling group you have, when you've got Pat Cummins on 200, Nathan Lyon 400 plus, and you've still got huge numbers from the like of Stark and Hazlewood? How good in history is this group?
Well, I think it's like the great bowling quartets or the great bowling groups of the past, that it's relentless, and the fact that you get no time off. So it obviously starts with Hazlewood and Stark, and how impressive they've been for a long time, and then they hand on to Cummins and Lyon, and then Green, now that fifth bowler with that pace. It's no balls off, and I think that's the toughest thing for a batsman. Is at no stage can you switch off, at no stage can you feel like you're in control or settled, because you know something special's coming at you every ball that you face.
What were the reports like about the deck today? We did think it maybe was a little bit slow on day one, but it does seem to have quickened up. What were the bowlers saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's got enough heat in it the last couple of days. It feels like there's a little bit of up and down nature coming in, and there's the occasional crack that the bowlers have talked about opening up. So I think it will become more and more difficult for batting. I think there'll be a change in terms of both teams trying to attack the stumps a little bit more and bring that inconsistent bounce in.
I'm not sure whether you know about it, whether it was a tactic or whether it was something that happened, but Jason Holder had started to look dangerous. He hit a massive six off Nathan Lyon, and then the decision to move David Warner into leg slip and for Lyon to go around the wicket. Was that something pre-planned, or was that something that just happened out on the ground?
Definite tactic. We just sent a message straight out. I think the key for Nathan is to be able to attack both sides of the bat, and it's quite a unique thing to be able to sort of go on the leg side as an off spinner, but because he gets so much revolution on it, because he spins it so much, he still can put pressure on a batsman when you can take it outside the eye line. So I think for him the big challenge is taking it way outside off stump, and then it's the ability to come around the wicket and also challenge that and bring the leg slip into play, which he did today.
And Cameron Green, you touched on him before, but I would imagine for him it had been a long time. He's been involved in the team for a while now, but finally to get to play at his home venue and be able to get a wicket, and a pretty important one too.
Yeah, it was an important wicket. I think Brooks, as the Australian team, we think that he's a really good player. So for him to miss out on the team first of all, and then come in and start to look really good, he showed what a good player is. So that was a crucial wicket, and the ability for Green to spell those quick bowlers, to spell Nathan Lyon, and still have the ability for us to be able to attack is something that, it's that rare ability that he brings to the table. So I think a number 6 batsman who bowls 145 is a real luxury.
How are you enjoying your coaching role with this team? I'm reliably informed that you stepped in during the ODIs. You've got a 100% winning record. Talk us through that experience and what this coaching group's like.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, because Andrew's tried to keep that quiet, so that's it's very kind of you. No, it's been a lot of fun. I think there's some guys in the group that I played with, some guys in the group that I've coached before within IPL circles. So to see them together and to see an Australian team as a collective has been a lot of fun. So they're a good group of guys. They're very willing to learn and try to get better, and even with the fact that they're all so good and so established and done so well for for such a long period of time, to still want to learn is enjoyable as a coach.
Where do you see the challenges for this unit going forward?
Put me on the spot there, Dirk. Look, I think because they've been together so long, it's actually been able to bring other players in, and so that there's never going to be a step off. And I think Scott Boland showed that last year, that his ability when he gets in the team. So when you've got such a set group of bowlers, the guys behind can either get left behind or they just don't get opportunity and it becomes too hard. So to try and make it a bowling collective rather than just the four guys that go out there every time, I think is probably the challenge as a coach.
How do you do that when it is such a core unit? How do you bring outsiders in when you've got such a settled bowling attack?
We don't wish for injuries, ever. But I think that's the reality, that it is incredibly hard. These guys have got 5 tests at home, into 4 tests in India, into an Ashes series. So there's going to be times when they're not going to be able to get through it. And Josh Hazlewood last year with a side strain allowed Boland to come in, Michael Nessa, Jai Richardson. So I think it's just reality of modern cricket, particularly for these 3 guys who play all formats, that there's going to be opportunities, and we just have to make sure that anyone who gets a chance is ready to jump into it and to perform at such a high level like they have.
Usman Khawaja calls himself the people's champ. Are you the bowler's champ? Because on the end of a bowling day, it's unusual to get the bowling coach out.
Well, we did a debrief after the batting yesterday, but there's no debrief after the bowling, so it feels like it's always been a batter's game. So it continues on, but no, I won't give myself that title, Dirk.
The bowling champ. Does Cameron Green earn himself a new nickname after all the damage that he caused today? Bowling, hitting someone, hitting someone, bowling, hitting someone. I was feeling bad for the West Indies batters for a while.
He's so apologetic about it. Like, it's like runs in. Sometimes I don't think he means to bowl 145 Ks. It just happens. And so, I mean, like Bonner was batting so well as well. I think he's a quality player too. So to see him ruled out of the Test match is obviously sad. But I honestly think it's just that Green skill level is that high that he can just sort of jog in and bowl that and bowl with such accuracy. So that's what's so impressive.
If I may jump in just quickly, Daniel, good to see you. I didn't almost recognize you with the mushy. Cameron Green, you just can't help but notice short spells. Is there consideration being given to his workload?
Absolutely. I think we are very mindful that he's a young man at the start of a long career, and also the fact that he's an all-rounder, and the fact that when he plays in the games, it allows those fast bowlers and even Nathan Lyon to have a rest. So we're very mindful that he comes into the game, and we want him to be an impact bowler. So it might be the 10 to 12 overs a day that allows the rest of the unit to operate.
Keep getting those quick messages out there, because that was fantastic with Nathan Lyon and David Warner. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Great chatting to you, Daniel Vettori. Thanks for having a yarn.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Daniel Vettori, the bowling coach, with us on Grandstand at Stumps. Repeating, at the end of day 3, the Australians lead by 344 runs. They bowled out the West Indies in 98.2 overs for 283. Brathwaite was their top scorer with 64. Chanderpaul put on 51 on debut. Stumps on day 3, the Australians 1 for 29. Khawaja out for 6. Warner is there with 17. He's their top scorer. Speaking about some of those body blows that the West Indies batters suffered, there was certainly a few of them, and one of them a key one in the context of the game.
Cummins runs up again. Brathwaite back has hit amidships. Ouch. Oh, it's a double bunger. It's a double bunger, I'm afraid to say.
Why do we laugh?
Now, Hazlewood goes in and he's back and he's hit on the body, I think. Ouch. Yeah, that may have hit him where it hurts. And he may be the only one who will rub that.
Looks as if he might be coming off.
Who?
The batsman. Yeah, it looks like...
Yes. What's he got, delayed concussion? What's happened to him?
Yeah, well, one of the assistants was out there and had a chat to him, and he waved his hand, so it looks as if he's going to come off the ground and then be replaced by the next batsman.
You wonder where that's heading, don't you, with the
concussion.
Potential concussion.
Yes.
Yeah. So, wow. Bonner retiring.
Yeah.
On 16.
Well, hopefully he recovers and recovers well.
Well, we thought he had. The word had come through from the West Indies team that Bonner was ready to go. They weren't going to make a concussion substitution. And then actually the moment that Jason Holder was out and they suddenly found themselves 4 down,